updates on the severe weather we expect tonight across northeast Kansas. We have been in this sort of outlook for the past several days now. It's been upgraded each successive day to the point where we are now in an enhanced risk across northeast Kansas and extending down further to the south and west across the Wichita area and about as far down south as the Oklahoma City area and much of the central regions of that state. Some of this risk also does extend further east into parts of Missouri, the Kansas City metro area, and those of us that aren't within this enhanced risk a little bit further out west, still in a slight 2 out of 5 probability there for seeing that severe weather tonight. So this is an area-wide event. I think all of us are going to end up seeing some pretty strong storms at one point or another here throughout the night. It does look like a lot of these storms aren't going to be making their way into the area until well after night has fallen, so that is going to add to the danger of this situation. Now we are preparing for all kinds of risks here with this storm chance. Tornadoes are again the one of the bigger threats in so far this year. We haven't really had too many severe events where tornadoes have been expected, at least not explicitly, but this is one of those where we have a moderate risk of seeing some large tornadoes forming across the area. Large hail and high winds are also going to be pretty big concerns here. Could be more than 2 inches in diameter for those hailstones, which would be golf ball size or possibly even a little bit larger. High winds up to around 70, 80 miles per hour will be possible. Flooding is really the only sort of concern we're not really too concerned with, as it doesn't look like a lot of these storms will be hanging around for too long. They should be fairly fast moving, but there will be a decent amount of those storms here throughout the overnight hours, possibly as late as into early Wednesday morning, maybe even by daybreak. We could still see a few storms, weaker thunderstorms, but present nonetheless in the area. Again, all of us within that enhanced outlook. Further off towards the west, we do have a few spots such as Concordia and Marysville and that slight risk, so storms maybe not quite as strong or as mature as they are impacting those western and northernmost spots, but still definitely something we're going to be ready for here, and still expecting some severe weather in those spots nonetheless. So again, so far we haven't really seen anything tonight. We're watching our live storm tracker all across not just northeast Kansas, but most of the state and down towards Oklahoma, where there has been a severe storm warning issued there just across the border. That storm will soon make its way across into Kansas and move southeast away from our area, but we are starting to see some showers and some thunderstorms beginning to form out further towards the west here along Interstate 70 and closer to the Hayes area. Right now those much weaker, but we have a lot of time left for these storms to strengthen, and it doesn't look like we're going to reach the peak of the most favorable conditions for storm development until later on tonight, probably around 8 to 9 p.m. and I think we could still see some severe warnings in our area at around or even past midnight tonight. So this is a fairly uncommon event here for Kansas, as we do usually see a lot of daytime tornadoes, and we do have our severe outbreaks usually in broader daylight or at least earlier on in the evening when the sun is setting. So that is adding to the danger of this situation, as we're really not going to have any time to see or anticipate these storms here with the naked eye. We're going to have to rely on radar and alerts here from the National Weather Service and of course WIBW. Very important that you have our weather app for what is again going to be the first big severe event here of the spring season. We'll have many more days like this with over the next 2 to 3 months, so we want to be prepared and make sure we have lots and lots of different ways to receive the alerts, especially again when a lot of these storms will be forming and at their most intense into the overnight hours. So again though, nothing concerning us at the moment, nothing that is severe strength, but we are going to see those storms move from the southwest to the northeast. We will likely have a few separate lines of storms forming in that direction, and a few of them that will be able to form out ahead of that line are going to be the ones that we are the most concerned with. Those are going to be the ones that have the potential to strengthen into supercell thunderstorms, which are the types that do usually manage to produce tornadoes and possibly even some very strong tornadoes at that. So definitely a dangerous situation unfolding over the next couple of hours, and I don't think it's going to be until at least past midnight that we could safely say that the severe risk is over. So quite some time to go here, and most of these storms not yet forming. Now, a severe storm watch has been issued across parts of the area and lasting until, I believe, midnight, but it does seem that we are going to probably have that expanded further south over the coming hours. Right now, it does include areas west and north of Topeka along Interstate 70, so Osage, Lyon, Coffee, Morris, those are the counties that are not currently included. Also Douglas County out towards Lawrence, not currently under a severe watch, but I think it is very likely that we will end up seeing that expanded here over the next couple of hours, as this is going to be the first of many issued. We already have one further to the south in parts of Oklahoma at this time right now as well. So definitely something that we'll be watching and anticipating for everyone here in northeast Kansas. Again, the tornado risk is the most notable part here of this severe outbreak that we're expecting. We've had a few severe risks so far this year, but nothing that has really come with a great risk of tornadoes until tonight. We are seeing that yellow 10% issuance for the region here south of Interstate 70, with those red dashed marks, 10 to 15%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but given how often the Storm Prediction Center issues outlooks like these for the region, it is not a very common occurrence. So they are very confident that we will manage to see some of those storms be able to spin up and possibly produce some inclement weather there, tornadoes included, but of course the larger hail and stronger winds going to be a big part of the outlook here as well. Further off to the west, it goes down here 5 to 2%, but still we can see just how large of an area that covers, even extending farther east towards parts of even Illinois, which isn't even really included in the initial severe outlook. So a lot of storms here that are going to be covering a lot of ground over the coming hours and into very early Wednesday morning, not just confined to us, but we do seem to be sort of in the bullseye of where that most intense most intense storms are very most likely to form within the region. So we'll take another look at temperatures. Right now we're sort of waiting for some of that moister, or I should say drier air, to kind of collide here with the higher dew points, as this is sort of seen on the temperature maps where those greener and yellow colors are starting to meet as that moves east here and some of that warmer, moister air is able to collide. We're going to see those storms really start to kick off with their development, and from that point onwards it will be a few hours of tracking those storms and seeing just how strong they can get and how many sort of isolated spin-up storms especially will be produced out in front of them. We are going to be in for a pretty warm overnight period as a result. We should only see lows down into the 50s for many of us, and Wednesday itself will probably still be a bit overcast, so we'll be warm for tomorrow as well, something that is a little unusual when we see these stronger thunderstorms form, or at least in the wake of those stronger thunderstorms. We don't typically see that, but right now we are waiting for that to still occur here. But we'll take a look at our supercast precip mode. It does look like we are going to still see very late into the night. This particular model run has us at around 4 a.m. still seeing some heavy thunderstorms lingering in the southern parts of our region. We'll step off here to show you a little bit earlier on in this forecast model. It does seem that things are going to be unfolding fairly quickly once we do get that storm development. A lot of those storms really expecting to sort of all develop at once we do have those right conditions in place over the coming hours. So we'll see those again traverse from the southeast or the southwest to the northeast here. Again, around 10 p.m. is when we should have a lot of them really starting to show up on the radar at the latest. And as you can see, that movement is going to be still going from around the southwest to the northeast, just a little bit north of east really is what that specific direction should be. But it does seem to cover the entirety of our area, all the way down there from the Nebraska-Kansas border down towards Salina, as we can see, and a little bit further off screen impacting the Wichita area as well. And what's really going to be concerning us is how a lot of these models as you can see, are showing some thunderstorms out ahead of this initial line. A few of those heavier cells you can see on this model run near Manhattan and Council Grove. Does not mean that those areas specifically are going to see those isolated storms develop, but it's an example of sort of what we expect to play out here, and those are the kinds of storms that are of the highest risk for producing the strong tornadoes that we are really concerned about here in the area. So as those continue to move through here into the overnight hours, we'll see that line continue to extend. Along that line is probably where we will have the heaviest of the straight line winds. 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts will be possible. Hailstones probably at least golf ball size, well, at least quarter size, but golf ball and maybe even a little bit larger than that will be possible. 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. it's starting to move through some of our more populated areas, approaching the Kansas Turnpike there, and Topeka probably a little bit around that time as well. So again, very late into the overnight hours, this storm is going to be maturing, which is, again, not very usual for Northeast Kansas or really the state in general. We're used to a lot of daytime events, or very early to late evening in the summer when it's still light out. Pretty late in the day is sort of the most of what we see when it comes to that, but this will definitely be a little bit different here. And again, that's why it's very important that we have many different ways to stay updated and stay safe here during these next couple of hours. And again, really for the severe season in general, because if this is how we are starting off the severe season, I think there is a good chance that we may see more nighttime events in our future. But going forward here on the Supercast, we'll still see those storms pushing through towards around the Kansas City area by around 3 to 4 a.m. Again, a little bit of back building may be possible. These storms should be a little bit weaker here by the early morning hours of Wednesday, but still capable of producing plenty of thunder and lightning, and we could still see some hail and strong winds out of those. But things are probably going to be looking drier here as we head towards around 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. But again, even as we're waking up here to get out the door for work or taking the kids to school, there still may be some rain and maybe even some thunder and lightning lingering in the area. Now, as you can see further towards the west, that line that's sort of extending from Salina up towards around Marysville and Seneca, that is not really strong thunderstorm activity. That will likely just be some heavier downpours, maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning in there, but very likely that we just see some showers out of that. So there will be some rain here sort of lingering and left over on and off for some of those earlier morning hours once we do hit daybreak. But after that, I think we are going to see generally clearer skies for most of Wednesday afternoon. Still, I think a decent amount of cloud cover could be possible, but drier and more similar to what we've seen most of today, where we've had overcast skies and some fairly gusty winds as well. You'll see the wind direction not really changing too much in the wake of these storms, still out of the south. Again, we'll still be fairly warm for tomorrow. We're not going to see a pretty big drop in temperatures out of this event, so that is something that's a little bit of a notable difference here from what we're used to. But again, a lot of firsts for what is going to be the first severe outbreak of the season. Supercast for the rest of Wednesday, again showing clearer skies. We are looking for more rain to return to the area as we head towards later on into this weekend. It doesn't seem like we are going to see anything really severe out of that, though, as we are looking for just on and off rain through Saturday and Sunday. No sort of issuances have been released by the Storm Prediction Center regarding an outlook for any sort of stronger storms during that time, but we'll have updates here both on air and online if we do think that is within our future. We do think something is really going to change regarding that in the forecast. But as of right now, the focus is really just going to be on tonight and into early tomorrow morning for the highest potential for severe weather, which again does include tornadoes and will likely be again something that we haven't seen here in a couple of months. The first tornadoes of the season, the first tornadoes we've seen since at least last summer in the area, including a couple of additional warnings to be expected as well. Live storm tracker right now, we'll take another look back at this time to our north. We're starting to see some severe storms develop here further off towards a little bit north of Interstate 80 there in Nebraska. Those and the ones in Oklahoma containing winds of about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Hailstones up to around 2 inches in diameter have been reported. So we're pretty much nestled right in between the two storms right now that are managing to reach that severe level. But as we can see, again, looking out towards the west, the Hayes area and along I-70, that is where we are going to see the most, or at least right now, what is probably going to be the precursor to storms that will manage to mature and probably reach that severe strength within the next several hours. Again, I think by around 10 p.m. at the latest is when we will have some warnings going off here in the area. And it's something that, again, a lot of us are not used to. We're going to bed at that time at around 10, 11 p.m. if we're getting up early for work tomorrow. But if you are planning on doing that, you'll want to have your phone by your side to make sure you can receive the latest alerts here from, again, both the National Weather Service and from WIBW. Now, we haven't had any extensions of the watch just yet, again, for some of those other counties here further east and south in the region, but it does look like we will have those issued sometime within the next several hours. I think we are going to see that extended probably into parts of Missouri as well, where it does seem that a lot of those elements are going to be at play here for all sorts of different severe risks. The hail, the tornadoes, the strong straight line winds. Again, flooding is probably the only one we're not too especially concerned with, just given how fast these storms are going to be moving. On the model run, we did show a few of those storms back building and a little bit of rain lingering into early tomorrow morning, so we're not totally ruling it out, but I think overall the chance that we do end up seeing any sort of flash floods out of this event is going to be relatively low here for the next couple of days. So that is one sort of saving grace regarding the severe outbreak, but all the other hazards, the strong winds, the large hail, and the risk for tornadoes is something that we are going to be paying attention to very, very closely here throughout the next several days. Nothing really new within the last 20 minutes since we've started the stream has occurred here since that first watch has been issued. We'll see and keep taking some looks at our sweeping radar just to see whether or not we will manage to see more of those severe storms developing. Maybe not here in northeast Kansas, but again from between Nebraska, Oklahoma, possibly even as far down as around the Texas area is somewhere where we could see that definitely be a risk at play for our region and for most of the state in general. I'll bring up a different graphic now here showing the current dew points across the area. Now, as we get those higher dew points, that is when we are starting to see more of those storms and more rain in general available to develop. That drier air getting sort of pushed out of the region, which has been fairly dry for the dew points, nothing too harsh, as we did see mostly overcast skies here for the day. It doesn't seem that we did manage to have a lot of clear skies, which is sort of something that we look for as a higher risk for strong storms and especially tornadic activity. But today it does look like, just with the strength of the jet stream here, that's going to be inducing a lot of spin in these storms, and from even slight differences in the dew points, there is still going to be a pretty solid risk of seeing that severe weather form or continue to form over the next couple of days. So here's another look at those storms out towards the west, starting to strengthen a little bit more now with each sweep. So things will probably start to show thunder and lightning soon enough. These will be moving again pretty much just north of due east, and so as of right now, it looks like Concordia will probably be the first spot to see any of the stronger thunderstorms. They may miss out on this particular line reaching severe strength, but we'll still have more opportunities here throughout the night as these lines of storms will be extending quite a bit over the next couple of hours. So definitely something to pay very close attention to. We'll take a little bit of a larger zoom out here where we can see the extent of that dry line, is what we call it, of those differing dew points and how they sort of push into the area and help induce the creation of severe weather in the area, that extending very far down towards Oklahoma, where it's more of an extreme juxtaposition between the more moist and drier air masses at that area. You can see the contours here and those red lines, which indicate the sort of depth of just how much more, or the gradient maybe I should say, of the differences between the dew points, and a lot of those thicker red lines showing that it's a very sharp drop off from the drier air to the moister air down further to the south. So I think we are going to see some stronger, relatively stronger storms in the Oklahoma area, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods here in northeast Kansas. We are still going to have plenty of opportunities to see these storms become severe and again possibly produce some tornadoes across the area. Temperatures in the region mostly in the 50s right now, or sorry, dew points in the 50s, only in the 30s out further towards the west, where it doesn't look like they are going to see much of this activity here into the overnight hours. This is going to be mostly localized to northeast Kansas, out towards the border there with Colorado, as low as around 31 in Garden City, but again in the 50s here across our area, and that is really going to be a big driver for these storms to keep on developing throughout the overnight hours. So not much else here on the live storm tracker has popped up. A few little isolated cells, it looks like, are being picked up on our sweeping radar here towards the Wichita area. We are a little bit far here, currently looking at the Topeka radar from that, but still no severe warnings have been issued with it. Any and all sort of severe tornado warnings, other issuances by the Storm Prediction Center will be showing up on this graphic. So again, managing to still see them slowly but surely strengthen. But again, even if it does occur more slowly, that just leaves us more time to see these storms reach their peak strength in the overnight hours well after the sun has set. We only have a little bit of daylight left in the area, so at this point we're pretty much guaranteed if any tornadoes do form, they're going to be in the pitch black darkness. It's going to be another 2 to 3 hours before we do see that within our prime zone here for tornado coverage and development, which is again in the central southern parts of our area, mostly below Interstate 70. But that doesn't mean we can't see it here further to the north or a little bit further to the west. It's just that around these yellow and red dashed marks is where things could definitely unfold to have the strongest tornadoes, large violent ones that may be fairly long tracked as well. Some of those line storms where we see brief tornado warnings, those usually, if they do end up producing tornadoes, are usually on the weaker end, F0, F1 maybe, F2 status, but of strong large tornado F3 or above could be possible tonight, as was specifically highlighted in the forecast released by the Storm Prediction Center this evening. So again, language like that not used very often across the area. We do see quite a bit of severe risk days here in northeast Kansas, but again, the language that's being used for this severe event, as well as the timing, the overnight hours, which we really don't see a whole lot of, is something that really bears worth a lot of watching here and making sure that we're all paying attention to all the latest updates that we can see across the area. Precipcast, again, those lines of storms that we can see developing across the region, they'll extend pretty far into parts of Missouri, maybe even into Iowa by as we head towards early on into Wednesday morning, where it does seem that the Kansas City area may also see some of these more severe events, tornado development possible there as well. So this is going to be something that's over a pretty large swath and large region here, 4 regions in northeast Kansas. So I do think it's going to be a pretty severe event here, and we're going to have a lot of coverage here between both Jeremy and I over the next couple of hours. As Jeremy mentioned earlier today, there's a good chance we'll be here and possibly streaming on air well after midnight, maybe even close to when morning meteorologist Doug Myers may arrive. Of course, he'll have the latest updates during the morning show tomorrow at 5, maybe even a little bit before that, depending on whether or not we have those warnings still in place or still have that development of severe weather in the area. So we'll definitely keep you guys covered here no matter the conditions, and we'll make sure that all hands are on deck for, again, what is the first big severe outbreak of the season, definitely starting off with a bit of a bang here things are going to unfold over the next couple of hours fairly quickly, and we will start to see that go downhill here, as we are expecting quite a bit of severe warnings, probably all across the area at a time. Within that line of storms, I think we could see really just every sort of section of those severe storms have warnings for, or every single part of that line of severe storms may be impacting the area. So definitely something to watch here. Of course, we want to make sure we have the weather app. We'll show it on here for a second if you don't have it already. You can scan that here using your phone camera. That will take you to the App Store on your respective device, where it will show you, of course, the latest updates and push notifications we have for all sorts of severe weather events, but also our daily forecasts, our articles as well. Even on the less inclement weather days, we will still have lots of stories for you to be able to consume the latest weather information regarding our forecasts over the next couple of days, and of course well beyond into the future as well. Right there is showing us the hour-by-hour forecast for the area. So again, by 9 p.m. we should have those storms starting to move through the region, and maybe even as late as around 7 a.m. tomorrow we could still have quite a bit of some rain left in the area. Winds are still going to be pretty strong, I think, for parts of tomorrow as well. We could have those gusts up to around, say, 20 to 30 miles per hour in a few areas, not just for today, which was fairly gusty for many parts of the region as well. So definitely a big thing that we're watching here for the area over the next couple of days. And I think we're going to have quite a bit to talk about here. We'll start to wrap up this stream here pretty soon, or well, I think we'll have a little bit more to discuss, but more of this will be occurring here throughout the night, especially as more storm development does seem to be on its way here later on tonight, possibly even as late as midnight in the area.
Hey, Bridge, can you guys hear me in there? Can you switch me over to max 1? Thank you. You don't have to adjust the shot. I'm going to just kind of stay over here and talk over the graphics for a while. So Daniel's going to do a lot of talking this evening. I'm not sick, but I've just got this raspy thing that I've kind of brought back from Florida with me. Can you hear me? Okay, that's fine. But I can be lazy and sit over here. That's acceptable too, right? All right, thank you. So yeah, I took the kids on spring break to Florida, and I think a gator gave me a cold or something, but I've got some raspy thing hanging on the top of my just kind of the top of my chest. So I feel fine, but if you hear me hacking or coughing or making terrible noises, first I apologize. You have to hear that. But second, that's why I'm going to have Daniel do a lot of talking tonight. So right now, as we look out there, this is what it looks like from Concordia. No problems yet. We're dry in Manhattan as well. I'm just kind of setting up the cameras, making sure they're all in the right direction for these storms that are coming in. We are going to have severe storms. We're going to have a lot of severe storm warnings tonight. This is mostly going to be a wind damage event. The severe storm watch that we have issued for parts of northeast Kansas already goes till 3 o'clock in the morning, and the Weather Service has mentioned the 80-mile-per-hour winds as the one of the threats, as well as hail of 2.5 inches. That's about the size of a tennis ball. So right now, it's not super exciting around here, but it could get that way quickly. So this is a dry line feature. We're looking at there dew points. And anything in the green, dew points are closer to 60. That's the humidity is much higher. You go back west to Dodge City and Garden City, dew points drop off dramatically in the 20s and 30s. So along that dry line is where some of the storms have been forming. We also have a cold front that's getting in northwest Kansas this time. That's where these winds are coming in from the north and northwest around Hill City over to Goodland. That's behind the cold front itself. The cold front will be making its way southeastward through the night, and as it does so, it will set off a long line of storms. Basically, everything along the cold front will be a storm, and that will be making its way eastward through the night. So right now, we kind of have scattered storms in the area, but as the cold front starts to dominate later tonight, there'll be a long line of storms that are probably completely attached across the WIBW viewing area. This is dew point a map from 8 o'clock this morning. Notice there's nobody there close to 60 at that point. Now as it rolls forward, you see the clock there go from 8 a.m. up to noon. Here comes the green, here come the numbers, and now we have dew points closer to 60. So that's where this moisture has been feeding in with the storm system as it's maturing, and now we have plenty of humidity across parts of central and eastern Kansas to set off these storms. Right now, Topeka, 62 degrees. Dodge City is 75. Hayes was close to 80 earlier. Looks like the cold front's either in haze or close to haze. And there you can see the wind from the northwest and haze now at 18 miles per hour. The cold front is now passed by haze. So ahead of it, Topeka, Manhattan, southeast winds, Emporia south wind, Chanute southeast wind, while Dodge City is not behind the cold front, but Dodge City is behind the dry line with the much lower humidity. So areas like Dodge City, much less likely to see any sort of storm activity the rest of tonight. Now on Supercast, there's 8 p.m. That's right about now, of course. We're seeing storms in central Kansas making their way over here. It will continue to mature the next few hours. Now, the first thing we have to kind of watch out for is this stuff down here. This is what's coming from southeast Kansas and south central Kansas. Now, the computer model is not showing it great, but that's kind of the area where storms could be an hour from now in Emporia, Burlington. The other area, this is the cold front itself, is starting to show up here from Concordia to Lake Wilson at 9 o'clock. Starting to fill in a little more, at least on the computer model. And that's what will spread all across the area late tonight. There's 10 p.m., lines from Marysville to Lincoln. Let's get to midnight. That line is from Seneca to Salina. And it doesn't blast through like a lot of cold fronts do. It's going to take a while for this one to make it through. There's 2 a.m., and that shape on the computer model almost surely indicating strong straight line winds. There's even a bow segment showing up here at 4 a.m. I've seen this movie before. I mean, when you get that shape, the kind of the smile on the projection, that's indicating very strong damaging winds is a possibility right there. That's the kind of stuff where you can see 80-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to be at 4 o'clock in the morning, still waking a lot of people up. By 6 a.m., things should start to calm down, and that'll be in the middle of 13 News this morning, of course. So, and folks will be getting ready for their day. So active weather watches. We have a severe storm watch for everybody in the orange on this map. That includes Concordia, Topeka, Clay Center, Manhattan. Now, what you notice is there's an absence of watch in areas farther to the south. So what the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center are doing is they are considering what to do with this gap right in here. So for the last couple of days, you've probably heard me, let's see, today is Tuesday. For the last 2 days, I was not here on Sunday, but for the last 2 days, you've heard me yelling about, there's a tornado risk, tornado risk, tornado risk. And I showed you all the yellow map, and I showed you the red hash marks are in it, and I'm making just kind of a third grader artwork there. But that's the area where we're going back and forth that there was a significant risk of seeing tornadoes. So here, just a few minutes ago, the National Weather Service issued that severe storm watch to the north. They said 80-mile-per-hour winds are a possibility up here. So they also mentioned maybe a tornado, but they're not leaning toward tornado in the areas of the orange. That there's a question farther to the south, Council Grove, to Lyon County, Osage County, Coffee County. There's kind of a dividing line there on what could be the threat of having a big tornado. So severe storm watches, they can just mention tornadoes are possible in those, but if the possibility leans toward larger tornadoes, they certainly want to go that way. Either way, you can expect to see something issued to cover up these blank counties at some point over the next few hours. So that's something they'll be considering is which way to go. And down to the south, we've already seen several severe storm warnings in parts of Oklahoma. There's even one across the state line in Kansas now. None of these have been terribly wild at this point. To the north, there's also severe storm activity that's developed in Nebraska. This activity is for hail about the size of a golf ball, and that is staying north of us. You'll also see 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with that. This storm up in Nebraska is not a candidate for a tornado. It's very, very unlikely, as the atmosphere in that area is set up for more elevated storms, meaning they don't have a real solid connection to the low level where they can tap in the surface moisture. So while that storm may look super exciting on radar, it's not something that's going to produce tornado. However, it is going to produce large hail, and damaging winds is very likely with that as well. So for us, we are watching this activity that's coming toward Concordia now. That will continue to fill in. The activity almost to Salina will also continue to fill in, and this will become widespread tonight. It's not kind of a maybe or a chance. This is going to become a widespread storm event. So upstream, why am I so confident saying this will fill into a big widespread event? Is because the jet stream energy is still not really here yet. It's not even that far. It's more like this. Right about there, a couple 20, 25,000 feet up in the atmosphere. The winds are more than 100 knots coming in from the southwest. And the nose of that super strong jet stream is kind of right there in southwest Kansas. As the night goes on, that will eventually make a little farther, and then once it gets kind of superimposed over where the dry line is, that'll become aggravated. It'll become more storms. Once that jet stream energy kind of catches up with the surface cold front, that'll become aggravated as well. That'll become more storms, and all that's going to move across us. So this is no doubt just the beginning of a long line of a whole lot of loud storms. We will have some damage across the area. You know, the big concern is whether or not we have, you know, a tornado, and if it hits in a bad spot, obviously. And that's just kind of thing that we're telling you. There's a chance, there's a possibility tonight of having tornadoes, even late at night. We don't have them very often at night. The one we had last year near Overbrook in the middle of April was very rare. We've had less than 10 tornadoes between 5 and 6 a.m. ever recorded in the state of Kansas since the records that I'm familiar with began in the 1950s. So that one last year that caused a couple of injuries in Overbrook is very, very rare. We see less than one in the entire state, you know, per decade in Kansas. That's 5 to 6 a.m. That's really, really rare. Tonight we could see tornado risk across the area. Something else that's rare, and you know, this is just you know, if this offers you comfort or not. It's also rare for people to be harmed late at night by tornadoes in Kansas. I do a whole lot of studying of statistics and different tornado events, not just here but around the nation. And an odd stat I found was that nobody in Kansas since 1950 ever has died between the hours of 12:10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Zero. I can't find anybody that's lost their life between 12:10 a.m. That was Oberlin, Kansas, when that happened. I think it was 1950s. But you know, it's just super rare for somebody in Kansas, anywhere in the state, to lose their life to a nighttime tornado around here. It just does not happen. Most of our tornadoes, especially the strong ones, are during the day. And of course, if you are awake and aware, you can take shelter. And then also in Kansas, we're lucky that we can see the tornadoes most of the time. All right, so the storms are beginning to intensify. They're in central Kansas. That's what you've got on the radar, and the dew points here. I've got them combined there because I was looking at where storms are firing along this dry line feature. That's what I was showing you earlier. So near Salina, the dew point is still 56. With the storms near Ellsworth, they're not quite severe, but getting close. And you can see that stuff's got more orange and yellow that's in it now than it did a few minutes ago. Sharp dry line in western Oklahoma. Right here you can see the dew points go off from something in the 60s to something in the 20s or teens. That area of white, almost surely a dew point, something like 15 or 18 degrees. So it's just a classic dry line there in western Oklahoma showing up. These dew points, you can watch them today going from 30s all the way up to 50s and 60s now. And you can really feel the difference in the moisture content in the air when the dew point goes from 30 to near 60. Temperatures currently 75 in Dodge City. Because the storms are starting after night, after dark, in most of the area, the temperatures are now not as warm as they were. So that taking away some of the heat energy certainly takes away some of the threat here. I haven't seen the latest SPC outlook, but I'll bet they dropped the 15% of the 10% risk area. Not that it makes a difference in reality. You know, taking off a statistical risk doesn't mean that the threat goes away. But I'm guessing that when they come out with a new update here, scheduled for 1Z, okay, they're 10 minutes behind in updating it. So in a few minutes here, they will update this, the risk I've been showing the last couple of days with the big old scary tornado risk. So we will see if they improve that, bring the numbers down any. Even if they do, there's still a tornado risk, just maybe not high-end ones, and there's still the significant risk of seeing hail the size of tennis balls in some spots and some wind damage tonight. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds are mentioned in that watch, and it has just kind of started going. So haze to Hill City is already behind the cold frontal boundary. The winds are coming in from the northwest now. And on Supercast, which I need to advance a little farther up here because 8 o'clock is now. That is not in the future. So at 9 o'clock it's showing some storms near Clay Center already. By 10 o'clock, it hasn't moved a lot. Marysville, Concordia, down to the Ellsworth area are still in this. And this is not going to race eastward through the evening. The jet stream winds are from the southwest to northeast, kind of paralleling the cold front. So it will take some time for it to really start pushing the thing along, but it will. At 2 a.m., this is almost surely a wind damage event. There could be embedded tornado threats along this line. This is going to wake a lot of people up, and it is a big reason why we will be streaming late tonight. No matter what level of how bad these things are, we'll be streaming live on the website. We'll be live on YouTube and our social media, and letting people know what's up, because I have no doubt that 2 a.m. some folks will be sound asleep, maybe even if they're grumbling, I knew it wouldn't storm or whatever. And then 2 a.m. they're going to hear this whacking at their window from the branches or hail or whatever it is, and they're going to, they are going to turn on, go on the internet, go on YouTube or whatever, or app, and look and see what's going on, and we will be there to let you know what's going on with this. So by 4 a.m., really kind of a classic look there of a bow echo showing up the computer model. Sometimes computer model gets too specific on what it thinks is going to happen, but if it shows that shape like that, it at least lets me know that something with the damaging wind, high-end damaging wind is a possibility. When you see those bows showing up, it's letting you know there's something in the computer model that indicates that's a real possibility. 6 a.m., most of the area is clear to the severe storms. Burlington could still be in a severe storm by then. And again, many folks will be getting ready for work tomorrow at that point. But the worst of the weather should be over with by the time that kids at the bus stop and before you are making your commute to work in the morning. Unless you go early. If you go 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, which some people do, you will still be likely driving through storms. But the later you make your commute, if it's 7 or 8 a.m., you are less likely to be dealing with severe weather. So there are the active watches. The severe storm watch in orange here, the Weather Service says 80-mile-per-hour winds are a possibility with this. So to the south, we have the tornado watch that goes to the southeast corner of Kansas, and in between the two, we still have this gap. So at some point in the evening, Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service will announce what they're going to fill the gap with. They're not going to leave that empty. There will be something. It will either be a severe storm watch or tornado watch. Now, here's the neat trick. The Weather Service could take the severe storm watch from the north and expand it to the south. They could just add counties in the south end. Or they could take the counties from the north, the tornado watch, and they could expand it to the north. That's your K instead of an arrow. That's not what I meant to do. But they could take that and move it north. Or there's another option. They could just fill it in with a whole different watch. So they could have a separate severe storm watch or tornado watch filling that area. I don't know which one of those things they're going to do yet, and they don't know which one of those they're going to do yet. But I can tell you that area is not going to go without some sort of watch that gets issued tonight. So if you're in Emporia and you go to bed at 10 o'clock, and don't be surprised if your WIBW weather app starts screeching that a watch has been issued. It's probably going to be late before you see storms getting into that area. But the area that's in a gap right now there between watches, there will be a watch. It's just not sure what it's going to be just yet. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're still watching for the higher level jet stream winds to start kicking in. Still way down here, kind of western Oklahoma, North Texas, and southwest Kansas, and it really has not shown up yet. But that's going to really aggravate these storms that are in progress already. And you can see these storms that are already strengthening as they get into parts of Ottawa and Saline County, getting some rain, it looks like, near Concordia now. And this will continue to spread. I'm going to check the SPC and see if they get the update yet here. Because this thing was a couple minutes late. Nope. And they may be on the fence about what they're going to do with it. But I don't know if they'll drop that area with the 10% risk for big tornadoes or not. I'm not sure if they will or not. There's no reason for them to necessarily drop it, because if you drop it at this point and then somebody says, "Well, I knew it wasn't going to be that bad," and then something shows up, then then you've done more of a disservice than if you just leave it in there. So temperatures tomorrow, not as warm as today, close to 70 around Emporia, 63 in Concordia, and tomorrow will be a warm, breezy day with winds that are going to be close to 30 miles per hour much of the day. Let's check out Concordia now and see if it's raining there. The radar is showing it's at least close to Concordia, if not in town. Doesn't look like, if it is raining, it's not heavy at this point. There's a live look. This is from from Clyde County Community College. You can see lightning there in town now. And watching the flags there at the hospital across the street, really getting a workout there in the winds. There's also those wind turbines just to the south of the college there that are pretty amazing to watch when the winds are strong as well. Watching from Manhattan, nothing yet. It is calm in the Little Apple. And I've been watching this one. This is the one I've been watching the most closely earlier today. In case that stuff that was coming from the southwest toward Wichita got up here, that's what I was concerned. If we got an early big tornado, that would be the stuff that was coming from down there. So I was really watching that Emporia camera, worried about this stuff down here. So far, that has not been a problem, thankfully. So around Concordia, again, there's rain nearby. You're seeing some lightning and thunder in town. Salina, you've got a storm just to the west. That's going to be moving to the northeast into Ottawa County and then ultimately toward Manhattan. Again, this area to the west, that's a really sharp dry line. And the dry line is just between Hutchinson and Dodge City at this time. That's helping to set some of these storms off. But we are seeing more of this yellow and orange showing up on the radar now there from the Dodge City area of the northeast. Here's how this moisture content's been feeding in today. Early this morning, it was 8 a.m., we had dew points in the 30s, just about statewide. But throughout the day with the strong south wind, the moisture has been rolling in here from the south all the way along the Gulf Coast. That's a high humidity coming across Texas, Oklahoma, and into here. And it sets up the dry line feature where you have dew points in the 50s near Hutchinson and in the mid-20s, upper 20s around Garden City. So here's kind of why. I'll just paint it down the south so you can see it. Right there you get to Texas. The moisture coming in off the Gulf, you got air masses coming in from there, but the air mass coming in from Old Mexico into western Texas, this is all super dry. And when those two kind of bump up against each other, that gets this dry line feature that many times does wind up in Kansas. And that's what sets, it's a mechanism that can set off storms because the dry air is much more dense than humid air. And I know it may sound kind of counterintuitive, but trust me, the dry air is a much heavier or more dense than the humid air is. And the humid air will be bumped up into the sky every time when the drier and or cooler air starts to push up against it. So that's why we're looking at the dry lines. It's kind of like, it's almost like a cold front or a warm front, but in many cases it can be even more extreme. So there we go. The winds in Concordia are showing up from the southeast and light, but I can tell you when that updates in the next couple of minutes, it's going to shift around. And actually, it's going to stay from the southeast. It's going to be stronger is what it is. I'm watching those flags across the street in Concordia, right by the new hospital there, and the winds are definitely stronger than 20 miles per hour. So that's not showing any gusts on our computer, but that's going to update. We're also waiting for the new computer model to come in. This is the HRRR model, and it is a few hours old at this time. So shortly, this is going to come in with updated data. But the progression on this, showing the storms continuing to line up and make the way southeastward. This may even be new data extra there. Let me look and see if that's, I didn't think this would be done yet. No, it's only halfway in. Let's see. That may even be the 0Z data. That looks different than earlier. Yeah, it does. Because I did not notice this earlier, this shape. What looks like a bow segment near Seneca there at midnight. So it's starting to pick up the strong straight line winds and severe storms there around Seneca at that time of the morning. There's 2 a.m. We've got a line of severe storms through Manhattan and Council Grove. And the timing on this can be off a couple of hours, of course, but it's not going to be off by much. And there's 4 a.m. The cold front and dry line we connected at that point, dragging the severe weather across northeast Kansas. So now we've got a severe storm warning for somebody. Saline County until 9 p.m. Excuse me. Again, I don't think I'm sick. I've just got this raspy thing that I've had for about 2 weeks. I came back from Florida for spring break with the kids and just got this thing I can't quite kick in the upper lungs, but I feel fine. It's just annoying. So, all right. So if I sound annoying or from coughing, that's what it is. I'm totally okay, I promise. All right. So there's the first severe storm warning that would be in northeast Kansas at all. And Saline County is not one that is in our coverage area for the most part. If it was something big enough, we would do it. If it goes into Dickinson County, we'll definitely cover that. But this is the first one to really get into at least close to the WIBW coverage area. So Saline County, also Ellsworth and Lincoln. You got quarter-size hail, winds to 60, and you'll see there on the left side it says radar indicated. And that's an important feature that I have there on the warnings, is it lets you know, is it something that's confirmed by spotters, or is it something that the radar is just telling us it sees? In a situation like Saline County, let's see how far away it is from the radar. So in that situation, we've got the radar there in Wichita, and you're looking at 80, 90 miles away from the radar to the feature. So at that distance, if it is radar indicated, you know, you're looking some 8,000, 10,000 feet up in the atmosphere, a lot of the storms. So that's the farther away from the radar, the less reliable the data is going to be. Up here, this stuff near Concordia is not considered to be severe yet. I fully expect to see this stuff starting to explode over the next few hours as the jet stream winds start to kick in from the southwest later on tonight. And again, right now it's not super wild, but as the night goes on, this is going to become more of a problem. All right, let's check out the watches again. Let's back up in the show here. And there you go. There's the watch that we have in place right now. Northeast Kansas and the severe storm watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. And this is for the possibility of winds up to 80 miles per hour. That's what they're mentioning in the watch here, 80 mile per hour winds. And also hail up to 2.5 inches diameter. All right, so here's the update from the Storm Prediction Center. They did update their outlook here for severe weather. What I see is it does not look like they changed their tornado risk map at all. So that's it. And now we have severe storm warning for Dickinson County. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning now for Dickinson County. This will start to we'll have nonstop warnings, I have no doubt, for the next several hours. But just so you know, the Storm Prediction Center just updated this their risk map here. They continued to have this 10% risk area for potentially a big tornado. All right, they say a tornado will be possible late tonight. An organized line of thunderstorms with severe wind gusts and isolated large hail is expected to develop across parts of central and eastern Kansas. Try to find the part here. Okay. Latest surface analysis, 986 millibar low in northwest Kansas. Cold front moving through west Kansas. Warm front through northeast Kansas. Dry line extends southward from the low. Isolated convective initiation. North to south axis. Cape. Mixed level Cape, 2,000 joules per kilogram Kelvin. And in addition, I'm just kind of reading through this, see what else they have. A tornado threat will also be possible, especially as the storms move eastward into a strengthening low-level jet later tonight. A strong tornado could occur. Severe storms will also be possible further north into parts of southeast Nebraska. Okay, so what they are telling me here is they are saying that yes, we have this jet stream that's coming in from the southwest. It's something like 100 to 130 knots, okay? They're also mentioning the low-level jet, which after the sun goes down, usually starts to intensify. So that's going to be coming in kind of from the south and southeast. And what was it, 70 knots, 60 to 70 knots. Okay, so when you got the low-level jet kind of, 3,000 feet up and the jet stream itself coming in from the southwest, you still got enough turning with height and the dry line featured there. So they have enough things going on that they're continuing with this significantly high chance for tornado, not just tornado, but a big one. So we're not ruling that out at this point, and the Weather Service is not backing off that at this point. So that's where that is. So let's check out the warning for Dickinson County now, and what this thing says. All right, so there it is. I'm going to stop the radar here at the latest frame. And we'll check out Dickinson County. Dickinson County is just kind of on the edge of this one. So they're mentioning ping pong ball size hail. And that storm is still radar indicated. All right, so let's check out the text from it. I'm going to see what it says specifically. So we've got the severe storm till 9 p.m., 7 miles north of Brookville, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. That'll get there. All right. So ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And locations include Culver, Niles, Minneapolis, Tescott, Talmadge, Solomon, Manchester, Wells, Bennington. Highway I-70 between mile marker 267, 270. And it says radar indicated. It does not mention anything about tornadoes or tornado possible. So I did not expect that, but it's just good to read through the text to make sure that you don't see that. All right, so that storm again, going to areas like Minneapolis, Tescott, and Bennington, with hail the size of ping pong balls as a possibility there. This thing that's near Beloit and getting near Concordia at this point doesn't look like it's particularly aggressive. This stuff that's a little farther to the south looks like it might be catching onto the jet stream winds, and is why it's becoming more organized and stronger. It seems like frame by frame. I've got to make sure I'm not just looking at a radar that's too far away there and see if it's actually filling in, or if it's, yeah, it is filling in. All right, so we go there from an hour ago, there was just a little bit of orange, and now you come forward now and there's a lot of orange. So this is definitely intensifying. So that is easy to project forward and say this is moving that storm's moving 65 miles per hour. So, you know, to say that Manhattan and Clay Center could be dealing with a severe storm in the next hour is a pretty good bet. Marysville, Seneca, that's going to continue moving northeast, and certainly could continue to spread an aerial coverage. I mean, again, looping that back, you can see as easily as I can that there's a lot more orange, and it looks like it's certainly filling in and moving into our area. Down to the south, this stuff's filling in a bit more as well. And this is something the computer models were showing too, was these storms moving in from the southeast. So we've got to watch this stuff. These storms would have potential to rotate. So areas like Burlington, Emporia, you have storms to your south in Greenwood County and down to the Wichita area that are beginning to intensify and climb northeastward. So certainly over the next hour, we're going to have warnings in a lot of places by 9:30. And at some point, we're going to have them issue a new watch that will fill in the gap between those two features as well. All right, so I've got Manhattan. I'm going to have Manhattan with a live camera here. So when the storms get there, I'll have it ready. I have a lot of live cameras, of course, and there's no secret. I'm always trying to get more of them, as many as I can possibly get. They help us to really see what's going on. And you can tell, I mean, if there's a tornado, obviously that helps. It's also helpful to tell people if there's not one. You know, if something's showing rotation but it's not dropping down, if I can show you that, then, you know, it can help people to you know, just to, you know, you don't want to scare people if there's no need to. So if the radar shows rotation, it's not getting down, then that's valuable information. All right. So again, these are filling in. Looks like the cold front has gotten through Hayes at this point. So you can see there near Hayes, the winds are coming from the northwest, and the dew point is in the low 40s. I'm not sure if that's the cold, yeah, the south wind still right there. There's still a south wind there near kind of Phillipsburg. So the cold front is not to Concordia yet, not even close to Concordia yet, but the dry line is still making its way eastward, and the jet stream energy is almost surely getting to southwest Kansas now. As you can see how quickly those storms are beginning to erupt. Now they're getting over here to the east into the higher moisture content. So there's the dew point map from the last 12 hours. As you can see, the storm's now moving into an area where the moisture content in the atmosphere is much more significant. Early this morning, it was in the 30s for dew points. Now we're at dew points in the upper 50s and low 60s. We have temperatures that are warmer than they've been at any point in the day. We're at 62 in Topeka, while Salina is 70. Hayes was close to 80 earlier, and Dodge City was also close to 80. So the temperatures out west are cooling down in areas that are behind the cold front. So the cold front itself, from what I see, looks like it's right about here, right about there. So west and north of that, the air is cooling down. The dew points are significantly lower. And then to the south, this is not the cold front near Dodge City at this point, but Garden City, that is the cold front. Right over here, you can see the air mass coming in from the northwest. Dodge, so you got the cold front there. That's actually what we got right there. That's it. You have the cold front here. That's the cold front. This is the dry line, where the dew points kind of to the east of that line are near 60. Dew points to the west of that line are in the 20s and 30s, and the cold front's diving in from the northwest. So you have both of those features that are meeting up kind of in central Kansas, and the low pressure area along with that all moving into northeast Kansas this evening and tonight. So the National Weather Service still has us in the significant tornado risk with the 10% yellow, and those numbers to the right there, 30, this 45, 60%, those are really rare. That something like 60, you would only see that on like a April 27th of 2011 kind of thing. That's just not something you see more than once 5 years or less. The 45% you might see every few years, 30 maybe once or twice a year, but this 10% something we might see here in northeast Kansas 5 times in a year. So this is not a super common thing, but it's also not unheard of. But when the National Weather Service mentions the possibility of large tornadoes, again, that's just not something they just kind of toss out like, yeah, large tornadoes are possible. They say that stuff for a reason, and many reasons. It's got to be many things that come together and give them that kind of suspicion. All right, I'm checking out the computer model again as the 0Z data is still kind of rolling in here for us. And there's just not much of a change here. It still shows the kind of the same thing, that this is going to be really an all-night thing. There's midnight. We've got, almost surely some wind-damaging storms moving through. There's 2 a.m. You've got a line of wind-damaging storms moving through. 3, 4 a.m. It's still waking up a lot of people. And we're going to stream much of the night tonight. The number of people that are on the stream right now wouldn't surprise me if it's not a huge number, because there's not widespread lightning and thunder, getting people's attention here in northeast Kansas right now. But at 2 a.m., suddenly we can watch our web traffic and those kind of numbers. It's not shocking to me to see that, you can see when people are waking up and tuning in online, once lightning or strong winds start to hit their house. So we'll be up letting people know what's up. You can check with us on late tonight. We will be here super late, and then Doug will be here in the morning for 13 News this morning, and I'll probably take a nap tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. until noon when things calm down. All right. Watching some images here coming in from a storm spotter. This is Doug. No, that's not Doug. That's Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey Winger is over in Chapman, or near Tescott right now. Storm chasing and watching that. So got to watch that storm over there. That's got, I don't want to overstate what it's got, but it's certainly has hail with it. We have a storm chaser very close to it that's watching it. Hail the size of ping pong balls is likely with this. And that one has the first rotation of the day that I've seen that would be a concern for us. You see the spin that's coming near Salina? It's up on the big screen. So you're it's not super close to the radar, but that's the first thing. That's the first time I've seen. I got a couple of frames there of rotation actually. Is it surface based? Don't know. There's actually 2 different spots of rotation in there. But that would be moving toward, Clay County. And we would have to be mindful of that. But you know, as I was mentioning earlier to folks here, some of these storms, the farther north these storms are, those possibilities are elevated. They're not really able to get down in contact with the surface and actually produce something like a tornado. Typically, these are produced just really big hail, but it's also right on the edge of where that tornado risk was. So that storm near Salina might be leaning forward toward trying to produce a tornado. That's a real possibility. It's two different spots there. I see some spin, one kind of near Bennington, and the other one kind of right in here. And we are roughly 70 miles from the radar there, I believe. Maybe that far actually. Let's see the distance here. Yeah, almost right at 70 miles away. Okay. So 70 miles away, you know, you're pretty high up in the atmosphere, but you know that you could still see rotation at that distance. It's just not as low. But that's something we're gonna have to watch really close to see if that thing starts to spin. All right, watch the Weather Service and see if they have anything to say about it. So you check the. I think that's the Wichita's coverage area for the Weather Service. Excuse me. All right, so if you're watching us and you are in the Clay Center area or up toward Randolph and Riley or near Wakefield, I am not trying to scare you too much here, but I would just say if you had a tornado warning issued 30 minutes from now, that would not totally surprise me. That thing is starting to spin in that area. The jet stream energy is really kind of catching up with the storms at this point, and that's a loose rotation, I would say there, right here. That's not an impressive rotation by any means, but you've got the winds are going in different directions there. It's just that's kind of how it starts sometimes. Farther to the south, this is even looser, but you're still seeing things going in different directions there. So either way, once you start to see spin like that, the confidence that it's a severe storm producing, you know, hail that's large enough to produce damage becomes significantly higher. Ah, boy. All right, then we have to watch the stuff down here. So if you are in Burlington, this stuff that's to your south has not been, it's not been approaching severe limits. The stuff that's heading toward Burlington, but just heads up that an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours from now, you're going to have storms getting into the Burlington area, maybe less, probably closer to an hour. And that stuff to your south doesn't look particularly dangerous from what I can see. And I'm still curious to see if the Weather Service goes with the Severe Storm Watch or Tornado Watch to fill in the gaps between the watches that currently exist. But yeah, this thing that's going up toward Clay Center and Concordia, let's see what the dew points are even like there. I think it's still close to 60. I think that it's farther west that it dropped off to the mid-40s. All right, what is this? No. All right, Salina's dew point at 57, Concordia 55. These are not ideal dew points at the surface for seeing tornadoes. It happens, but you know, if you were looking for something more ideal or optimal, you would expect to be a little higher. But still, there's definitely spin in that activity. Again, that does not mean tornado. It just means watch out, and it certainly means we'll be leaning forward on it a little more. All right, so I'm checking out other chats here from the Weather Service to see what they've got going on. Culver. And I'm checking out updates here from storm chasers that are out in the field as well. All right, let me see where Culver is here. Bear with me. All right, they're about to expand this watch, so I don't know which way they're going to go with it yet, but they're about to do that. So your phones are going to start screeching in a moment to let you know if you're in those areas that the watch is being expanded. Okay, Culver, Kansas. Not Culver's the restaurant, but Culver, Kansas, the town. All right. Okay, so this is stuff we're watching on Watching Spin. It's just near Bennington and kind of south near Culver, Minneapolis, and Concord. That's the area we've got the rotation on this. And what I can't figure out yet is that a surface-based storm or is it elevated? It makes all the difference in the world if it can produce a tornado. If it's elevated, if it's surface-based, then it's more of a problem. So this activity to the north here, the Weather Service just issued a significant weather advisory on this. And what that means is that they see it as a storm that is just a level below severe storm limits. So they'll be looking at something like 50-mile-per-hour winds, hail the size of nickels, those kind of things. That's when they would issue something like a significant weather advisory or a special weather statement for a storm like that. This thing is the one we're more concerned about, and it's starting to get more of a hook look to it. They're just north of Salina. So again, if you're in Clay County, if you're in Ottawa County, you should be thinking about things like, do you have your shoes on? You should start thinking about where you're going to go if this weather guy tells you to take shelter, all right? So if you're in Clay County or northern Dickinson County, just kind of lean forward for me here, okay? Now this may just continue to produce hail. It's a very interesting storm to see there on the radar. It's no doubt it's rotating. And it's been intensifying. So let's check out the hail size being estimated on this now. Excuse me. And I'll mention this probably frequently tonight. If you hear me being raspy or coughing or whatever, I am totally fine. I just had one of those kind of colds that continues to just kind of stick in your lungs for a few months. It's been about 2 weeks of this, so I'm not sick. It's just got this raspy stuff still sticking on in the upper part of my lungs. All right. So now we've got severe storm warnings for Jewell and Mitchell counties now. Now let's check out what's up with those. All right, Jewell and Mitchell counties have got severe storms. That storm that's near Culver and Elm Creek, showing hail about the size of ping pong balls. That's what's going on there. And there's the new severe storm watch. Is that what that is? Yeah, okay, so they've added the new counties now for the severe storm watch. Okay, let's go check out the stuff up north first. There's the new warning that was issued just a moment ago. And I mentioned they had the significant weather advisory or special weather statement, but now they've upgraded to a severe storm warning in Jewell and Mitchell County for hail the size of quarters. Radar indicated that's moving toward Jamestown and Norway. So really it's in Jewell and Mitchell County, but it's awfully close to Cloud County. So if the weather radios go off in Cloud County in the next few minutes, don't be surprised there to hear some screeching. This thing is concerning me more and more. Okay. Bridge, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
If I said we had to go on, you're ready, right?
Yep.
Okay. What was that? Severe Dickinson. You have NW's chat over there on yours? Read the last thing they said about. All right. Yeah, they're mentioning it. All right. So, but they're also. Let's see. How can I get this guy on? That's all right. So just again, kind of recap we're looking at right now. We're looking at a rotating storm that's near Bennington and is almost into the northwest part of Dickinson and southern Clay County. So if we get a tornado warning there, what we would do is we would start doing continuous coverage of that. So that's a real possibility here, is that we may have a tornado warning issue the next few minutes for certainly parts of Saline, Ottawa, Dickinson, Clay County. It could be part of or even all four of those counties. They wouldn't issue it for the entire county, but they would issue it for portions of those counties is what they would do. Oops. And the signs of, okay, so they're putting out severe storm warnings up north now for Cloud, Republic counties. And I'm telling you that rotation is more impressive now than it was a moment ago. So here is the warning up north. You have a severe storm warning now. As I mentioned, the stuff that's coming out of Jewel and Mitchell was just right on the county line with Republic and Cloud. And they are saying 70-mile-per-hour winds with this and hail the size of ping pong balls. That storm is very unlikely to have any sort of tornado threat. But if you are in Norway, Belleville, Scandia, Cuba, hail the size of ping pong balls and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour or 70 miles per hour are possible with that. This thing farthest to the south is the one where I'm worried about the tornado potential. And it is more impressive than it was a few moments ago. And really every scan that comes in, it looks like it's a little worse. I'm talking to a storm spotter there with this one. Oops. See what he's got to say actually here. Now the dinging is going to continue for the next 6 hours without stop, because there'll be warnings of some sort going on the whole time. All right, severe storm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, Dickinson County. What else is up with that one? Whoops. I'm not seeing Mito coming through that. That's not good. All right, so I'm kind of tornado warning coming for Ottawa. Okay. So Ottawa County is going to have a tornado warning here in just a moment. And Bridge, I'm not going to cut in for Ottawa County. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just be ready with me, because I may change that at any kind of moment, because if it gets bigger and starts moving toward another county, I'll go with it. Why am I not seeing this? All right, so they've done the tornado warning for Ottawa County now. I can't access Mito over here. Are you able to access? You're not, well, you can't access it over there. It doesn't let you do it from that computer, does it? Right?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Okay, Ottawa County. Okay, so we're going to let that one roll. And I'm not able to get that Mito up for some reason. No idea why. All right. So let's check out the radar here. Again, it's tornado warning for Ottawa County at this point. And let's see the text on this. Would you go tell Isaac that we are tracking a tornado warning in Ottawa County, which is just out of the DMA?
Yep.
So just tell him we're tracking a tornado warning in Ottawa County. Most likely that's a problem in our DMA in 15 minutes.
He's got it.
Okay. So let's check out the actual warning text on this and see what we've got. So there's the warning, the white polygon. Of course, I'm probably the only person in the United States using white polygons for tornado warnings. I do that because it stands out on the radar versus everything else. It's just that's a color that's not used, so it just stands out so well. It's why I use it. All right, it's radar indicated 2.5-inch diameter hail, tennis ball size. Bennington is area that's likely to be impacted by this. All right. So that's what we have, tornado warning there. So the next steps are going to be that that's not going to weaken, and it's then going to move into Clay County and Dickinson County. Those are going to be the next counties on this. I'm trying to restart a computer back here real fast. I'm going to try to restart Mito 2 and just see if it gives me a if it doesn't restart, I'm not going to be able to use some of these sources back here, so I'm going to try it before we wind up on TV straight for several hours, which is a real possibility here. All right, so you guys adjusted the shot here. All right, normal height, good. So if you're in Clay Center, this might stay to your south. Longford to Manchester, Wakefield, Riley, Randolph. You need to be ready to take shelter in these areas. This storm has been showing signs of rotation now. It's ramped up in the last half hour to the point now it has 2.5-inch diameter hail. I have a storm chaser that says I see a lowering on it. The Weather Service issued a tornado warning on it. this is not moving to an area where it would likely weaken. That's an area where it's likely going to continue to intensify. So please be ready if you're in those areas in southern Clay County and northern Dickinson County. You should be prepared for this thing to become a tornado warning shortly for you as well. The chance of that dissolving or weakening or stopping rotating before it gets into Clay and Dickinson is very low. It's very likely you'll have a tornado warning issued there shortly. So again, I'm just kind of getting this, trying to get a system to restart here for me before we wind up, like I said, in continuous coverage on TV for several hours in a row. I just had one system seem to stop functioning. And if I can get it back going, that would be swell, obviously. All right, so the northern storm up here. This storm has wind to 70 miles per hour, Jamestown, Norway, Belleville. Ping pong ball size hail. This storm, now we have another tornado warning to the southwest. That one is Ellsworth, Barton, Rice counties. So now we've got multiple tornado warnings in Kansas, and I really think this one's going to become a tornado warning in a few minutes here in Clay and Dickinson counties. All right. See if I can get this thing to run for me, please. Let's try it one more time. If it doesn't roll, I'm going to give up on it. And we'll holler at engineering tomorrow to see if they can help me. Okay, that's not going to fly. So that's where it's at. Okay, so what we've got now, again, is we have the tornado warning for Ottawa County. This is almost sure to get extended over into Clay and Dickinson County in the next few minutes here. I am watching every word the Weather Service says on this, of course. And we have two different tornado warnings in Kansas now. The one is right there in Ottawa County. The other one a little far to the southwest in parts of Ellsworth and Barton County and Rice County. They have put the severe storm warning, it looks like, into Dickinson, unless that's an extension of what was there before. Did we already have that, or is that new?
I think that's new. They just put it
Okay.
to further parts of Clay.
Okay. So they've issued a severe storm warning for Clay and Dickinson. And they've also mentioned 2.5 inch diameter hail and 70 mile per hour winds. Okay. That's where that one's at. Gotcha. And let's see. Bring this one up so I can see. Hey, Bridge, is there a spot where we can break into TV for a moment?
We just started a new show.
Okay. So is this a good time or a terrible time?
We can go if necessary.
Not yet. Yes. Yes, that would be great. All right, we'll do a cut in on TV here in about 1 or 2 minutes. Whenever you guys tell me, I don't have a tornado warning on at the moment. Okay. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. All right, we're tracking a potential tornado right now that's in Ottawa County at this point. This is Doppler radar indicated, the potential tornado near Bennington at this point, making its way into parts of Clay and Dickinson County. As of right now, the potential tornado is still in Ottawa County, so it's moving to Clay and Dickinson. Once we get a tornado warning issue for Clay and Dickinson, which we probably will in the next few minutes, we'll go continuous coverage on WIBW TV with this. The rotation right there just southeast of Bennington, Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Again, it's moving toward areas like Longford, Manchester. The Weather Service has already issued a severe storm warning for these areas in Clay and Dickinson for hail the size of a tennis ball and winds to 70 miles per hour that's moving into those areas. So again, we're tracking that storm in Ottawa County. I fully expect to see a tornado warning getting into Clay and Dickinson County in the next few minutes. Once it happens, we'll go wall to wall on TV. We are going continuous on WIBW.com and in social media with a live feed right now. We'll continue to do that much of the night. Stay with us right here on the WIBW channels. We'll keep you safe and informed. There we go. Okay. I'm going to do something super risky right now. I want you to switch over to Max 2, please. You guys hear me? Okay. No, I just want Max 2 up for a minute so I can restart Max 1. Okay. Okay. So let's just take a moment to try to restart this thing. The storm is not rotating as tightly as it was a few minutes ago. So the Weather Service went and put out these severe storm warnings out ahead of it for Clay and Dickinson. But it's in an environment where it's likely going to continue to cycle. So it may have weakened for a moment, but that rotation is very likely to intensify again. So Dickinson County, Clay County, you have tennis ball size hail moving your direction, 70 mile per hour winds moving your direction, and a storm that's likely, very likely, to begin rotating again more intensely. Okay. And they're going to do it. Okay, so let's leave Daniels up. Now when we come back on TV, you guys hear me in the bridge?
Yes.
We're going to have to start this. We're going to have to start this with Daniel's computer with Max 2. I'll walk on. Start with his, but then after a minute or so here, I'm going to get the other one up and going. But they're going to warn tornado warning for Clay and Dickinson. Don't go just yet. Yes. If I get stuck on Max 2, does that have a hit windshield on it? It does, right? Okay. Dickinson, Ottawa. Did they go Clay or not? Let me grab that for a moment, Daniel.
What's that?
I'm going to grab your control for a moment there.
Sure.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
I was just trying to follow the velocity.
Understood.
Nope. Okay, yeah.
I think they kept it in northern Dickinson. They did not take this tornado warning over to Clay. Okay. All right, stand by. Don't go this wall-to-wall thing yet, guys, because it's Doppler radar indicated. It's still one county out of the DMA. And if for folks watching that that's going to be the K-Witch DMA. So Ross Jansen, the folks from K-Witch should be covering this thing on television there. So we've got it online. We've got it on social media. We've got the live feed of this. For the TV coverage part, folks that are in northern Dickinson County should be watching K-Witch out of Wichita. So it's kind of a delicate dance of do you cut in for these counties that are out of the technical viewing area when that rotation is still not quite even into Dickinson County and it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado. If it goes to spotter confirmed tornado, then I can lean forward more on it. But if they went Clay, there'd be no gray area. If they did touch Clay, which looked like it was probably going to happen, then we'd go on. But because it stayed south closer to I-70 there, we're going to stay with the live stream and not TV just yet. Show the velocity on that thing for me. This Max 1's already almost rebooted here. That's more impressive than it was. Okay. No idea why this Mito is not sending video over there. Oh well, okay. We'll do without it. All right, so we have several severe storm warnings in place right now. The tornado warning that's in Dickinson County for a Doppler radar indicated tornado at this point. Around Concordia, you have a severe storm warning just to your north for the northern part of Cloud County and over into Republic County. So that's the frame we need to take out there. Manhattan within the next hour, so you're probably going to have severe storms moving in. And I'm going to go ahead and click through here. All right, bring up Max 1 again, guys, please. There you go. All right, thank you. Okay, so here's what we've got. We've got a tornado warning that's in Dickinson County at this point. And once that thing clips any part of Clay County or goes confirmed tornado, then we'll go live wall-to-wall on TV with it. You know, it's kind of a delicate dance of do you cut in for, which ones do you cut in for? And the rule has been that if it's in the WIBW Nielsen DMA area, unless we identify it or not, but if it's in one of those specific counties, then we just kind of, decision made, you go with it. If it's one county out, I got to have something really make me, kind of push it over the edge there. But in this case, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning that is just one county out, and it's not just about to move across into one of our counties. It's not particularly close to Clay County at this point. The big hail's right there in the northwest part of Dickinson County. The potential tornado is going to be right about there, coming just north of I-70 into the western part of Dickinson County, north of Solomon. and moving eastward. So it's not on the doorstep of Gary County, and it's not on the doorstep of Clay County, those are my counties. Those are our coverage area. We do those for sure. But in this case, it's right there on the fence. And if I eat up a bunch of somebody's show, when it's K-Witch is covering it, then that's a hard thing to do. So in this case, we've got it on live stream, we've got it on social media. You know where it's at, and there are more severe storm warning updates coming in there. So let's check out the velocity on this again, and the rotation on that is right about there, maybe 5 miles north of Solomon, and it's kind of moving east-northeast. So areas like Clay Center, you're not in the path of the rotation as I see it, but folks that are around Randolph and Riley would be. Probably stays north of Manhattan, but certainly pay close attention, because these things don't always stay on a true heading. They certainly can change direction, and at times they certainly will. So there is where you'll see it now. It's kind of the northwest part of Dickinson County there, moving toward Fort Riley, Ogden. Yeah, it's got more of an east movement than it does a northeast movement. So Manhattan would be in play for this. Okay, you're going to have to watch closer there in Manhattan too. All right, funnel cloud near Niles, reported by Emergency Management. So around the town of Niles, and I don't know exactly where that is over there. I've got a pretty good idea just based on what I'm seeing there on the radar, but they've got a report of a funnel cloud there. And at night, it's harder to spot a funnel cloud or harder to spot a tornado either. So when you have these things at night, they are more difficult to get an accurate report on sometimes. And we're pretty far out from the radar still. All right, let's check out the other storms that are in progress now. That's the big one to worry about, potential tornado in northwest part of Dickinson County. Up here, these storms that are in Cloud and Republic counties, this is hail up the size of a $50 and winds up to 70 miles per hour. So that storm observed to have those kind of conditions, and they are updating the tornado warning here, it looks like. So let's see what you've got going on here. All right, so tornado warning until 9:30. Did they add more counties to that? Nope, they still have it in the northwest part of Dickinson County. So we have a tornado warning there in Dickinson County. What's the latest on this thing? 9:15 update from the Weather Service. Let's read it. They say it is located 4 miles southwest of Manchester, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, tennis ball size hail, and a potential tornado in that. Looking up north now, that thing north of Concordia actually has a little spin to it. I think it's far enough north that it's unlikely to produce a tornado that far north, but now that we've got an environment that's producing at least funnel clouds, we can't trust any of them. So there you go, just south of Manchester, that's what the Weather Service says, potential for a tornado, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So from that rotation, if we take this out in time, we'll go at 40 miles per hour. That's going to put it in Manchester in a few minutes. The Zion Church at 9:27 is a location there as well. And again, they've got it moving at 40 miles per hour. Earlier storms were moving as fast as, earlier they were moving as fast as 65 miles per hour. So if you're in Fort Riley and Junction City, you need to be ready for this. It is moving in your direction. All right, hey Bridge. Whenever there's a good time to go on, let's go on when there's a good time to go on in the show. Okay? I'd prefer that. A national commercial. Okay, I'm ready when you tell me to go. All right, so they're continuing the warning for Dickinson County with with a hail to 2 inches diameter for Clay and Dickinson, 2-inch diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The part of this that's spinning is right there just south of Manchester, moving toward Fort Riley and Manhattan. So this is going to be a while before it gets to areas like Fort Riley. It is 20 miles, approximately 20 miles from Fort Riley, and 25, and it's about 40 miles from Manhattan. So we're moving 40 miles per hour. That means Manhattan's got about an hour. Thank you, Alan Stahl. I appreciate it. So we've got Fort Riley, 25 miles away. That's going to be roughly a half hour to get there. Manhattan, you're 40 miles away, so it's about an hour. Excuse me. And I've got this cough that I brought back from Florida. I don't know what it is. I am not sick. It's just kind of one of those things that lingers in your lungs forever. So, all right, so Manhattan, heads up. This storm that's in the northwest part of Dickinson County just had a report of a funnel cloud with it from emergency management. Fort Riley, you're in the path of this thing too. This is the spin right there just south of the town of Manchester. It's moving to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. And it's not moving northeast. It's not moving straight east. It's kind of east-northeast. So that would take it very close to Fort Riley and very close to folks in Manhattan. So if you're at Fort Riley or have family at Fort Riley, folks there could be from anywhere in the world and certainly anywhere in the United States. And so, you know, not everybody that's at Fort Riley has dealt with something like this before. So if you're at Fort Riley, you're going to make sure you're ready for this. If you get a tornado warning for the Fort Riley area, you need to put as many walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement, go in the basement. Cover your head. Get away from windows. All those things. I'd put on your shoes now. If you're in Fort Riley, Manhattan, Junction City 2, go ahead and just be thinking ahead to, you know, if this guy tells me tornado warning for me, you'd want to have your shoes ready. You know, if you're in a situation where your home is hit by a tornado, crawling out of that in your socks or bare feet is, you know, it's going to make a situation even worse. I mean, it's bad enough, obviously. I've never been in that situation, but you know, for folks that we've talked to and we've heard about dealing with it, you know, having your shoes on before that thing hits is going to make a difference. You know. So just keep that in mind, that if you're in the path of one of these, then just be ready. Okay, so we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in there up north that's updated. And we could have a severe storm in Lyon County shortly as well. Okay. Okay, so you guys are going to let me know when we're ready to go on TV, right? Okay. I'm not saying hurry up. I'm just making sure that we're still leaning for that. Okay, so Fort Riley, Manhattan. What I'm looking at is a Doppler radar indicated tornado so far. It says radar indicated 70-mile-per-hour winds, 2-inch diameter hail. The potential tornado is right there, just southeast of Manchester, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. The tornado warning goes until 9:45. It looks to me like the tornado may outrun the warning box before that. But Fort Riley, about a half hour from now, that rotation could be in Fort Riley, or at least very close to you. About 50 minutes to an hour from now, could be in Manhattan. So Bridge, just also be thinking here that we may have tornado warnings during the 10 o'clock show. So, I mean, not that that's, you know, just kind of, I'm kind of also thinking out loud here as well. But right now, the reason we're not covering up wall-to-wall TV here is because it's still in Dickinson County, one county out of our coverage area, and not considered to be a confirmed tornado.
Emergency management is seeing a funnel cloud on K18 north of Solomon Road, but someone is reporting that emergency management right there within the warning area.
Okay, thank you. So to the south, we are watching a storm also for folks in Lyon County that's kind of sneaking up on you. If you're in Emporia, your weather radio is probably going to start screeching in a couple of minutes here. Coffee County around Burlington, over to Lebo, Leroy, you guys, Oquito, not Oquito. Okay, I'm ready for that. But these areas down here in southern parts of Lyon County and southern Dickinson County, you have a storm coming your way they're probably going to have a severe storm warning for you in just the next couple of minutes. All right, I'm ready when you guys are, Bridge. I'll stand by. Okay. All right, so what we have is a tornado warning for Dickinson County, and this is moving to the east, northeast. Not straight east, and not really northeast. I'm ready. Still tracking a Doppler radar indicated tornado. There's still one county out of the WIBW viewing area. If this thing goes confirmed on the ground or goes into Clay, Gary, Riley County, one of these, we'll go continuous with it. I want to give you a heads up though. If you're in Fort Riley, this potential tornado, a couple miles southeast of Manchester, is about 30 minutes away from Fort Riley. So if you're in Fort Riley, go ahead and get your shoes on now, prepare just in case we come back on and say tornado warning. You want to go to the lowest level of your house if this happens, put as many walls as possible between you and the house, between you and the storm. Manhattan, about 50 minutes, maybe an hour from now, it could arrive there for you. So there's an update on the tornado warning. They've actually cropped it back a little bit now, but right there in the northwest part of Dickinson County. So here shortly, we may be dealing with a warning in Gary, Dickinson, Gary, Riley, or the southeast part of Clay County. So just lean forward and be ready. We're live streaming continuous on this. We'll break into TV shortly once this either goes confirmed or gets into or warns for one of these neighboring counties. We also have a severe storm warning near Republic County for winds to 70 miles per hour. We'll have more on this coming up in a few minutes. Stay with us. Okay, thank you. All right, so again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. And let's check out the latest text on this thing. Okay, they canceled for Ottawa. They continue for Dickinson. That's what I was looking at. Okay. Okay, there we go. Funnel cloud 920 for emergency management, 6 miles west of Talmadge. Flying debris, yada yada. Manchester impacted. Take cover now. Okay. All right. So that's what we were saying. So just I like to look at it and make sure that what I'm saying lines up to what they're saying as well, obviously. But that's the area of potential tornado. So they just in their update they were taking Ottawa County out of it and cropping it off, so it just includes a small area of north central and northwest Dickinson County. So it is not, it's just not knocking on Clay County just yet, or Gary or Riley. It will get there because we're live streaming with it. We have the crawl running. You know, it's again, it's the K-Witch viewing area. And I know the folks there in Dickinson County certainly can watch both of us in many cases. All right. Okay, so we're going to have a new tornado warning coming out in a moment here. All right, Bridge, you guys going to be ready? I think we're about to go again here. So I'll say go and we go. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's coming. Hang on. Stay with me.
Severe warning.
What's that?
Severe warning is what it was, not tornado. I've got it on very good authority. This is about to come down, but if they withdraw it, then I will look very silly if I jump on and. So I'm waiting for them to confirm it. No, go ahead and leave the mic up, and I'll just tell people. People, if you're watching this here, just stand by. We're about to have a tornado warning issued downstream, but I don't want to jump in front of TV and not have that right. If it gets retracted at the last minute, then we look real silly. So very likely here we'll have one for parts. I'm going to say it's going to be Clay, Gary, and a part of Riley. If I was going to draw it out myself, I'd say they'll probably put a
tornado warning right about like that. You know, so that's what's about to hit your phones. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, here we go. Go ahead. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. All right, we have a tornado warning now, and this is, I think I just drew that on the live stream actually for where it would be. It includes, actually I thought Riley County might have some of this, but Gary County and Clay County, we have a tornado warning that's now been issued, and this is the same storm we were talking about the last couple of times we broke in here on TV, and of course we've been live streaming with this as well. So here is the latest tornado warning is this, that includes a big chunk of Gary County. It also includes the southeast part of Clay County. So Wakefield is in this, and Manchester looks like you're now going to be out of this. So this has had reports of funnel clouds several times. We have not had a confirmed tornado touchdown at this point. So far it's been funnel clouds, but this has been rotating very strongly over the last hour or so, and still showing signs it could produce a tornado any time, and it could even be doing it right now. It's going to go very close to Milford Lake in the next few minutes here. Wakefield, you should be taking shelter from this for sure. If you are in Fort Riley, I was mentioning you the last time we came on TV here, and mentioning you because, you know, I care about all our towns obviously, but Fort Riley, for folks that are in Fort Riley, you might be from some other part of the nation where you've never dealt with tornado warnings before. So you are not in the tornado warning yet, I believe there in Fort Riley itself, but in the next few half hour or so, you certainly could be. So if you're in Fort Riley, this is the time you put your shoes on. If you're just kind of out ahead of this, put your shoes on and be ready to take shelter in case we call out your town. But if you are in one of these communities that's in the tornado warning, you need to take shelter right now. So that means lowest level of your home, put as many walls as possible between you and the potential tornado. Get down, cover your head, all those things. And if you have things like a helmet, bicycle helmet, batting helmet, whatever it might be, those things that you can cover your head are recommended to wear to protect yourself. So if you take some damage to an arm or a leg or whatever, those things are problematic to heal. But if you get an impact to your head, that's a different game. So take it serious. If you have batting helmet or whatever it might be, you can have fun with the kids and say, let's put on helmets, or bike helmets, whatever it might be. Make it a little less scary, but take it serious. Lowest level of the house or structure. You need to get out of mobile homes, of course, and make sure you're taking shelter from this as best you can. So Lake Milford, if you have any friends or family that are over there camping out there, let them know this is coming their way. Hopefully they've got the WIBW weather app or some other way to get these warnings. But we have the new tornado warning there that does include a big part of Dickinson, Clay, and Gary County for this. Your rotation right about here now, and it's not an easy one to see there on the radar, but it's just about to go across Highway 15. We've had reports from storm spotters and emergency management there that they've seen funnel clouds with this. I have not seen any reports of it touching down yet, but it certainly could at any time. So let's check out the reports here and see where the funnel cloud report was. The Weather Service mentioning that a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if it's going to ingest in the system or not. I don't see it there. But again, we had reports of funnel clouds from emergency management with that a little while ago there near Manchester earlier. So the tornado warning going until 10 p.m. Also hail up to 2 inches in diameter is possible with this. So the hail aspect on this, let's go ahead and bring that up. And it's going to be north of where the tornado center circulation is located. Let's bring up the hail zone product here to estimate how big the hail might be. So it's showing it, maybe 2 inches diameter, probably just going going across Highway 15 in the next few moments here. So that's where the hail is going to be, and the tornado rotation usually is just kind of to the south of that. So we had an update coming in there. I can hear the computers screeching at me back there. There's some sort of update on this tornado warning, unless it's a different one downstream that's coming in with an update there. So let's see what's up with this. Okay, that's McPherson County with the tornado warning now. So that's activity that's coming from the southwest. So we have multiple tornadoes we're dealing with in Kansas now, at least multiple tornado warnings. So this is Saline and McPherson County now in a tornado warning. Looks like Ellsworth is included in that as well, and Rice. So that one's going to be moving to the northeast. So Abilene, you could be dealing with this next potential tornado about an hour from now, as it is also moving to the northeast. Folks upstream from this first one, I was mentioning Fort Riley, but I also want to mention folks in Manhattan. If you are in Manhattan, we have our eye on you as well. The distance from the rotation to Manhattan is just about 30 miles. The storm is moving 40 miles per hour, so you have less than an hour before that rotation would arrive in Keats and Manhattan. Wamego, you'd have to watch out for this as well. Now, we mentioned this earlier in the evening and today and yesterday as well. The potential is there for late night tornadoes. And the reason that is the jet stream energy is still really coming into western Kansas and just kind of starting to agitate this stuff now. So if it was this time of the evening, if we were dealing with storms in May and we hit 90 degrees and we had storms that were popping and now the sun's gone down, it looks like it's kind of slowing down. I could say, Holton, Hiawatha, enjoy your sleep. This is a problem tonight. If you are way downstream, at Topeka, Holton, it could get that far north. But certainly anybody that's along and south of I-70, the risk of seeing rotating storms is going to last late tonight. I mean, very late. This stuff now that's developing and moving to McPherson and Saline counties, this is probably going to go on for several hours. So like this thing that's rotating here, coming across the northern part of Dickinson County, that's not one that's going to spin for a few minutes and then go away. It's moving to an area that's more favorable for rotation. So this is going to go on for quite a while, and I would expect it to almost surely be going into our 10 o'clock news program. So, but most importantly here, from what I'm trying to tell you here is, if you're in Manhattan, you've got about 45 minutes before you could see a tornado or potential tornado get awfully close to Little Apple. That's a real possibility. If you're in Abilene, you've got this next rotation that's moving into Saline County. That rotation is heading toward Abilene and Chapman, and is probably going to be an issue for you about an hour from now. So those two storms, those could be severe storm warning. Those could be tornado warnings on and off for the next couple of hours, just those two cells. And there's more stuff that's forming upstream from this as well. Check out the watches and see what we have. I know we had several areas that were in different watches earlier, and the National Weather Service was going to fill in. I want to see if they filled in the middle part, and they did. We have a severe storm watch for really all of northeast Kansas, and the watches do mention the potential for tornadoes. So just because it's a severe storm watch doesn't mean don't expect the risk of tornadoes, and clearly in this case tonight, tornadoes are a real possibility here. So again, let's check out the rotation on this. That's it, getting into the northeast part of Dickinson County there and almost into Clay County. Right there, that's the rotation on this, heading toward Milford Lake. I'm going to check out the debris mode and see if I see anything flying. At that distance from the radar, I probably won't. I don't see anything on there just yet. But Wakefield, Milford, you should be taking shelter right now. If you're in Fort Riley, Ogden, you should be getting your shoes on and be ready just in case we see this thing extended over to you. It certainly could be. What we can see with these is sometimes we will have these lose their rotation a little bit and then begin to spin again, and that's what I suspect will probably happen with this. It'll kind of stretch out and then and wrap up again. But Keats and Manhattan, you guys in those areas, I strongly encourage you to be ready just in case this gets over there, because there's a high chance that you could be dealing with a storm with a tornado, or at least potential tornado moving in very shortly there for you guys. All right, I'm going to load another graphic here. Okay, look at Manhattan. I want to make sure we got that camera up and ready for when this gets a little farther here. But again, for right now, we have Clay, Dickinson, Gary all in a tornado warning going until 10 o'clock, and that will likely, almost sure to see that extended over into to Riley County soon. There's a live look from the Capitol Federal Skycam from the Stormont Vale Manhattan campus, and that's how it looks off to the west right now. I'm keeping a close eye on Emporia as well. You have a storm just to the south of Lyon County now. You're seeing lightning there on the horizon, but you could have a warning issue in the next few minutes for a severe storm that's moving into the southern part of Lyon County. That one's not a tornado threat at this point, but certainly, your weather radios could start screeching in a few minutes because of that storm that's moving to the southern part of Lyon County. Also up to Coffee County, you could have a severe storm warning issued here at any point. Okay, so back into the tornado warning we have here. We have the tornado warning that includes Gary, the southeast part of Clay County, and also the northeast part of Dickinson County, so right there. And the National Weather Service has said that they have spotter reports of funnel clouds with this, and again, it could touch down any time. I don't have confirmation that it's touched down yet, but again, it certainly could at any point. The rotation I see on there right now is right there, getting kind of into the southeast part of Clay County is what I see to be the most significant part of the rotation of this. And this is about an hour of radar, actually 1 hour of radar. The spin for this was initially showed up just south of Bennington, and you can see it as it kind of rolls right up there and now is moving to the southeast part of Clay County. So this has had rotation with it for at least an hour, and I fully expect this continues spinning as it makes its way over into parts of Riley County, probably into Pottawatomie County as well. So for folks that are up at Westmoreland, you may hear your weather radios going off in a couple of minutes as well. So again, right here, the southeast part of Clay County is where I see the rotation at this point. It's going to go awfully close to the town of Milford. It's going to go right over Milford Lake. So if you're in those areas, you need to be taking shelter right now. And see, there's updates on this coming in officially, and not yet. Okay, so there we go. This is just about to go over Milford Lake and go very close to the town of Milford the next few minutes here. Let me give you some time of arrivals on this from where I saw the rotation. Again, the velocity mode on that, so let's just stop it right there. And I see your spin right about there. So if it's in that spot, moving to the east-northeast, you're going to have it in Milford and going across Lake Milford just in the next few minutes here. So let's do the cone track from this thing and take it to the east, 40 miles per hour or so. So we're going to have this at Milford Elementary School is the location that's showing up there. That's at 951. 951 in town. You've got a place called Wakefield High School is there, 946. And Hillside Church at 953 is a town that would be in the path of this as well if it continues doing what it's doing. So again, there's how it looks across the state. We have the other tornado warning there that's been issued that includes folks that are around McPherson, Saline, and Rice and Ellsworth counties. Those are all in a tornado warning as well. And that is also moving to the east-northeast. So areas around Abilene, this first storm is not going to stabilize the atmosphere like a lot of times it does. Sometimes it rains or something comes by close and you're kind of done with it. So there's an update coming in there. It says tornado warning Gary and Clay. Are they dropping that thing? What is that? Continuing, okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay, it was canceled for Dickinson. I gotcha. Okay. Kind of lost my breath there for a moment on that one. What are they doing? All right, so they are continuing the tornado warning for Gary and Clay counties. They cropped it out of Dickinson County. I was showing you a moment ago where that rotation was located. It was just out of Dickinson County, so that's the same thing they're seeing. So they see the rotation is just kind of south of Wakefield there. This is it right here. If you're in Wakefield, you need to take shelter right now. If you're in Milford, take shelter right now. This is moving very close to Milford and should be there just the next few minutes. 9:51 was the time of arrival we had just a moment ago. So that rotation is right about here, just southwest of Wakefield, just a couple of miles, and it's been moving kind of the east-northeast. So Milford, take shelter now around the town of Milford. If you're in Keats and Riley, this is your heads up. I would say even in Manhattan, heads up. This is not that far downstream or upstream from Keats and Riley and Manhattan as well right now. So this tornado warning right now goes till 10 o'clock, and the storm is only a couple of miles away from outrunning its tornado warning box here. So very likely in the next few minutes we would see that extended over into Riley County. So if they believe this is still potentially a tornado, then they were probably going to extend it. If they didn't think that right now, they'd drop it now. But most likely, if they're still sold that this has enough rotation that it could be a tornado, they're almost sure to take this over to Riley County in the next few minutes here. So Keats, Riley, Manhattan, I'd say Fort Riley, you're looking better than you were a few minutes ago. Looks like it's a little north of most of the houses at Fort Riley. So the chances of this storm going north of the folks that live there is looking better for you. I wouldn't let your guard down at this point, but just heads up Fort Riley. But Keats, the town of Riley itself, Manhattan, you should be ready, have your shoes on, because in a couple minutes here, you're probably going to have a tornado warning issued for folks that are in those towns. All right, we're going to pan. They're issuing a severe storm warning downstream for this now. Excuse me. So they're issuing a severe storm warning downstream for this, for the bigger area, but they will probably still issue a tornado warning in that. So we just had a severe storm warning issued for some areas there that are around this, but we're probably going to have a tornado warning issued within the bigger severe storm warning box. Down here to the south, we got to keep an eye on this dude too. This is coming into Saline County and moving through parts of Ellsworth and just the corner of McPherson County in this. That tornado warning is moving to the northeast. That could be in Abilene in less than an hour. So that's another one that's not going the exact same path as the first one. It's actually just a little farther to the south, just a little bit. But that's one we're going to have to deal with as well, very likely. Down to the south, the storm that moved in the southern part of Lyon County did not have a severe storm warning with it yet. We'll see if it gets to that point. So far, it has not. But this is going to be most likely a long night. The jet stream energy is really just starting to get into this. So the likelihood of this all wrapping up soon is not good. So again, we just had the severe storm warning issued a few moments ago that goes over into a big part of Riley County, a big part of Clay County, and the northern part of Gary County. The tornado warning itself is almost to Milford at this time. It's just south of Wakefield. But Milford, you should take shelter right now if you are in Milford or close to Milford, or right there, anywhere near Milford, you should be taking shelter right now. That's what potential tornado would be right now. So that's where we're seeing the rotation on this, kind of going across the north part of Milford Lake. And so that's where the spin is showing up on this right now. So that's where it's the most dangerous. Back over to the warning part of it, and the area having the white polygon here is kind of hidden by the county border there, county line. But this is the tornado warning that includes just the northern part of Gary County and the southeast part of Clay. Junction City, you are not in the tornado warning. It's just right there, just south of Wakefield, and that's got kind of that donut look to it. So let's see if that's anything. Hopefully it's not a big deal, and where it is. So Wakefield, you should be taking shelter right now, please. In Wakefield, if you are in Wakefield, take shelter now. If you're in Milford, take shelter right now. This is awfully close to both of your communities. That feature I saw there in Wakefield is not quite in the same spot. I see the rotation, but if you're in Wakefield, just please take shelter immediately if you're not already. Milford, same thing. You've got just a few moments before this would be in the town of Milford. It's awfully close to you. I'm checking out the debris mode here to see if I see anything flying. I don't see anything conclusive in there. There are things in there that I could say are suspicious, but in real time here, I can't tell if there's something in there that's actually showing up as debris. Not that I can see on that, but I don't like that signature just south of Wakefield. I don't like that at all right there. That could be the tornado. It could be where it's cycling and about to produce another one. You got Milford right over here, and you're awfully close to that same area of rotation. So this is a dangerous part of this storm. And the distance on that, let's see how far away that kind of donut feature would be, about 4 miles from Milford, and just almost right on top of folks there in Wakefield. All right, so what do we got here? Okay, so we're seeing promising signs for this storm that maybe this rotation is going to start to weaken. Hopefully that's the case. There's still plenty of spin in the atmosphere for this, and I would just encourage you, if you are in Manhattan, if you're in that area, just make sure that you are ready to take shelter just in case this gets a new warning issued for it. Riley and Keats, you guys should be ready to take shelter as well, just in case they decide to issue a tornado warning downstream for this. That's a real possibility that they could issue a new tornado warning with this any moment. So please be aware of that. I'm going to check out the cameras again. We've got the lightning that's just south of Emporia, and that storm has not produced a severe storm warning for Lyon County just yet. That's the view you have there in Emporia at this point. You're seeing a storm just across the northern part of Greenwood County that's producing some lightning there in Emporia. 66 degrees, dew points have been climbing. I'm going to jump up to the radar here. It's kind of resetting a feature here on my computer so I can show you this other camera as well. So again, we have the tornado warnings that are in place in parts of Gary County and Clay County. We have to watch this thing back here that's moving into McPherson and Saline County, because it is definitely in an area where it has a higher rotation out ahead of it that's available. The axis of most rotation looks like it's kind of across Dickinson County at this time, is how it's actually looking. So it's possible you could see that tornado warning that's currently there in McPherson County and Saline County. That could become a new tornado warning for Dickinson County that ultimately moves kind of this very close to the same path this latest one was moving. So there's the live look from the Capitol Federal Sky Cam from Manhattan looking to the west. And it's still a bit far out there certainly to see any potential tornado if it's there. We have the severe storm watch going until the middle of the night. Down to the south, the tornado watch along the Oklahoma state line. And right now, the active tornado warnings, there's two of them. One in the WIBW viewing area is this one that includes the Wakefield area over to Milford, and that goes until 10 p.m. And if you are near Milford, you should be taking shelter right now. Wakefield, it looks like the rotation is just past you. But if you are in Wakefield, I wouldn't stop taking shelter just yet. But you're getting closer to being out of the tornado warning there. Even so, you'd still be in the severe storm warning. So the rotation with that's getting awfully close to the town of Milford at this point. Certainly coming out of Clay County and moving into Gary County from what I can see there. And then we'll have to, after this one, we will then have to focus farther downstream or upstream, I guess, to this activity that is starting to come towards Smolin and Salina, and that is another Doppler radar indicated tornado warning that's going to kind of continue making its way to the northeast, and that one would start moving toward areas like Abilene and possibly Junction City. Junction City wasn't in this latest tornado warning. It just went just barely to the north. The rotation did, so you did not wind up in the tornado warning there. So we do have a severe storm warning up here as well that includes Gary, Clay, Pottawatomie, Riley. That's for hail the size of golf balls. And for winds to 70 miles per hour is a possibility. The northern storm that was in Republic County has now moved across the state line into Nebraska. But the two big bad storms we're dealing with are the one that is producing the tornado warning there around Wakefield and near Milford. We had reports of funnel clouds with this storm as it was coming out of Dickinson County. We don't have any confirmation that this has touched down. And then the next thing we have to watch for is the one that's coming into Saline County at this point. So just FYI, guys, if they don't continue this tornado warning into Riley in a few minutes, we would start the 10 o'clock news. You hear me, Denny? Just FYI, if they don't extend this thing into Riley, we would start the 10 o'clock news in a couple minutes. That's a possibility. I'd say it's 50-50 right now. But, again, just kind of 50-50 on this. So the next thing that would happen is this one coming into Saline County. That's going to be a severe storm, possibly rotating storm, possibly a tornado risk coming into Dickinson County within the next 30 minutes or so. So that's going to be the next one, and then it could be a problem for Clay County, could be a problem for Junction City, Fort Riley, up to Manhattan. So I know I just talked about this kind of the same communities. This one's just really just a couple of miles south of the same track. So that screeching sound you hear is an update on a tornado warning of some sort. It might be cancellation. I'm not sure what that was. So it looks like they were dropping a county from this. Is that what that was? Yeah. All right, so they dropped a county from it. They dropped. Now what do we have going on? Okay, they're going to drop Gary and Clay. Okay, they're going to drop those. They're saying the rotation there is not as significant as it was. So Bridge and everybody at home, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start our 10 o'clock news on time here, and if we have another tornado warning issued, we'll go back on with this. But for right now, the National Weather Service says they're going to let this tornado warning go. Southeast Clay, northern Gary, you are no longer in the tornado warning. We still have a tornado warning in the southwest part of Saline County that's moving kind of the same direction, and we'll continue to keep an eye on that. So we're going to start the 10 o'clock news here in about 8 minutes, unless they rewarn for this. And we could see it start to spin again in Riley County. So just heads up, those are things that might happen here. We might have a tornado warning reissued in Riley County. That could happen. The stuff in Saline County is still rotating, coming toward Dickinson County. We'll have to deal with that one in a few minutes as well. And other than that, possibly hail the size of golf balls is getting close to the town of Riley at this time and Randolph. So in those places, stay inside while the storm passes by. We have the severe storm watch going until the middle of the night. And again, for folks on the bridge, go ahead and put us back on CBS TV for the next few minutes, and we'll be back here with 13 News at 10 in just a few minutes with a longer update. Stay with us. Covering that, obviously, we have severe storm warnings lined up through parts of Potawatomi, Riley, Nemaha, up into Marshall County. Also a severe storm warning making its way up I-35 toward the town of Ottawa. So by far, the most dangerous thing we have going is that the storm near Salina was reported as being a large tornado just about 20 minutes ago, and then 10 minutes ago reported that the radar was showing debris in the air over the west side of Salina. That was from the National Weather Service. And now that storm with a confirmed tornado is heading toward the town of Solomon. So we're going to have to watch out for Fort Riley. They are sounding the sirens at Fort Riley. They just announced that for part of the ground. So if you're hearing that at Fort Riley, that's why. Also Junction City, Manhattan, we have to watch for that storm from near Solomon as it's heading in those directions. We'll be breaking in frequently or staying on, and we'll be live streaming as well. We'll be talking about this, but it's dangerous right now over here in Saline County.
Thanks, Jeremy. And a good reminder for everyone to download the WIBW weather app.
All right, if you can hear me, go ahead and do Andrew's Sports. If you can hear me, go ahead and do Andrew's Sports. There's no reason for him to be a victim of Okay, for folks. Okay, for folks at home, what you're seeing right here on the radar, that's a tornado right now, very close to I-70. You can't. If you can, just holler at me. For now, I'll assume I don't until you bless me with it. Solomon, this is a tornado. That is a tornado right now, very close to I-70. And it's a confirmed tornado. We've had damage from that close to Salina. I don't know what the damage is. I just know that we had debris showing up on the radar that was evident. Go ahead, I hear you. It's a CAN drive camera, KDOT. Okay, so what we're looking at right now, because this is in Dickinson County, actually it's still in Saline County, it's not even Dickinson County. If this gets a little farther into Dickinson County, then we'll go live on TV continuously with it. For now, I'm going to keep it here on the live stream, and I'm watching a KDOT camera that's near Solomon, and I can't see anything at this time from it, and I have a storm chaser that's right on it, and they don't see it on the ground either. So that's great news so far, but it does look like this is very likely on the ground. It has touched down, at least in the last few minutes, and we have seen debris flying very near Salina a few minutes ago with it. All right, let's check out the debris now and see if it's indicating anything. And you can see the area of blue very near Solomon at this time there on the radar. That's very likely an area of debris that's close to the I-70 from the Solomon area from this potential tornado. So again, it's an observed tornado from the National Weather Service. That's moving to the east, east-northeast. So Junction City, Fort Riley, you are in the path of this. It's going to be a little while, but you know, there's a significant chance this could make it to Chapman, Junction City, Fort Riley. Even Manhattan could potentially be dealing with this. Upstream, or downstream, I guess, we've got severe storm warnings in Nemaha, Marshall, Pottawatomie counties for hail the size of ping pong balls and winds to 60. That's a severe storm. Certainly it's a dangerous one, and you can even see some rotation there just southwest of Westmoreland. This is not likely to produce tornadoes. I hear you. Go ahead. My problem is the METO I usually use in shows is not playing through my Max system. So it's not one I normally ask you guys for. No? Maybe it's an error that it's not playing it to my Max system either. You're probably seeing the right source, and I bet it's just not working. Okay, very well. Okay. Is there a way that Doug could bring up? Doug, can you bring up CAN drive on that big monitor you're at over here? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Set up Doug at this big monitor over here so he can show CAN drive. Thank you. All right. All right, and for folks at home listening to me kind of jump back and forth there, I've been dealing with a couple of tech issues that behind the scenes here, and you know, I'm trying to fight to show you what I got here. So what I've got is there's this likely a tornado very near the town of Solomon, close to I-70 there. So the velocity on this is still showing it. Strong sign of rotation there, just north of Solomon is where I'm seeing it at to this point. So it's going to start to get farther away from even the CAN drive cameras that I was observing there. I could not see it from CAN drive, from KDOT. So you do, okay. My source? Oh, for Doug to show? Well, I mean for Doug to show it, you know, so I'll let him bring it up. But yeah, if you've got that, then that's a source too. Okay, yeah, bring it up, that's fine. Doug, can you show the Solomon?
Yeah, what mic do you have me mic'd up? I've got two on. Do I need to change it?
Is your mic? Okay.
Okay. I may be on. I just can't hear it. Yes. All right, so we can continue with the tornado warning in Ottawa and Dickinson County that just came out as an update. Let's see. I don't feel like my mic is on.
I hear
there
you.
We go.
I hear you fine.
Okay, there we go. Okay. All right, so yes, here's the camera, I-70 at Solomon, exit 266. It's kind of a grainy photo, but it certainly looks like, let's see, I think it may have paused. Let's try and refresh this to see if we can get it to show an actual video. But that's what we're looking at as far as that is concerned. Let's see if we have maybe another camera that can show something. Here's I-70 at Abilene. This could be something of interest eventually as that storm system continues to push eastward with that tornado warning that could impact Abilene as well. So definitely a storm system that we'll be monitoring closely. As of right now, there's only one storm producing a tornado, but it is very possible that we could be dealing with several more as we head into the next couple of hours as we head into the overnight periods.
All right, I'll take it, guys. Thank you for bringing that up. So now we've got that source in case we have something else that's over there. Doug's also got the radar on that to bring up new stuff. So keep an eye on the coalition coefficient on this thing. Again, what we've got right now is the Weather Service has gone from confirmed tornado down to Doppler radar indicated tornado. So that's a good thing. That means they're not seeing debris on radar and not seeing a storm spot that's confirming it at this point. So because of that, now we've downgraded this to tornado warning, radar indicated. That's not as bad as tornado warning, large confirmed tornado. Sometimes it's Doppler confirmed, sometimes it's spotter confirmed, but right now it is just the radar showing a lot of rotation, and at this point it's not considered to be confirmed. So any tornado is a big deal, but certainly a confirmed tornado means it's either been seen by eyeballs or it's been seen by the radar, which can detect debris. In many cases it can. All right, so there's the rotation just north of town of Solomon at this point. And because it's not in the WIBW official viewing area and it's not confirmed, we're not going to go continuous on TV just yet. This is still wrapping up. It's just south of Manchester. A little while ago we had one almost in the same area. I think it was almost identical spot actually. But there it is in the northwest part of Dickinson County now, and this is going to be moving to the east-northeast, so we'll be talking about the same kind of areas. Milford, Wakefield, Fort Riley. In Fort Riley, they were sounding the sirens earlier, was a report, and it wasn't all of the grounds at Fort Riley. It was part, I think it was just the outdoors training grounds is what they'd mentioned. I may have that wrong, but they were saying they were sounding sirens somewhere there, and if you hear that, it was because of the storm coming out of Salina that had a confirmed big tornado with it a little while ago. I don't have reports of damage there. If you guys want to check with K-Witch, they may have something on their website or in their stream. So if you see anything from them, holler at me because they may have something there. I think they even have a weather camera there in Salina. So I don't know that, but I just know that the Weather Service said they saw debris on radar over the west side of Salina during our 10 o'clock show. So that doesn't mean it hit a house. That doesn't mean anybody's been hurt. It might have yanked up some trees and thrown that, branches or leaves up in the air high enough that it was showing up on the radar. But Salina is not close to a radar. It's more than 70 miles away from the closest radar. So in order to see debris, it has to take it several thousand feet up in the air for that to be recognized. So if it was showing some sort of debris, it must have been a strong tornado, at least at that point. So just north of Solomon, getting about 4 miles south of Manchester, maybe 5 miles south of Manchester. That's the rotation of this potential tornado. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated at this point. It is not considered to be a confirmed tornado. It's Doppler radar indicated. And I have that, it shows up on our data over here about the thing. Also, if it's white, that means tornado warning. If it's white and it's got a red stripe around it, it means it's a confirmed tornado. If I have white with a black stripe around that, that's tornado emergency. So if you hear tornado emergency, my eyes will get bigger. I'll probably stand in kind of a crouch. That's something you're going to hear me say maybe once every 3 years. Tornado emergency is a big, big deal. So if you see that things go to black, there's a reason why I've got that. That's going to be a rare thing we don't see. Yell at me, Denny. Oh, you want to fix me? Okay. Go ahead and go to Doug. It's fine. Go ahead.
Turning my mic on. Okay, so here we go. So we have obviously the tornado warnings out near Salina, and then the severe thunderstorm warnings around the Potawatomi and Nemaha County areas. The one in Central Raleigh County has been canceled as of 10:43. And we are looking at the one that is impacting portions of Nemaha and southeastern Marshall County with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That is expected to go until 11:15, so another little less than a half hour. So we are certainly going to be monitoring these storms as we head into the next several hours. Dealing with a few isolated storms down near I-35. We really didn't have much of an impact on that. We were watching two areas of storms. One's in our southeastern communities near I-35, one in north central Kansas, the one in our southeastern communities. Didn't really do a whole lot for our area, as it mainly stayed off to our southeast. You can see that severe thunderstorm warning in Butler, but obviously, all eyes are on this storm system off to the northwest, producing that tornado warning near Salina that will eventually be passing through much of the WIBW viewing area through the overnight periods, producing certainly severe weather, but of course heavy rainfall as well. That may even lead to some minor flooding. So certainly something that we'll be keeping a close eye on through the night.
All right, Doug, so what we got right now, bring it up for me, guys. So what we've got now is the storms are kind of lining up now, and this is very close to what the computer models have been showing. So what we have is the jet stream energy streaking in from the southwest. It's kind of perpendicular to the line of storms this time, so they're kind of racing to the northeast. Late tonight, we expect to see these become more of, and it's filling in. You can see the lines kind of connecting. The later we get in the night, the more we're going to see more common severe winds risk with this. Some spots can go 70, 75 miles per hour, 80 certainly in play. We could have embedded tornadoes and that be a threat, but these are not individual supercell storms like what we had earlier in the night. So we're probably going to wind up focusing more on the potential for wind damage the later we get in the night. And we'll still stream this much of the night because I really think it's going to be waking people up who went to bed hearing tornado, and they're going to wake up 2 a.m. hearing some hail or a branch hit their window and want to know what's going on. All right, so we do need to go on TV again here soon, guys. We got Dickinson Auto still in this. Is there a good time to go on TV here? Go ahead, do it. Do it now, please. We are still tracking dangerous weather across northeast Kansas at this point. We are also live streaming continuously on WIBW.com and on social media, of course. The tornado warning we have in place right now is the one that's for Dickinson County, and that's this right here. This was a confirmed tornado earlier, also the corner of Ottawa County as well. This was a confirmed tornado earlier in Saline County, and right now the rotation right about there, maybe 5 miles south of the town of Manchester. It's a very similar path to the earlier tornadoes we were dealing with that moved up toward Milford and Milford Lake. So we're looking at really the same kind of areas. They're going to be in the path of this. For now, this is still out of the WIBW official viewing area, so we're continuing to live stream this. We'll break in as we have updates on this. And the latest update on this coming in the last 30 seconds here. If you hear that tornado, that's a siren playing over my ear here over my shoulder. It says located over Talmadge, northeast of 45. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. And let's see, it looks like we're going to have this going downstream as well here. So, all right, so let's stay wall to wall on TV now. Because what I see there, that hook echo is getting more pronounced than it was a moment ago, and there's an indication here that this warning's just about to get extended downstream. Okay, so if you are in Clay County, there's a very, very high chance you're going to have a tornado warning issued here in just the next few moments. So the town of Manchester This is very, very close to the same location we had the rotation earlier. This is now 5.5, 6 miles southeast of the town of Manchester. And right now, it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but the rotation on that hook echo is more easy to pick out than it was even when we started this cut-in. So again, guys, I'm going to stay here on TV with this because they're going to be dropping another tornado warning out ahead of this, and if it clips Clay or goes into Gary County, then we would need to do that anyway, and I don't want to just jump back and forth. So we're continuously live streaming on WIBW.com as well. I'm going to check the reports from earlier on this and see if the funnel cloud report showed up. So there's where we had funnel cloud reports earlier, and there was one right there and another one just southwest of Wakefield. And you can see the path this storm is taking is almost right at those funnel cloud reports that we had just about an hour and a half ago, I believe. So it's just amazing to me that that's taking almost the same path. I really thought earlier from watching this when the storm was hitting around Salina, I thought that this would take maybe a path 10 or 15 miles farther south, and we'd be looking at Junction City, possibly even through the housing at Fort Riley. We'll be looking at Manhattan, be a concern as well. But look at this. This path is almost identical to the last one. So now we have the tornado warning that includes Clay County, as I was mentioning, so that's in the WIBW DMA viewing area. So we officially stay with this anyway. It's considered to be a Doppler radar indicated tornado. The warning here, I'll check out the stats on it here. We've got it until 11 p.m. Actually, it's 11:30. Yeah, it's 11:30 is the new warning. They cropped it off right at Gary County, so it does not make it into Gary County, but you can see how they've drawn it off, the edge of it there. But the rotation is this thing right there, about 5.5 miles southeast of the town of Manchester, and it is moving to the east-northeast, and it could produce a tornado at any time. That does have a history of producing a tornado very close to or in Salina. Have you guys seen any reports of damage from Salina by chance?
I have not, no.
Okay. Okay. That doesn't mean nothing's broken. Sometimes if something's broken badly, you don't hear anything either. But earlier when this went through Saline County, and I can take it up to debris mode and show you what it looked like here. Let's back up, and right about there, that is debris over Salina. About 10:20 p.m. is when this occurred, that batch of blue showing up there. So that's when the rotation was going through, and it was showing signs of debris. The debris was showing up there on the radar all the way up to the Solomon area, and then not quite as well defined. But that blue batch was moving over Salina right at 10:20. Is where a tornado touched down. It doesn't mean that there's people hurt there in Salina. It just means that it's very likely a tornado touched down and pulled up something.
One report from our emergency management said one tree branch in the roadway. That's it. So luckily, maybe it didn't catch any.
It pulled one tree branch up to 8,000 feet.
Right.
Because the radar is 70 miles away from that. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing that really raised my eyebrows, was the fact that it's 70 miles from the radar. So with the curvature of the Earth, the farther you are from the radar, the higher that beam is going to be. Once you get 70 miles out, you're 8,000 feet up. So it was seeing debris that high. It could be leaves, it could be anything, but whatever it was seeing, it wasn't rain, it wasn't hail, and it was most likely some sort of tornado debris. And we had spotters that were confirming that they saw a tornado near Salina with this. Okay, so right now, if you are in the southeast part of Clay County, you need to take shelter right now from this. If you're in Wakefield, you're not quite in the tornado warning. It's awfully close to you, but Wakefield is not actually in it. And I really think that this cloud program is making this thing run like there's cold gum in it. So we have to deal with that later. But this thing is not running as smoothly as what I love to see it do. So Wakefield, you're barely out of this. You had a tornado warning earlier for you, and then it went over near Milford Lake and Milford. And now we have that rotation heading very close to the same area. So the north central part of Dickinson County, you're in the path of this, close to Highway 15 there. And then it's going to start heading toward folks up by Wakefield. Now, the previous storm that come through that way started to lose its intensity as it got out of Dickinson County. I'm not sure if that axis of energy is lower once you get out of Dickinson County or not. But the rotation again, I'm going to show it to you real close here. That's it, just southeast of the town of Manchester, that hook echo on this, that's where it is. So here's your rotation right about there, and moving across Highway 15 the next few minutes, and then moving into the southeast part of Clay County. So people in Wakefield, you are not in the tornado warning just yet, but it's awfully close to you. You've already had some funnel clouds reported near you about an hour and a half ago, and then Milford, this could be heading in your way, your direction as well shortly. Report here from Riley County. I wondered about this. Just had a report here from Riley County of more than 3 inches of rain falling so far this evening. And they are expiring part of that tornado warning.
Yeah, for Ottawa and Dickinson counties.
Are they dropping Ottawa and Dickinson? Okay, so Clay is still in it. So that was the 11 o'clock update. That warning went away. All right, so the tornado warning continuing for Clay County, and the north central part of Dickinson County is where the rotation appears to be right now. Another problem is we need to be really cautious about this, is we have had extremely heavy rainfall, and some spots are going to have some flash flooding out of this. There's the flood advisory that's been issued. This area, this darker green, indicates we've had anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of rain. And the report from Riley County, they say they have just about 3 inches already, and it is still falling. And if you check out the radar and the way the storms are going, they are certainly doing a classic training where the storms are going over the same ground, just hour after hour at this point. And it is lined up looking like it's really going the same direction as the jet stream. I expect that later on tonight, this will all start to march east and then southeast as a cold front gets involved here. But so far, the cold front is not driving the motion of these. They are just kind of at the mercy of the direction of the wind of the jet stream level at this point. And they're kind of humming along to the northeast. So again, the tornado warning we have is this thing right here in the north part of Dickinson County that will move over into the southeast part of Clay County shortly. The rotation on that, the hook echo, still showing up there. It's a couple miles southeast of the town of Manchester. Hail on this about the size of a ping pong ball. And again, a potential for tornado. It is not confirmed at this point. This storm has a history of producing a tornado in Salina, or close to Salina. Just about 10:20 p.m. is when that happens, about 40 minutes ago. So this storm has a history of producing a tornado a while ago. And the storm earlier that went in the same area kind of fizzled once it got up to Lake Milford and the Wakefield area and the town of Milford itself. So we will see if this does the same thing. We're still seeing severe storms even after it gets past that area. All right, upstream here, this storm has 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. Let's check out where the velocities look like they're particularly strong here. And all right, there we go. So looks like just southwest of Onega, just east of Westmoreland, moving to the east. So Havensville, Onega to Emmett, anywhere in there you could have, you certainly could have some wind damage out of this. And that again is moving to the east. But 70-mile-per-hour winds, extremely heavy rain, hail the size of a ping pong ball, something's possible out of that. There's the live view from Wamego Telecom there, and in town it looks like it's calm, or the strongest part of that certainly is just to the north of you guys in Wamego. So again, the tornado warning is this thing right here, that hook that's just southeast of the town of Manchester. But we have severe storm warnings that are lined up all the way almost to the Dodge City area. Doug, you have anything new?
Nothing new, just the biggest concern is that these storms will continue to progress east through the overnight period. So if you're in places like Topeka and Emporia, definitely not out of the woods yet. I'll just go ahead and bring up our regular one panel here so it's easier to see with the radar. Okay. So this, while this line of storms has been in almost the same location so far for much of the evening, I do expect this line to progress eastward as we go into the overnight period. So it's still a good idea to go to bed if you're in a place like Topeka and Emporia, but do not be surprised if you get woken up probably by a severe thunderstorm warning, but not impossible to be a tornado warning, maybe closer to 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So it may be that long before we get anything at all in the Topeka, Emporia area. maybe even Holton, close to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So you get the idea that areas in the eastern half of our viewing area are probably not going to get anything for at least an hour or two before this line starts to push eastward. So it's certainly a good idea to get at least a little bit of sleep before that happens. And obviously, for right now, it does look like the wind would be the primary concern with this line of storms, but not impossible to get a brief spin up of a tornado. It may not be a strong tornado because we are looking at this line of storms instead of an isolated storm. But it is certainly not out of the question to get some spin-ups within this line of storms as it progresses eastward. And of course, the flooding threat too, that will need to be monitored as well.
All right, thank you, Doug. So what we're looking at is right now, we've had storms that are isolated, at least somewhat broken up from each other, and that allows them to rotate. The more they become one long line, they have a harder time rotating. Doesn't mean they can't. It's just it's less frequent. You're less likely to see a big old tornado. So when they're isolated cells up by themselves, they can more effectively spin. In this case, what we have, and this thing's just really gummed up here. So here we have the hook echo right here, moving toward Wakefield. But the rotation on that is not as impressive as it was near Salina earlier. It's not as impressive as it was near Solomon when it came across I-70. But it's still a tornado warning. As it gets close to Wakefield, we may see the tornado warning lifted. We may see it, that's a possibility. I'm not for sure yet, but that's the trend from what we saw earlier was the storm as it made its way farther east, lost some of its spin. This one is not as impressive as it was farthest to the west. And as Doug was mentioning, we're seeing these really lining up. So what we will see happen over the next couple of hours, here's our computer model here, is we will continue to see these storms for a few hours here lined up from southwest to northeast. We'll continue to see training where the rain's in one spot hour after hour. About 2 o'clock in the morning, what you're seeing there is the cold front starts to take over, and it will then make these storms start moving more eastward. Topeka could be 4 o'clock in the morning before we start to get the storms in here, and that's going to wake a lot of people up. I have a strong suspicion that some folks are going to be trying to rest, and as you should, as Doug mentioned, but you may be awakened by this, and we'll make sure we've got some sort of stream going on so you're not in the dark about what's going on. I know a lot of people going to bed hearing the risk of tornadoes, going to wake up and hear stuff scary outside and want to know what's going on. So we'll do the best we can to keep you updated as to what the situation is. All right, so here's an update as of 11:05. The National Weather Service says they're continuing the tornado warning. It goes until 11:30. There you go. And it's for north central Dickinson, southeast Clay. They say it's capable of a tornado. 7 miles north of Moonlight, moving northeast at 40. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail. And it's going to stay mainly over rural areas in north central Dickinson and southeast Clay County. So they're not even tossing out a town name at this point. It is southwest of Wakefield enough that if it's going to hit Wakefield, they're going to issue a different tornado warning with it at some point. So what we'll very likely see them do in the next few minutes is probably issue a severe storm warning downstream of this, and that would include a bunch of Clay County, some of Riley, and some of Gary. And then if they see it continuing to spin, or if it starts to spin more, they could issue a tornado warning inside that severe storm warning. But don't be surprised here if you see a severe storm warning issued something like that, and then they could issue a tornado warning within that if they needed to later on. All right, but that's the latest on this. The tornado warning is just that area near Highway 15 in north central Dickinson County. Now out to the west, again, you can see the storms really lined up, very well lined up at this point, going from southwest to northeast. But the cold front itself is still back there, and it has not started to take part in this yet. I'm going to bring up the wind gusts and see if we can really kind of see where the cold front is. And the cold front is what's actually going to boot this to the east and make it come over to Topeka and Emporia and areas like Lawrence later in the night. So right now, if you're watching these things all move from southwest to northeast, well, is this storm ever going to make it to Topeka or not? It is. It's just going to be very late. So areas like Hayes, you can see in Hayes the wind is coming in from the northwest and pretty strong. Dodge City, the wind is coming in straight to the north, and pretty strong. Those areas are behind the cold front. Now, as the cold front makes its way farther east, it will start to boot these storms farther to the east. So it'll give it a kick from the west and get this to start making its way eastward, which we'll expect late tonight. That's why the models at between 2 and 4 a.m. start to take the storms marching a bit farther to the east, more of an easterly movement to it.
We're also going to get an increase in our dew points or low-level moisture, so that'll also aid in storm development farther to the east, too.
Thank you, Doug. So in Manhattan, you've had lots of lightning. I'm not sure that's rained that heavily in Manhattan yet. I don't think it has. I think you've just seen a lot of scary clouds just off over the horizon for hours. That's looking toward Bill Snyder Family Stadium from the Stormont Vale Manhattan campus. Again, the tornado warning goes till 11:30 p.m. This is why we're eating up CBS coverage right here, is because of this. Anytime there's tornado warning in the WIBW viewing area, we're going to cover it the whole length. If it's just out of the coverage area, we'll make a decision based on how strong it is, if it's confirmed, those kind of things. But if it's in one of our designated counties, we're going to go with it. So right there in the south central part of Clay County, that's your rotation right about there. And this storm is not quite to the folks in Wakefield yet. So if you're in Wakefield or Milford, you are not in this tornado warning. You may be told to take shelter in a minute, but at this point, the warning goes to 11:30. Just for practice, if you're in Wakefield, you may want to have your shoes ready just in case we tell you to take shelter. It's a possibility. What are we doing? We issue new severe storm warning here. All right, more severe storm warnings are coming up. There we go. And what kind of winds are we dealing with on these? We've got new severe storm warning there. Brown, Jackson, Nemaha, Potawatomi until midnight. Ping pong ball size hail, winds to 70, and considered to be considerable. So considerable meaning you can have significant damage with it. So areas like Soldier, Wetmore, Holton, you are in the path of this. Onega is in the path of this as well. And that storm is the one earlier that was producing the tornado warnings that are in the same areas we're dealing with tornado warning now. So this storm, the rotation, is starting to get in the south central part of Clay County, going right across Highway 15 at 4th Road. Looks like where it's the closest to. So around Wakefield, you are just out of the tornado warning. So if you're in Wakefield, you know, think about getting ready to take shelter, although it's possible that you won't even see this get to you. It's quite possible that you could see this not extended. All right, so again, the tornado warning there goes until 11:30, and that's just for Clay and Dickinson County. Earlier we had the report, the Weather Service said that they saw debris showing up on the radar from the storm as it was passing over Salina. And I'm going to check and see if there's a report of anything there. So these are the storm spotter reports so far from this evening and today. What you see right there is train storm spotter report, tornado on the ground, and that was near the town of Smolin. And then the radar was showing that it most likely touched down either on the west side of Salina or very close to the west side of Salina. Then it moved up towards Solomon and looked like it was it was very capable of producing a tornado at that point. If it wasn't actually, but certainly looked like it was. And then on up, this is the storm from earlier that produced funnel clouds in the north part of Dickinson County and southeast Clay. And now we have this storm that's almost the same track. It's so close to where the old track was. But again, we don't have any sort of reports of damage from Salina that I'm aware of, but it appears the tornado did touch down there. We just don't have reports of what sort of damage it might have done. All right, Goff, Wetmore, Soldier, you have a severe storm moving in. Winds to 70 miles per hour likely with this. And as I zoom out here, something you might notice, it's kind of an interesting feature on this. Check out this area of green here in southeast, southwestern Iowa, northwest Missouri. You can see that's where the radar is getting higher up in the atmosphere and how much faster those particles are moving as the jet stream winds are coming in. So those are outrunning the storms themselves where the activity is down low.
Looks like they're planning to let the tornado warning go as the rotation has continued to weaken.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, so in the next few moments here, we're going to drop the continuous coverage from TV.
A new flash flood warning for portions of Clay, Geary, and Riley County until 3:15.
Okay, so in just a moment here, we're going to let the coverage go here from TV, and we will continue live streaming on WIBW.com and on social media as well. As Doug mentioned, there is a flash flood warning right there, this area that's kind of flashing in with a red outline on it, and the Weather Service saying there that they've already seen up to 4 inches of rain with an additional inch to 1.5 likely. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin. So if you're there around the town of Riley, Wakefield, Milford, you've already seen several inches of rain, and more is likely to fall on top of that. So that flash flooding at night is especially dangerous, and we tend to see more people lose their lives every year to flash flooding than tornadoes, especially dangerous at night when you can't necessarily see what you are driving into. So again, the National Weather Service is going to drop this tornado warning here in the next few moments as they see this thing is continuing to weaken. They did put out the severe storm warning that I mentioned a few minutes ago was a high likelihood, and this area around the same storm, they are saying that it's going until midnight. You have a severe storm warning there, and the specifics on that one are going to be, let's see, we've got 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail, which is certainly not high end, and it's not tornado. So that rotation near Wakefield is continuing to show signs of weakening. So the most dangerous thing we have right now, truly, is that area of flash flooding, and also this batch of wind that looks to be as much as 70 miles per hour getting to the Onega and Soldier area. And then one more thing here, and then we'll let you go back to programming, and we'll continue with the live stream. I want you to see this, how this gets affected later on when the cold front arrives. The cold front hasn't moved into this yet. After midnight, watch your line at midnight go from Seneca to Salina. All of a sudden, it starts moving faster to the east. Now we get Council Grove in play, and we get through Manhattan. By 3 or 4 a.m., now we're getting into Topeka and Emporia. That's after the cold front actually moves in. And these storms still could produce 70 to 80 mile per hour winds even very late tonight, and there's still a risk of seeing tornadoes late tonight as well. So make sure you have your WIBW weather app set to give you alerts, and also make sure that if you have a weather radio, that you have that thing turned on tonight, because we can't wake you up with the TV unless you have some if you have some fancy technology, great, but you need to have a way to wake up if a tornado warning is issued for your location. Once you turn the TV or turn on your live feed from us online or on social media, whatever it is, then we can give you updates to all of it. But if you don't wake up, we can't inform you. So you have to have some way on your end to make sure that you wake up if a dangerous storm is coming your way. Okay, we'll continue the live stream as is, and we're going to go back to CBS programming right now. Thanks for staying with us right here on the WIBW channels. We'll do our best and keep you safe and informed.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy's taking a little bit of a quick break here. I'll be in the meantime just to take over a bit. Still watching these storms move through the area. Now we are again off air now that tornado warning has expired, and it does look like a lot of these storms now are really starting to coalesce in a line, which is relatively good news for the tornado threat. That doesn't really usually mean we're going to see an increase in especially dangerous or the forming of supercells, which usually produce those strongest tornadoes. So if we can keep some of those threats to a minimum, that is good. Of course, that sort of intensifies the risk. We'll have some of those stronger straight line winds as these storms move through. And with the path that a lot of these storms are taking over the same areas that previous storms had just rolled through over the last 2 hours, we are going to be now concerned with flash flooding. We've had those warnings now issued for some of those western counties, Dickinson and Clay, as it looks like we're going to get even more rain ahead of that with the direction that a lot of these lines of storms are moving. It's looking like it's going to be a while before we get any of these into the Topeka area. Even towards Manhattan, it may be another 30 minutes or so, as a lot of these storms are just sort of going barely to the north of that area. But Topeka, Emporia, Burlington, Osage City, even Council Grove, it looks like, again, another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours minimum before we're going to start to see the heaviest and most concise of these storms start to move through the area. It looks like, again, though, as they form in a line that should help reduce the tornado risk, we'll still have quite a few hours for some of those isolated storms to potentially break off or maybe even spin up a little bit out ahead of that line. We also are watching some of those storms that were affecting Burlington earlier, those isolated pockets now moving eastward towards Missouri, where we do have a few severe warnings over there as well now across the state line into Missouri. So we are having some more isolated storms developing further ahead and east of our viewing area, where that tornado risk is much lower out there, but still within northeast Kansas, all of northeast Kansas. I think we're going to go through the rest of the night here with at least a moderate risk of seeing some of those tornadoes still be able to form, be it from supercells or, in what's looking more likely at this case, to be weaker tornadoes possibly outside or within the line of storms that are continuing to move across. And we can see just how far to the south and west this really does extend. All the way here towards around the Dodge City area, we have some of those stronger storms popping up. The severe warnings basically almost in an unbroken line here from what looks to be out further west towards around Great Bend here, all the way up towards about the border with Nebraska here near Seneca and Hiawatha. And all of these, as we can see, we're clicking around here looking at the text and advisories for them. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, hail size at least 1.25 inches. This one here towards the north and east of our region seems to be a little bit stronger, 1.5 inch hail size, wind speeds of around 70 miles per hour there. So that is the strongest one right now on our radar. I still think we could see gusts up to around 80 possibly, and these storms still could strengthen. We still have the potential there to see over the next 3 to 4 hours some intensification possibly. But again, that tornado threat really will sort of depend on the shape of these storms and whether or not they really manage to stay more connected in a line. But again, that really raises the risk of winds. That also raises the risk of flash flooding in many areas. I think we may see some flash flood warnings issued for parts of Riley County north of Manhattan, and maybe into parts of Potawatomi too, if we keep seeing these storms travel at this current path that they are going through, which it really does seem like right now they are. Not a lot of horizontal movement with those storms here. That's really taken their time. Doesn't mean they won't arrive. They will eventually here. We have a lot of indication that we are going to see the storms at some point here throughout the next couple of hours push through before they do head off towards the east. And then severe threats for tomorrow afternoon will be just as high, if not higher, for areas further east into the Ohio River Valley and Mississippi Valley, really due to the same line of storms and sort of without much any interruption from this current line that's really just going to be continuing to push throughout the overnight into the morning and possibly into the afternoon here. But our supercast again is showing that here within the next hour or so we'll continue to see that line move through. Hopefully we keep any of those isolated storms spinning up to a minimum. This particular run here on our precip supercast isn't really showing a whole lot of that, so that could potentially be some good news for the tornado threats, but still only in Manhattan is that line starting to move through the region now. And this is 2 a.m. Topeka still really not seeing anything at all until around 3 to 4 a.m. on these latest model runs, and that's when it's right in the heart of the city. So it looks like this is going to be a very, very late development here for Topeka. I mean, we've been talking about how this is one of those rare nighttime events, but keeps getting pushed back further and further into the overnight hours, and that line extending down well towards Emporia, towards the southwestern edge of our viewing area and along the turnpike, and it looks like towards Kansas City here by around daybreak Wednesday between 6 and 7 a.m. So those of us still heading out the door early for work will probably still see some heavier rain, maybe not quite as much thunder and lightning, but I think we are going to still have a good chance for some downpours here into the early to mid-morning hours, with what looks to be some weaker thunderstorms starting to develop behind that. So severe storms are going to be ongoing all night. It really doesn't look like we're going to have any weaker storms until around 5 to 6 a.m. at our easternmost areas. Of course, we'll eventually see this current line move out of the area it's currently at in the western parts of our viewing area near Salina, Abilene, Manhattan, as well as Clay County right now. But we'll be watching for any sort of flood risks with that. We may have some standing water tomorrow as a result of this, with just how similar of a path a lot of these storms are taking right now, and not really moving, sweeping through the area as we'd sort of expect with a lot of thunderstorms in severe scenarios like this. We're used to sort of those lines really pushing through, the forward speed of storms being almost at around the 45, 50 miles per hour, if not more in some cases, and that's how we end up forming these bow echoes or derechos, which definitely involve some very strong winds, but not the case here tonight. These severe storms are really refusing to budge too much here, so that is again another interesting aspect of another very interesting severe outbreak here in northeast Kansas. Certainly an eventful start to the severe season, which really for the start of April is not common for this nighttime scenario. So we'll take another look here at the current warnings right now. Maybe take a little switch over to velocity, where we're watching not really as much rotation anymore. Yeah, we can sort of see that's not nearly as visible as it was about 30 minutes ago. Still present a little bit. There's that sort of spin area that we were watching earlier, just to the south and west of Wakefield before the tornado warning expired. So not as much of a definition there from the rotation of the winds, but still something worth watching. Tornadoes that, or storms that produce tornadoes, are definitely always worth keeping an eye on through their entire lifespan, as once it has the ability to do that once, it's still pretty likely that it will have the ability to do that again. But from what we're seeing right now, that is not of special concern for the moment. Our reports here from spotters and emergency service and the National Weather Service not really showing any sorts of additional development. We did have that sighting of a tornado down through Salina earlier, and then sort of moving here along Interstate 70 before moving to the north. Of course, that tornado warning from earlier, that did include parts of Gary County and near Milford and the Lake, a warning, but not yet confirmed with that. So we have about two different sort of tornadoes being produced right now, one of which we're awaiting confirmation, the other no sign of any sort of confirmation besides a few funnel clouds that were reported. So not sure if that one ended up making it to the ground, but again, either way, it's a very slight difference from what we can see here on the radar, depending on whether or not it's just a funnel cloud or if it's on the ground. That's when we'll try and switch to any sort of our debris signatures for that when we are looking at something that may be on the ground. But also, debris signatures not indicating anything that would be an especially strong sign right now of tornadoes or rotation. Earlier, we did see that through that stretch near Salina and I-70, where things were sort of getting a little bit noisy over there, so we were pretty confident that something was starting to rumble through that part of central Kansas. But as it's making its way here into the northeastern part of our viewing area, it's definitely looking like it's not quite as strong. So hopefully we continue that. I'll want to take a look here at rainfall rates as well, which are definitely going to start looking more impressive than we initially anticipated by tomorrow morning. It's been a pretty continuous streak here of seeing these the storms over this area over the last hour. Yeah, it looks like we have about 2 to 3 inches of rain in a lot of these places locally. Could be higher there. It's a little hard to tell. I think that may be up to around 4 or 5, if I'm reading that right. It's overlaid with what is a very warranted flash flood warning for the region with these greener colors. So, and that, yep, has been extended also into parts of Riley County as well. So Clay, Dickinson, Marshall, Gary, Pottawatomie too, with some of those flash flood warnings that are probably going to be warranted here. And again, it's very important that we don't really drive out in this here, even if we aren't as quite concerned with some of the more severe threats like tornadoes or the large hail or the winds. We are, but even if we aren't, this rainfall is certainly very dangerous enough and is, on average, more dangerous than any other form of severe weather. More lives are lost every year in the United States to flooding of all kinds, flash floods and river flooding, but especially flash floods in the dark is a very, very bad combination. So we can see this rain here also further to the southwest out of our viewing area. These rates still pretty impressive, around 2 to 3 inches towards I believe that's, the Great Bend area, and then further off towards Dodge City. So that is still going strong, though, with those storms looking to probably at least cross over one more time towards Salina, Abilene, Manhattan, and parts of south central Clay County. So another 2 to 3 inches before we wake up tomorrow morning, and then potentially a little bit more with some lighter rain in the area. We're going to be looking at some pretty impressive rainfall totals that may end up being the main sort of damaging threat here when it's all said and done. But regardless, we are still watching for any other reports of stronger rainfall rates and hail sizes, winds. So far, I think we've topped out at around 70 for any sort of warnings. The recorded gusts we've had, I think around about a half an hour ago, Fort Riley did report somewhere around 60 miles per hour. So that is sort of the lone strong measurement right now that we are seeing. Train spotters within the area are not seeing hail too large at the moment either, about pea size right now. It sounds like near McLouth and other areas. It's really just a warning text and radar indicated for some of those larger hailstones. So would be nice to be on the weaker side of those warnings. Hopefully we err in that direction, but right now still have a lot of these in place here till midnight towards Riley County. That severe warning will switch over to this one also until 12 a.m. and then what's currently ongoing in Salina until 12:30. It does look like too there may be a confirmed tornado further to the south and west of us near Great Bend and Lyons. That's out of the viewing area, but I mean, yet again, that seems to be taking a very similar path to what these last 3 tornado warnings have also taken. So that may put it right in the same sort of trajectory towards Salina, Abilene, and Riley County and Clay County within the next couple of hours. Obviously, this is a bit further away, still at least 2 hours from this point, and still no word on, yep, of course, there's that tag, tornado possible, so no confirmation with that, but really does showing us just how sort of unlucky this stretch here of land is for the storm developments tonight. And again, another unusual sort of development here with regards to how we usually see our severe weather in the region. So more of that is going to occur here throughout the night. We'll probably be here for at least another 2 to 3 hours at minimum, just given the path of these storms and still how much ground we have left to cover in our viewing area. Again, it'll be a while before it reaches the most populated areas in Topeka and some other sites here in the region. Wind gusts right now aren't really showing here, and where that storms are located for the moment. 33 out of the south in Fort Riley, 30 in Salina, 28 in Manhattan out of the south and west. So it looks like we're avoiding the incredibly strong gusts for the moment, at least at where a lot of these stations are located. So that is also some good news, and we'll definitely want to keep hoping that that sort of situation ends up playing out taking a more composite look here, we'll just zoom out to see how the rest of the sort of warning zones are doing with this situation. Again, to the north, towards Omaha, we've had in Nebraska a few severe warnings. Tornado potential, though, is very, very low there. Oklahoma is going to be the other area that we're watching for any sort of tornado development tonight, but still, right now, it's looking not too bad. We had one severe storm earlier that crossed over into southeastern Kansas. That is maybe the same cell now that's being warned across the border in Missouri, but so far nothing yet. So this may be a very early morning event for parts of Oklahoma, even more late or early, I guess you would say, than what we're seeing here in northeast Kansas. So it looks like we've had another update to that warning there further to the southwest near Chase and Lyons, just to the east of Great Bend. That is not in our viewing area or in Topeka National Weather Service's area for any sort of designations or issuances. So not really having the latest information on that one, but again, just given the path that it's taking, we may be talking about potentially seeing a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes, or at least funnel clouds, within the next couple of hours approaching the region once again. And it's going to be more than likely a lot of those same areas here without any sort of real difference or variation of more than maybe a few tens of miles or so to the south, if I had to really guess right now. But again, it looks like tornadoes, and we'll take another look at velocity here, is at the moment not really showing any sort of strong signs of developing, especially here further to the north. Seneca, Marysville, those counties along the border, not really seeing too much of a spin there. Elsewhere down further the line is where we're likely going to be watching, but again, even then, the really still only signature that jumps out is that previously expired tornado warning, which is still generally looking weaker by the more time passes, but obviously still something to keep an eye on as the night goes on and as it continues off there to the north and east away from our region. So it's definitely going to be something interesting to watch. We'll start jumping around some of our cameras, seeing what we can find right now. Manhattan we'll have load up here in just a moment. Still haven't really seen any sort of downpours or really thunderstorms moving directly through. Off in the distance there, we can see plenty of lightning. It's a good light show here so far, but things are still dry. Looks like the winds are pretty calm as well, just based off the trees and foliage that we're looking at, which don't seem to be swaying all that much here in the wind. So we're definitely just a few miles from some pretty intense storms, but managing to still stay pretty dry here tonight, and that will probably buy us at least another 30 minutes, maybe even another hour of some drier time before I do think storms will eventually start to move through that part of our area. We'll also take some other looks here throughout our regions. We'll try and find some more cameras here, but a lot of the storm activity right now is not really where we have most of our cameras. We were sort of monitoring during that tornado warning in Salina earlier. Didn't really see anything besides the heavy rain and high straight line winds out of that without visual confirmation of the tornado. As of right now, we haven't really gotten official confirmation with that yet either. We've seen a few pictures on Twitter of what could potentially be a funnel cloud, but still a bit hard and shaky to make out. Again, with the nighttime timeline of this severe outbreak, it makes all of these responsibilities just that much harder. If this were during the daytime, like about 75-80% of our outbreaks, it would definitely be a more feasible task to accomplish, but definitely a lot more difficulties being made here with the nighttime hours of this. So some updates, it looks like, to the severe thunderstorm warnings. Hail size looks to be a lot smaller now, around 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch. So could potentially mean that some of those storms here, just pieces of this line in between, could be weakening a bit, whereas other spots may be strengthening. Obviously, where the tornado warning is located right now near Great Bend and east of Great Bend, includes Chase, Lyons, and Raymond there, is probably on its way to continue strengthening, and still have a lot more of this going out behind it here, all the way towards Dodge City, really down towards the panhandle of Oklahoma is where we're still seeing those storms starting to lift up. And again, a very long tail here of a few hundred miles all the way towards around where Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri meet. So definitely a pretty good stretch here of severe weather. Again, those other storms earlier, we'll just take a look at the rainfall rates for what went through parts of Lyon and Osage County earlier, just to the north of Burlington, not dropping nearly as much rain, or at least pacing of that rainfall, about an inch or so with that path going up and along Interstate 35. Some additional ones here to the south and east, and not really much else to make note of there. But again, we will be watching to see if the flash flood warning gets any extension over the next couple of hours to include not just these counties in this polygon, but potentially well off towards the north and east, potentially well off towards the south and west, probably another 2 to 3 inches at least, just based on the motion of which these storms are moving. So it does look like that is going to be a bigger concern here than we again initially thought. Flash flooding usually not of top priority when it comes to severe outbreaks, unless really forecasted beforehand, where we have a lot of sort of preceding rainfall events, or the grounds are really moist. But in this case, we haven't really seen a whole lot of rain over the area the past week or so. That threat we had Saturday night ended up missing us to the south and east, barely got any sort of significant rainfall aside from areas near Emporia and Burlington. So those grounds are still a bit wet, possibly, but everywhere else is pretty dry and not really containing all that much water at the moment. So more things to watch regarding that. Got a little bit of an update there on one of our warnings here, where it does seem like we'll have some more updates, probably just being made locally to each individual warning on those lines of storms.
Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Brown County for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Brown County, 70 miles per hour. All right, thanks, Doug.
And then Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service are coordinating a new watch for areas along and south of I-70. So that could be something that could impact our southeastern communities maybe until sunrise.
Yeah,
because right now the current watch goes until 3 a.m.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so yeah, we might. Yeah, definitely going to be filling in any gaps here with some severe watches pretty soon. Maybe even, well, we'll see if we even get maybe a tornado watch in some of those spots as well.
Yeah, if you guys want to come to my monitor here, I can show you what we have here on our WIBW risk map.
I don't think they can now.
Do it?
I think we're stuck with just the wall right now.
The wall?
Oh,
No, they
there
can
they are.
show me on the monitor.
There you go.
Okay, so this is what we have for the risk map. You can look at this at any point in time right on your computer, because it may be hard to see initially on this monitor, maybe too far away. But this is our current watches. We have a severe thunderstorm watch for the whole WIBW viewing area going until 3 a.m. But it's quite possible that it could either get extended for us for much of our area, and then obviously just off to the east of that watch, extending it past sunrise potentially as these storms continue to progress eastward over the course of the night and early morning hours. And then you can see some of the impacts from these storms as well. You can watch and you can look at the latest on our computer model, Supercast, and showing these storms as they continue to push eastward as we head into these next couple of hours, making its way into the Topeka area sometime around 3, 4 o'clock. And then once we get into the 8, 9 o'clock hour, that's it. We're done with the rainfall. So I do expect tomorrow to be dry. You can see our tornado risk here. That goes through the overnight periods where some of these are at even a significant risk. So it's not a guarantee that we're going to get a tornado out of it, just because the risk is high from that parameter, because there are other aspects. Severe weather acts like a puzzle. So yes, while we might have this, we may not have other ingredients necessary for tornadoes that may or may not end up developing. So this is the biggest reason why we say that we are not done yet with the potential for tornadoes, even though we don't have any tornado warnings right now. Again, this may be a little bit hard to see, but you can see that we've had a few tornadoes showing up with a red dot in Kansas. I also had a tornado in Idaho being reported today, but we're talking about Ellsworth and Solomon and Saline County that does have the tornado reports in the Kansas area from those storms. And so we have this line of severe thunderstorm warnings and even that tornado warning just to the west of McPherson. That whole line is eventually going to be pushing to the east. So we may have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings from 60 to 70 to potentially 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the potential for tornado warnings as this line of storms continues to progress eastward through the overnight periods. Let's see. Someone's just asking on the National Weather Service chat whether we're going to be looking at a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. Whatever it is, I mean, it's a severe thunderstorm watch right now even, but we could still have that risk for our tornadoes as well. So just be mindful that we're in a risk no matter what with any severe weather through about, best chance through about 5, 6 o'clock, maybe a little bit going until 7, 8 o'clock, but then once we get towards 8 o'clock or so, I think we're done. Obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on the radar just in case that timing changes, but that's about what we have going on right now. We're in upwards of 6 to 8 hours more worth of potential storms that could impact the entire WIBW viewing area. And again, it's probably going to be closer to 2, 3, 4 o'clock before places like Topeka and Emporia and areas off to the east get anything at all. So if you are in those areas, places like Topeka or Emporia, just go to sleep. Go to sleep for a couple of hours. Hopefully you have a way to receive warnings that will wake you up at night, like a weather radio, so you don't have to worry. But if you're someone that's just worried and you want to check the radar, maybe set your alarm for 2 a.m. and then just see what the radar looks like at that point in time. I really don't think we're going to get anything, at least in Topeka or Emporia, before 2 a.m. So you're good to go there. But we are certainly looking at this line of storms mainly impacting the northern half of our viewing area right now, with all those severe thunderstorm warnings and that tornado warning just off to the west of the viewing area. Let's see what else we have here. As I mentioned earlier that we were looking at the chance or the dew points to come up. And so why is that important? It's because that is the low level moisture needed for that potential for a tornado or even higher tornadic risk or higher severe weather risk. Right now we are still in the low 50s for dew points, but as we look at this computer model, again, I know it's hard to see, but these blue colors here, those are 60s for dew points. So this is getting close to 2 a.m. We're really starting to increase that low level moisture and continuing as we head into sunrise before getting back down into the 50s. So that brief window of time, especially between 1 and 4 a.m. With those little bit higher dew points in the 60s, that's what could be the difference between, if there are storms in the area, between severe thunderstorm warnings or even a potential tornado warnings. And that's what we look for within that. So again, we are still monitoring. I'm going to put this on a one panel so it's easier to see. Let's see, we do have that tornado warning going until midnight. This is west of our viewing area. This is not an impact in our area. This is well off to the west. If this were to continue on its path, it would make it to Morris County in the next 2-3 hours. So it's going to be a while before that even impacts it. Otherwise, all these severe thunderstorm warnings, I believe a lot of them go until between 12 and 12:30. It looks like we have a new, well, that's for Atchison County for a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. But all these lines of storms obviously producing some very heavy rainfall, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, at times ping pong ball size hail for the largest hailstones. So certainly something that can be very loud if you're dealing with these storms right now. And obviously for those that are not in any storms right now, it's going to be a couple of hours before those storms start to move into the area. But I really think that most, if not all, of northeast Kansas will at least get some rain before sunrise. It's just a matter of just give it a couple of hours. It'll come. And it may come with severe weather, and that could include a risk for at least tornado warnings, if not maybe even a tornado. Now, the tornado warning or the tornado report that was in Saline County, good news is there was no damage. The only report that I've seen so far is there was a branch in the middle of the road. So good news about that. There was no damage to that tornado warning that was in Saline County. And I'm just looking at some of the other potential reports from these tornado warnings that are occurring right now. I don't see anyone saying anything that there's been any significant damage in any of these other tornado warnings that we've had. So good news about that too. But it's always good to prepare and be mindful of the possibility over the next 5 to 6 hours that we may start to get into a tornado warning or two in the WIBW viewing area through the rest of the night.
All right, hey Doug, we're going to lose Denny, so we're just going to have the weather wall. Please leave the mics on, and we can talk all we want over the weather wall, and it's going to be set to the shot that's, my height, so which is approximately your height.
Yes.
And since Daniel's not as tall as the two of us, he will. All right, so
right.
Denny, go ahead and put up the weather wall, please. And we got this now until whatever. Thank you, Denny. So the mics are on, and we'll continue doing this just from Max 1. And I'm not able to put Mito in here, but we can do what we've got. All right, so what we do have is these storms still kind of going from southwest to northeast. We're still kind of waiting on the cold front to come in and boot this line a bit farther to the east. So what we have seen the last several hours is rain kind of falling over the same area hour after hour after hour. I am quite confident that sometime between 2 and 4 a.m. We will have this line of storms get booted farther east, and that means that all 200,000 people or so in Shawnee County are all going to awaken to the sound of either hail or wind whacking their windows, and they'll all be probably, if you're one of them, you'll be waking up and looking on TV and online to find out what's going on. So we'll still be here talking about it. So it looks like the tornado watch, is that tornado watch getting extended? What I'm just seeing right there? I can bring it up on this one. All right, so what we have now is an update coming in for the Weather Service. And there is a big old tornado watch that has just been issued. And that is going to include folks that are south of I-70 going till 7 a.m. All right. So I can count the number of tornado watches that go to 7 a.m. in northeast Kansas on one hand. That's not a normal thing. We had the one tornado touchdown, or a couple of them touched down in the middle of April last year, early in the morning, but that's so rare. It is so rare to see a tornado touch down in northeast Kansas early in the morning like that. But the National Weather Service is issuing this tornado watch that includes really everybody close to and south of I-70, again going until 7 a.m. So, and there was discussion, the Storm Prediction Center, the Weather Service, they do these, they're on the fence sometimes about severe storm watch or tornado watch. In this case, they chose tornado watch. So here's how it looks on the computer model. That's midnight. I'm going to scroll this forward so it doesn't go back past 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock p.m. again, because we're not there anymore. And since we're going to be close to midnight here, my system's going to start to think that tomorrow is it's going to think tomorrow is 24 hours later. But let me roll this forward. There's midnight. And you see the storms approximately are now. Getting close to 2 in the morning. Now the storms start booting a little farther east of Manhattan, and that line is advancing farther to the southeast. There's 4 a.m., and this line has made a lot of progress east at that point. Now, what is this update? Whoa, okay, they're continuing.
Looks like they're canceling the severe thunderstorm watch for the southern portions of our viewing area for areas south of I-70, replacing it with a tornado watch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's easy to get confused with. Okay, so areas to the south of I-70 that were in a severe storm watch are now in a tornado watch till 7 a.m. And areas north of I-70 that were in a severe storm watch until 3 a.m. I assume that continues.
That'll go until 7. So
That goes
everyone has a severe threat through 7, whether it's a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch.
Am I wrong about, was there a severe storm watch till 3 a.m.?
Correct. They've extended it till
They
7.
extended it, okay. Well, thanks for that. Okay, so 7 a.m., that sounds good. So if you're in the area and you're in these watches, the important thing is to have a way to get warnings. If you have a tornado warning, we cannot reach through the TV and turn it on for you. You have to have a way at your house to be awakened by a tornado warning. Do not count on the outdoor emergency sirens to do it. I think if Doug and I were here for 100 years, and we might be, this is possible.
Right.
Even if we are here 100 years from now, I think somebody's still going to expect for us to have tornado sirens waking them up. It's not how it works. Please don't expect those sirens outside to wake you up. That's not what they're designed for. And in many cases, the storm is going to be so loud you might not be able to hear it even if it is working. So you have to have a weather radio, preferably one that does same codes, so it'll go off for just your county. You need to have the WIBW weather app. And if you don't like us, have somebody's weather app, somebody's app that will give you an update that will wake you up.
So the Red Cross Emergency app is a good one. That will really be very loud. Yeah, that'll be a very loud sound, because as far as I know, I could be wrong because I don't have sound on our app, on the WIBW weather app, but I don't think we have a loud sound. I think it's just your voice, which people may not.
Not for everything.
Not for everything?
No.
Okay.
No, I have mine set so it's tornado siren for almost everything. So even if it's a wind advisory, I get a tornado siren.
Okay.
Which I don't
Sounds
recommend that
possible.
for everybody.
Right, yeah.
That's just me.
And then, of course, your cell phone provider with the WEA, the WIA alerts.
Yes.
That they have the
can't miss
option for severe weather and child abductions and those type of alerts. Those are default on, so you have to physically turn them off to not get them.
And that would be a really bad move.
Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pottawatomie, Marshall, and Riley County until 12:30 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, I see that one. That's Pottawatomie, Riley, Marshall. Okay. All right. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts?
Yep. And this looks like it's kind of right on the edge of Manhattan, on the northwest side of town.
Marshall, Riley, Pottawatomie. Now we've got this spaghetti where there's so many lines laid on top of other lines. All right, that one expires at 12:30.
Hopefully we'll get some of those boxes gone in 4 minutes.
Yeah, right. Pottawatomie, Marshall, Riley. It's got to be that. It could be a couple of those. Okay, great. That one goes till midnight. All right, so 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's still one for 70 that goes till midnight there. Yeah, a couple of these go away at midnight. You're right. And so far, you can see a lot of these storms are still kind of lifting north. So this activity near Holton, there's kind of an outflow boundary that gets to Holton, but overall that line of storms is not making its way very far south. And then on up the line here, the real first aggressive move from west to east I'm seeing there's this stuff, but it's still not, I still don't think it's the cold front that's reached the area yet.
So I do want to be clear that this cold front is, it is a cold front for us in meteorology, but for us feeling it, for other people, we're actually going to be warmer tomorrow afternoon compared to what we were today. So it's not really going to do anything relative to temperatures. It's just going to be kind of moving things along with a slight wind shift for a brief period of time, and then we kind of get back to a westerly wind, and temperatures right around 70 for many spots tomorrow.
Yeah, the most significant thing it's going to do tonight start booting these things farther south and east, right? I mean,
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that's
Yeah,
what
so
we'll see the
it's-
cold
I mean,
front actually do.
It's more of a boundary rather than a cold front. I mean, for
Yeah, we're still a little scared of cold fronts this after this winter and
Right.
blizzard after blizzard. So yeah, Doug's right. The temperature tomorrow is warmer. I want to say the humidity tomorrow will be lower, but that's not even true because this morning the dew point was in the 30s. It's going to kind of go back to where it was basically.
So yeah, we'll start off. I mean, it'll be high. It'll start to get higher over these next couple of hours, and then start to come back down throughout the day tomorrow.
So a cold front that produces all these severe storm warnings and tornado warnings, and has very little effect on the air mass at all by the next day. Right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It is amazing.
Yeah, because in the next half hour, 45 minutes, I'll have a complete my forecast sheet filled out, and then I'll be able to really go into my forecast, and then I'll leave to the severe weather threat to you guys for a couple of hours, so I can make my forecast for the morning show.
I'm waiting for midnight so that these warnings that expire at midnight will go away, and I can more easily show who's actually in and out of these things. Then I need to look back and see where this cold front actually is. Let's see that. Got a moment here. All right, so there's no tornado threat in northeast Kansas at this immediate moment. We do have the tornado watch through 7 o'clock in the morning for folks that are south of I-70. If you're north of I-70 and close to 70, it's a severe storm watch until 7 o'clock in the morning. So we all have some threat of storms. You can't rule out a tornado anywhere at this point, but the higher risk is certainly south of Interstate 70. Let's check out the temperatures here. The cold front looks like it is kind of haze to Dodge City based on the wind direction and the temperatures through there. So now that it's midnight, several of those warnings should have kicked off. Now on wind gusts here, you can see the wind is now from the west in Salina. I don't think that's the cold front that's created that. I think that's just near storms that's creating that west wind. But certainly Hayes, Hill City, the cold front is through those areas, and maybe through Phillipsburg, and it might even be into Jewell and Mitchell counties at this point, where I can see the winds are coming in from the north there. Concordia certainly is not behind the cold front yet, but late tonight between 2 and 4 a.m., the computer model continues to show these storms making more of an aggressive move to the east and southeast, and that's when we'll finally get this to look different on radar than it has for a few hours in a row, where it's been storms in the same kind of areas over and over again. So here are the warnings that exist right now without overlapping on top of each other. We've got the severe storm warning for Donovan, Atchison, and Brown going until 12:30. 70-mile-per-hour winds here. The strongest of that wind is near Robinson and Everest. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this part of the storm, and that is in an area that is no longer in the tornado watch. It's a severe thunderstorm watch. Doesn't mean you can't have a tornado, but right now it's not. Just as I say that, Saline County has a new tornado warning. Or is that an update on an old one?
That might have been an expiration of one.
I just see it flashing at me. That's from Wichita. So that's a new tornado warning. McPherson, Saline, Ellsworth until 12:30. And it's Doppler radar indicated. All right, so the rotation near Canopolis Lake. All right, so let's go down the line here. There's Pottawatomie County, Marshall, and Riley. This storm is for winds to 60 miles per hour, hail the size of a nickel. And we'll check out the velocity in there. And there's not going to be anything too scary in this, but it is capable of producing some kind of downburst winds that could be up to 60 miles per hour. Now, we have a severe storm warning there. This one is for Dickinson, Clay, Ottawa counties. This is the area that's had tornado warning after tornado warning today. Manchester and Wakefield. I think I've mentioned those two towns 406 times tonight. Milford as well, as these are the areas that were in the two different tornado warnings for a long, long time. So that storm is severe thunderstorm warning going until 12:15 and at 60-mile-per-hour winds. Here we have a tornado warning, and that is the new one just coming out at 12:01 a.m. And this includes Ellsworth, McPherson, and Saline counties. And this is similar to what I just said, that we had, repeated rounds of tornado warnings around Wakefield up to Milford. And now it's another tornado warning going right over the same area we had one earlier. And close to the area we had the confirmed tornado earlier, near Smolin to the west side of Salina. And this rotation right about there is moving to the northeast. So towns like Smolin and Salina, where they've already had to take cover earlier, they're going to be taking shelter once again. This time it's Doppler radar indicated, but still another dangerous storm going up the same line that we saw earlier. All right, so let's put the radar back in motion here. I'm watching to see if any of this stuff to the northwest ever starts really making a move south, and I just don't see that yet. It will, and there's a new warning there for Brown County now. Let's see what this one is. Unless it's an update, probably it's an update. So Brown County, it's an update until 12:30, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and they just adjust the position on this. So we're getting past Robinson, and they've got a considerable tag on it, meaning it can do a lot of damage. Heading right over to the county line with Donovan County at this point. So Highland, Wolf River, Denton, that is moving toward you guys. And upstream, I'm just not seeing the stuff make the move southeast yet. It's still going to be a couple of hours most likely. Now on the computer model, I'm going to have to adjust this because it thinks that today is now tomorrow. Now that we're past midnight, it's going to jump. And my date on here I'm going to have to change, otherwise it's going to be showing the wrong day. So bear with me while I tell this thing what day it is. All right, so we're going to give it today, 1 a.m., and take it to today at 7 a.m. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. This is the latest HRRR, which is doesn't really roll off the tongue, but that's what this computer model is. I'm going to position it over our viewing area instead of the south where I had it. So this thing still wants to take these storms by 2 o'clock and really start to line them up like a well-behaved cold front by 3 and get the storms into Topeka right around 3, Emporia at 3, 4, and Burlington at 5 or 6 a.m. So that's one model. I'm going to check out the IBM graph. That's another computer model. I want to see where that takes this stuff because I'm not sold on what the HRRR is showing there. So let's see what this one shows. 1 a.m., 2, 3. That looks like a more reasonable solution to me. Yeah, this may be close to 4 or 5 a.m. before Topeka gets in the storm. It's still going to wake a lot of people up in the middle of the night, I have no doubt about that. But so right now, it looks to me like we're going to have a really an early wake up for a lot of people to what's going to happen here. All right, so this will be the view from Manhattan, from the our Capitol Federal Sky Cam network, and that shot's been the same for hours, where you've just been able to see lightning on the horizon to the west and north from Manhattan, but not really getting into town with the rain. If I loop this You can see those storms just kind of cruising across Riley County. It was kind of in waves, but it doesn't really get any close to Manhattan. This looks like it's waving to the east, but I've seen that happen several times this evening. I just don't know that it's actually making a lot of progress that direction just yet. Maybe. All right, so however, here, this is the only one we have right now with tornado warning. Is this thing moving into Saline County now, heading towards Smolin and Salina. Very similar path to what the actual tornado was we had earlier tonight. And at one point, that was reported as being a large tornado. And then we built up the urgency when we had the report that debris was being seen over the west side of Salina. You know, and fortunately now a lot of times the first reports you get sound scarier than what actually happens. Sometimes it's not the case, but often it is. So in this case, thankfully, it doesn't sound like Salina was damaged too badly from what we know, thankfully. So, but for a moment there, it did get a little scary. So right now we have the tornado warning in Saline County, and we'll have to watch for that one. It's just kind of a repeat performance of earlier that we had tornado warnings coming out of Saline County going to Dickinson and then dissipating over Clay. We've had that happen twice, and this could be the third performance of that same thing based on what the radar's showing right now. So a big concern we do have is the rain. We still have flash flood warnings in place, I believe. Yep, there's actually another one that I didn't know about, but flash flood warning till 3:15 in the morning. And another one there going till, they're both till 3:15 in the morning. And this is for areas where we've had easily more than 3 inches of rain and still raining in those areas because the storms have been kind of rolling over the same spot hour after hour. So flash flooding at night is especially dangerous if you are driving, and not paying attention, or if you're driving and you don't see flood water and drive into it. That's extraordinarily dangerous. If you were able to make a phone call or call for help in some form or fashion, it would still be very hard to get to you. So you do not want to be in a situation where you're driving in floodwater. Once that happens, there's just a lot of bad stuff can happen to you. So be very cautious driving in flash flooding situations at night. Tornadoes get a lot of the attention, but flash flooding is just absolutely just as deadly and just a horrifying thing to happen to somebody. So there's a warning until 12:30 a.m. across Marshall, Pottawatomie, Riley. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the storm that actually produced that warning has moved along a little bit, but this activity to the west in Riley County there near Leonardville, Riley to Milford, that line that's getting more of a north slant to it could become particularly windy as that starts ripping into the Randolph area. I'm seeing kind of some waves that get that downdraft look to them as well. So that may need a new warning for that goes farther south. It's possible. And down the line, this storm that's near Manchester and Wakefield is considered severe. And that's the same area that had the tornado warnings earlier. So no doubt what's going on right now is folks that are out ahead of this, that are in areas like Topeka, Council Grove, Osage City, Emporia, Burlington, are like, where are the storms? And folks that are up here from Hiawatha to Clay Center are like, please stop the storms, because it's been going on for hours. So areas that are dry have been dry the whole evening, and the areas that have been storming have been storming for just kind of hours without end. All right, so that's an update for the tornado warning for Saline County. They are continuing it for Saline and Ellsworth. They dropped the McPherson County part of it. It's still Doppler radar indicated, and Canopolis Lake and Brookville are being mentioned as being at risk with that storm. All right, so there you go, near Saline County and Ellsworth County. Yeah, so McPherson's out of that one. And the rotation in there, again, it's a Doppler radar indicated tornado. It is not a confirmed tornado. It is Doppler radar indicated, so if you're in that area, take shelter, but it's getting awfully close to Smolin again is what I'm seeing there. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall and Riley. This may be for that line that I was showing you just a moment ago. Maybe. Yeah, it is. So what I was seeing a moment ago, right here, that feature through Leonardville, they've added a new severe thunderstorm warning for that till 12:45. Nickel-sized hail and winds to 60 is a possibility. Another thing you'll see in there with this is not that it's just picking out one big area of strong straight line winds, but there's kind of these little waves in there. Dan, you want to run for a while with this?
Sure.
Just take over with one, and the camera's not going to change. You just have to voice over it.
Ooh, yep, long night ahead, folks. We are still going to be tracking these storms here for the next couple of hours, even though over the last 60 minutes or so, we really haven't seen a whole lot of changes to this situation. The storms really not budging from their position all that much. What Jeremy was pointing out here on velocity shows to finally see a little bit of some forward movement in these storms here. I don't think it's going to be anything that is going to move too quickly, though. I think we're still pretty much dry for the moment in the Manhattan area. We'll go down to our reflectivity. Yep, yeah, still not really seeing anything yet. That sort of pulse there ended up just making a pretty strong northerly jog, and now we're starting to get something to fill in here a bit from moving a little bit further towards the east, but definitely still getting hammered with rain here in northern Riley County, many parts of Clay County as well, and of course down further southwest towards Salina, where we do still have that tornado warning in place for another 15 minutes. That is once again looking to be in the path of the Salina area, so Salina as well as those parts of Dickinson and Clay and Riley counties may be in the path for a third tornado warning. And again, no confirmation of anything on the ground, but just a ridiculous amount of consistency here with how these storms are really starting to still stay in that line and go in that really same similar direction. But it does look like we are starting to get a bit of a change here. That tornado warned cell is starting to move a little bit further to the east, and looks like we might start having a little bit of some splitting here of the line. Nothing that's really jumping out to us as something potentially that could strengthen into a supercell, or that might lead to some additional formation, at least any sort of additional isolated formation anytime relatively soon. But some changes here in the path may be in our future here, as we are waiting for, again, most of our more populated areas to bear the brunt of this here within the next couple of hours. We keep having to push that timeline back. These storms really just are very stubborn. I mean, even for those daytime outbreaks we've covered, we really haven't seen a lot of lines of storms behave like this and sort of train over a specific area for this long at a time, at least not when you really combine this with the threats that we have in place of severe weather and especially tornadoes. You know, training thunderstorms are not something that we really see here on especially high-risk severe weather days. Obviously, they are a form of severe weather and can lead to some pretty devastating floods, but not something you usually associate tornadoes with. Even the really stronger severe storms with the very large hail or those wind gusts up to around 80 miles per hour, which, to be fair, is not something we've seen really so far. We've had those two tornado warnings previously within the viewing area. Neither just yet is getting that confirmation of any sort of touchdown, at least within the viewing area. I think the Salina tornado near, I believe, what was it, Kannapolis Lake on Twitter, or some other sources where we were showing or seeing some reports there, or photos that were being confirmed. So that may be where the extent of any confirmed tornadoes on the ground have been up to this point. and that would be on the very western edge of where the enhanced outlook was issued for today, that 3 out of 5 risk that we've all been in. We've sort of been seeing that severe weather be contained to the fringes there of that spot right now, but still generally favorable conditions out ahead of these storms. It's just really a matter of how stubborn they're going to be behaving here as we still continue to see them train over a specific area, but more variation looks to be seen now. A lot of these storms are starting, or where these most recent warnings are issued, and some of the stronger wind gusts being radar indicated are moving a little bit further to the north, so those may cross over into Nebraska within the next hour or so, whereas we're getting a bit finally of a more lateral push here from these storms over in Clay Center, now getting into Riley. We'll be getting into Manhattan soon enough, and we have that outflow boundary, as we can see, out ahead of the storm starting to push through into the region too. So by around 1 a.m., I think at the latest, we'll at least have those wind gusts and those storms starting to push through the region. May not be particularly strong. I mean, we're looking at this issuance right now of a severe thunderstorm warning, where the hail size is about little under an inch in diameter, and the wind speeds are only at about 60 miles per hour, so that is sort of on the cusp of not even being severe. So a little bit more good news there. Some of the more heavily populated areas right now don't seem to be in the path of the strongest parts of this line of storms, but we'll see here just how much strength we can still manage to attain over the next couple of hours, as things are still going to be unfolding here for quite some time. A very, very prolonged event. It's just a really nice sort of bonus that it's occurring in these overnight hours. I mean, even during our daytime outbreaks, to have something ongoing for this long. I mean, we've been streaming now for not totally uninterrupted, but for about 4 to 5 hours now. We've had, for the better part of that time frame, coverage here of storms beginning to develop, and I mean, it's likely that we're only about halfway, maybe not even halfway through the duration of this event. I think at the longest we could still see severe thunderstorms starting to push through our eastern areas here, Topeka down towards the Turnpike and Emporia, Osage City. It may not start to move through until around 5 to 6 a.m. So another couple of hours here, as that would probably put us up to close to 10, 11 hours here of coverage, or of at least how long this sort of ongoing severe weather has been occurring for, which even during our daytime outbreaks, you'd be hard-pressed to find a lot of events that manage to press on for about 3 or 4 hours at a time, or at least without interruption. We've had certainly a few back-to-back days where one day after the other we've had some severe weather. Not the case this time. Tomorrow is going to be dry after the last of that rain leaves in the morning, and any sort of severe weather will be well off towards the east here. The Mississippi and Ohio River valleys may get a few consecutive days of some severe storms, so that will be interesting to watch for. They get maybe even the bigger brunt of this than we are, but certainly a pretty, I mean, I would say it's a pretty historic event here for Northeast Kansas, just based on how many sort of rare factors we're playing into here. Nighttime outbreak, the duration, and now it looks like, the rainfall might end up being one of the more notable parts of this event when it's all said and done. We'll take another look here at those rainfall rates. Again, this is 1 hour, so still keeping up that pace from when we were talking earlier of about 2 to 3 inches. And again, zooming in, we'll try and take off the warning there for a second just to see if we can make out anything a little bit higher. So yeah, those are greenish to yellowish colors. That would be about 3 to 4 inches. That would certainly make sense here, especially in central Clay County, where we've definitely had some of the longest streaks of storms, even going towards northern Riley County though. Randolph, Leonardville, and Riley itself getting close to that 4-inch an hour mark. Still nothing in Manhattan, not even really anything in Keats. So things are managing to avoid there. Fort Riley, Junction City as well, have not seen any sort of significant rainfall. Abilene and Salina, where we had the tornado warning go through, was on the very edge of where we had those heavy rains. Certainly had some heavy rains. We'll switch over here to the 6-hour rainfall, and that makes things look even more impressive. That stretch here from about Manchester up through what looks to be the border here of around Clay and Riley counties. There are some spots of 6 inches over the last 6 hours, so that's about an inch an hour. That's not anything too crazy for rainfall rates, but I mean, this isn't exactly showing you an even distribution of rainfall over that 6-hour period. A lot of this occurring within the last 3 to 4 hours, so that would be more so to 2 inches of rain per hour to 3. So that is definitely a little more impressive when we look at it that way. Elsewhere, it's pretty much looking the same as the 1-hour rainfall maps. So again, just some very heavy rainfall amounts extending all the way down here towards Great Bend, just a little bit to the north and east of Dodge City. So certainly a very impressive line here of rain, a few hundred miles of some heavy rainfalls, and it'll be interesting to see what it looks like here as we hit sunrise tomorrow, if any low-lying areas are under a pretty good amount of water, if we have any roadways that might be a little flooded, particularly the stretch here between Columbia and Salina on Interstate 70 has gotten quite a bit of rain, approaching that sort of 4-hour mark over, or 4-inch mark over the last 6 hours. And our KDOT reports on the website haven't really been indicating anything of a total sort of shutdown of any roadways or anything that's majorly closed. Off screen right now, trying to find any instances of that. But
hey, Daniel, Republic, Washington, and Cloud County are out of the severe thunderstorm watch. So if you're in those counties, you can go to bed without worry.
All right. Well, that is good news. Cloud and Republic, you guys are now officially out of the warning, or out of any potential warning zones in the watch here for the rest of the night. So that does make sense with what we've been seeing. This line is not been too far away from you guys, but it has been, again, moving away from your general direction. And it looks like if we do see anything else form tonight, it will not be able to reach severe parameters. So, yeah, Cloud and Republic counties, you guys can go to bed.
And Washington.
And Washington as well. Okay, so that's also there. All right. Yeah, Washington has been out of that zone too. So, okay, so they are starting to take off a few counties as they see fit with regards to the movement of these storms. So maybe within the next hour or so, we'll see potentially near Nemaha and Brown taken out, depending on how those storms move. Hopefully we get some exiting here out of Clay County pretty soon, just because of how much rain there is at this point. I mean, don't forget the tornadoes and the hail and the winds, but the flooding is probably going to be the primary concern in that location specifically at this point. And we'll have to see how the situation evolves for Manhattan over the next couple of hours, because this is definitely going to be the first big population center in line to receive the heaviest of these rain bands. So we'll see if they are managing to keep up their pace here with how strong and how fast the rainfall is falling. We'll take a look at the reflectivity now just to see here what those bands are looking like, and still containing a pretty good amount of heavy rain. Some of those purple colors we can see pushing through just behind that outflow boundary. So that is some pretty heavy downpours that might be making their way into the area, regardless of whether or not they are still warned as severe or not. Again, this particular severe warning is on the lower end of what we really use as criteria for any sort of severe weather. But again, we'll just take a look at some of those maps here, again off screen, where we aren't really seeing too many issues on the road, or no closures at least. I mean, we do have some reports of a few hazards. Yeah, heavy rainfall out there further on Ellsworth and I-70. So just take a little scroll out to that too. And they may have updated the severe warning there, it looks like, for Salina, Elm Creek as well. We'll try and zoom out here to get a bit of a look at some of the text on that. Okay, yeah, so 80 miles per hour for the wind speeds on that one. So that is, I think, the strongest we've seen so far tonight now, starting to move through the Salina region. And those do look to be some heavier bands of precipitation. Of course, that tornado possible tag here, as this is out just ahead of what is the tornado warning behind it. So they may possibly see a second tornado warning here within the next 30 minutes. We'll see how that unfolds, but that would be pretty remarkable here to have not just Salina, but also, you know, Manchester and some of these smaller communities between rural parts of Clay, Dickinson, and Riley counties being the path of many warnings here, as these storms just still refuse to really make any sort of meaningful changes in the forward speed or the movements that they're making. So you do have a hazard in Salina. Yep, heavy precipitation there on the Can Drive website, but elsewhere it does seem that, you know, we still have all those roadways open, so that is good. No instances of any sort of flash flooding or anything, at least that would be really bringing traffic to a halt there on those major highways. But of course, still have a pretty good amount of time. I-70 looking east of Salina will certainly have its opportunities for some continuing heavy rainfall in the area. And again, traffic speed still looking pretty good there as well. And not too many new updates here from the National Weather Service or from spotters. We're just sort of in a relative lull period right now, as we want, or we're still focusing on waiting for these storms, I should say, not focusing, to begin their movement a little bit further off towards the east and finally start to sweep through. The cold front really can't arrive soon enough, so we can just have those push through and at least start to give some relief to those areas that have been hard hit by rain. We're also looking here, severe warning down towards Great Bend, or no, I believe that's, yeah, just to the south of Great Bend, St. John, Rose Valley, Iuka, Pratt, Sawyer. One of the weaker severe storms there, but you can see it's breaking apart a little bit. That may just be, of course, the proximity to the radar. You know, the further we do look, it does become more difficult to get a clearer picture here on some of the single sites. But again, those will soon be close enough at some point here within the next few hours for us to get a better read on what their strength and intensity, and of course the signatures that they're showing us as they do get into the area. So yep, still watching for storms intensifying around most of the area there. We're looking at both the Wichita and the Topeka offices for any sort of updates in their guidance, but still dry all across the rest of northeast Kansas. Topeka, you know, you'd have no idea we're looking at this much rain and this many storms just a few hundred miles off. We can see some lightning, I assume, out there in the distance. We haven't taken a look outside there in a little bit, but you know, it's going to be very late into the night. Might even be a lot closer to when we are starting to get our. I think my mic. Oh, okay, there we go. Maybe if the mic die a little bit. Yeah, it looks like we are still watching though. Yeah, some of those heavier bands there making their way towards Manhattan. So they will finally not be on the cusp of this storm anymore. They will be receiving that rain soon enough. And I think right now for Manhattan, the rainfall and risk of flash flooding is probably the biggest concern. Now, luckily, we're not going to have too many people out this late at night, even in a college town on a Tuesday evening or overnight period like this towards 1 a.m. We hopefully don't have too many people out and about, but again, that should be a good hour or so at least. I mean, if these storms are taking the path that we expect them to, you know, it'll be a while before we see them exit and be able to push a little bit further away. But we'll see. Hopefully, I mean, that segment of storms in particular is starting to push out a bit more and may start to strengthen a bit just based on the shape it's taking and directionally. But I do think things are going to definitely increase here in that way. So we'll have more things on that here in the next couple of days. Sorry, couple of hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, getting pretty late here. But we do have a lot of time to be watching these, fortunately. And without any other sort of programming to really interrupt us this time of night, we don't have to worry about any cutaways or interfering with things. The weather right now is far and away the top priority, if not the only priority. So, all three of us here, myself, Jeremy, and Doug Myers, will be working as needed here to give you all these updates, and we'll continue to live stream as we see fit, which, again, still does look to be a pretty important and eventful sort of night here across the region. We'll take a look at temperatures real quick just to get us off of the radar there. I think we're still fairly warm right now at this point. You usually don't see too much cold here when you have the storms pass through. It's pretty mild through the overnight hours, and we're still in the 60s right now in Topeka, Manhattan, and Emporia. We've dropped down to the 50s a bit here from where we have that boundary of storms. But, the 40s like we're seeing out in Hill City and Goodland, I don't really think we're going to manage to see that here over the next couple of days. It looks like the wind gusts out ahead of these storms have not been particularly strong either. They were a little stronger earlier this morning and earlier in the afternoon. I guess now we still have about 40 there in Emporia. Hutchinson at around 51 is impressive as well. I think they're still a few hours away from seeing any of those storms move through. But right now, things in Salina, Manhattan, where we're seeing those storms enter, things could be a little bit stronger. But again, we'll still have opportunities for those gusts as the storms come through. Again, the strongest I think we've seen so far tonight is around 58 miles per hour confirmed. We talked just a moment ago about that 80 mile per hour wind gust being issued for the Fort Riley, which was confirmed by emergency management. So that is right now, or that is technically a little bit below the severe criteria for winds. So it is good to see that a lot of these do appear to be on the weaker side. Obviously, we've had those tornado warnings, which are features of stronger storms, but again, have avoided any sort of prolonged destruction right now. Most of those areas, including Manchester, we've seen some damage reports out of, but they appear to be from thunderstorm straight-line winds rather than any sort of tornadic damage. So that is relatively good news for the sake that we haven't had any extremely destructive winds or events going through that part of the area. But I'm going to pass it off here to Jeremy now as we get a few updates on more model runs and other up-to-date info. He'll have that latest now as I hand it over to him.
All right, so still several severe storm warnings in place. The most exciting thing going is this Saline County, which was mentioning 80 mile per hour winds. So that's really the first time that we've seen that. So 80 mile per hour winds, certainly a big deal, of course. This activity coming through Salina, where we already had at least a tornado touchdown in that area earlier in the evening. So these stronger winds making their way through the Salina area, making their way over to Smolin shortly. Just a ton of lightning there. And that batch of storms is likely to continue with these very strong winds as it gets into areas like Abilene, and then goes right back up the same towns we were beating on earlier with the tornado warnings, where we had areas like Milford and Wakefield. We were looking at you guys were in the path of those just over and over again. We have winds that are 60 miles per hour close to it, getting into Westmoreland and Wheaton at this point. This is not high-end severe weather, but certainly around Westmoreland. If you're waking up hearing lightning and thunder outside and worried about storms, I would not blame you at all over there, of course, with the crazy things that happened last April, just almost a year ago now. So just letting you know, around Westmoreland, you're going to get windy. It is not a tornado. What's coming through your area right now. Farther to the east, very heavy rain near Powhatan to Horton. But this activity down here that's getting into Saline County now, this is going to be very strong wind that should continue making its way eastward. Could make it in areas like Woodbine, Harrington, Junction City within the next hour or so, and we'll see if it continues to go more northeast or if it can stay south and actually start to clip areas like Council Grove and ultimately get over to Topeka, or if that part of the storm continues making its way up north toward areas like Manhattan. So on the radar here, again, this is another round of the storm. Seem like they've gotten just close to Manhattan and just not quite gotten into town. We've seen all kinds of lightning in the Little Apple over the last several hours. And you can see that lightning right now there from the Capitol Federal Sky Cam at Stormont Vale, the Manhattan campus. But again, just another round where the wave after wave of storms just not quite getting into Manhattan, getting close. It seems like every time it gets just a little closer and then just not quite into town. So you just had these wave after wave coming through. So here's this warning now for Dickinson County till 1 o'clock in the morning. That is for winds to 60 miles per hour. This warning coming out of Saline County is where we had the mention earlier of 80 mile per hour winds that were possible. And you certainly can see damage with 70 mile per hour winds or 80, which it was showing earlier. That's certainly very dangerous, and just waiting to see if this can get farther to the south. At some point tonight, we will see this line making it areas that have not seen storm activity yet, but so far it's really just been falling over the same areas, just hour after hour. And here's this band of the heavier precipitation. The spots where we have the flash flood warnings and flood advisories in place are, where we've seen the rain falling just for hour after hour, kind of formed that area, and this kind of been kind of waving. It's been going to kind of from southwest to northeast, and it's called training, and it's because it's basically doing that just like a train going over train tracks, just over the same spots. You don't see a lot of lateral movement with the train. It's all going to go right down the tracks, and that's what the storms do in a case like this. They just continue to rain over the same area just hour after hour. We're going to go back a couple of hours here and see if we can see the progress on this. So go back 2 hours to 10 a.m., and you can see the storms were just barely outside of Manhattan. Roll forward up to now. It looks identical. Look at this, Doug. Really, that's right now. Look at 2 hours ago how close the rain was to Manhattan. It looks like the same image.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, I've been kind of almost lighthearted about it, but I mean, like really the radar 2 hours ago looks like the radar right now. It's just, if you looked away for a moment and looked back, it's almost identical. There's some differences, but not a lot. So, but yeah, training has been a mess. It's just not making an aggressive move southeast yet. It'll probably get here during the morning show,
Oh yeah, I'm trying to work on the forecast right now to be ready for a lot of activity, especially as you get close to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, yeah. How can we make this less of a mess? Because I don't need to go home. I can stay through the morning show, but how can we make this less of a mess? Is there a way I can contribute without getting in the way of the morning shift? What do you think? We can continue to stream like this, but have you thought about how to handle it if we really get that exciting to the morning shift?
I'm talking about tornado warnings? Or?
No, I don't think we have tornado warnings. Well, we might. I guess we might.
Yeah.
Gosh, there's still a tornado watch. The last time I thought we wouldn't have a tornado in the early morning hours was Overbrook morning.
No doubt. I need you and Daniel covering everything over these next 3, 4 hours while I work on the morning show, do radio and all that stuff. I'm not going to do a whole lot of looking at what the storms are doing right now.
Super.
And making sure that we're all ready to go for the morning show.
I will continue to follow radar and storms then. I'll just do that. All right, so we still have the tornado watch tomorrow morning, and we have a severe storm watch for a part of the area as well. I just saw a few minutes ago that part of the severe storm watch was canceled up around Concordia, and might have been even for the Washington area. I'm not sure if it went that far or not. Yeah, so we got Washington, Cloud, and Republic County are all out of the severe storm watch. And the tornado watch, the area is in yellow, goes till 7 o'clock in the morning. So the severe storm watch also goes till 7. So what we've seen is these storms, really kind of developing in the same area hour after hour after hour, but northwest of that is done with the severe weather risk. If you are east and south, that line of storms has been persisting for hours, then eventually this line of storms will migrate eastward and south. And we'll all see at least some of it. It's just clearly been very, very, very slow to move, but it's coming, and it's just it's going to be a while before it actually makes that progress. So here is, let's see if this is the map I updated. Yeah, there we go. So this is showing 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's 2 different computer models I showed. There's the HRRR model, which gets the storms into Topeka right at 3. I'm not sure I like that solution. It looks like it's too aggressive with the timing. So by 5 a.m., it's got the storms really from Emporia to Lawrence, and 6 a.m. it's Kansas City over into Missouri. Now the other solution is the IBM graph, and it shows the heavier storms really holding off in Topeka until about 5, maybe 4 or 5. That looks more likely to me after how slowly this line has been moving. It just doesn't show everything, diving south and eastward in any form. It's just the entire line just slowly meanders east while the individual storm cells move northeast. So if you go back to now, it's pretty true with the launch of where the precipitation is now. And you go forward an hour, it's showing rain around Topeka, but that's not heavy. That's really the storm line still to the northwest. But once you get to about 4 or 5, that's when it really shows the heavy stuff getting into and around Topeka and Oskaloosa. And that seems like a more likely time frame to me from what I'm seeing on this. And that's the time I really expect to see a lot of people waking up to the loud storms outside and wind and perhaps hail. And if we do have winds gusting 70 or 80 miles per hour, that will wake a lot of folks up. All right, so checking out the surface winds. Areas like Hayes, Hill City, Dodge City are behind the cold front at this point. There's the live view from Manhattan, the Capitol Federal Skycam there, located at the Stormont Vale Manhattan campus. And for folks that are watching us right now, I'm sure that many of you were awakened by lightning or just can't sleep because of lightning. So there are some of those lightning strikes showing up here on the Capitol Federal Live Storm Tracker. I'll go back a few more minutes here, and we'll do, let's see, let's do 15 minutes of data. There you go. In the last 15 minutes, those are all the lightning strikes. So around Frankfort, Vermilion, good luck sleeping, when you've got that much lightning in the area. Around Nemaha County, it's not been as rough. But around Robinson, Highland, Everest, there's been a lot of lightning there. Near Riley, Wakefield, a lot of lightning. And then, of course, this wild storm coming out of Saline County that's now in Dickinson County. It had 70 and 80 mile per hour winds with it. Now it's down to 60 as how it looks at this point. But when it was coming through Salina earlier, the indication was it could be as high as 80. And we even had a tornado warning with that storm earlier. Now we have a new tornado warning down south. This one is for Reno County. That one goes till 1:15 in the morning. So our good friends down at K-Witch would certainly be covering this one as well, of course. So if you've watched, if you check in on K-Witch, we are partner stations. You may even notice familiar faces down there. Peyton's down there. Adrian Campus down there. He used to work with us. And even Ross worked with me about 20 years ago here at WIBW TV for a few months. I like to see that about half their staff, at one point worked for us in some way. But they're a great station, and they will be covering this storm down to the south there in Reno County with a tornado warning. It is Doppler radar indicated, and it's kind of following the pattern of we're seeing the stuff grow farther south each hour, at least making some progress. So there's also a huge thunderstorm warning around that. Let's see what the text is in the severe storm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds, Doppler radar indicated. Now we have new warnings. And this will continue for a while, obviously. So let's do this, just out of curiosity. I'm going to look at the radar composite here, and I want to look at data time and go back about 6 hours. Let's turn that one off. Okay, so now I can see the progression here of the warnings. So we'll go back in time here, back to 7:45 when we didn't have any problems. At least there weren't any warnings. So we started off here just about 8:30 with severe storm warnings around Saline County. Then we had the rotation showing up. Then we had the tornado warnings getting into parts of Dickinson and Clay County. So Wakefield and Milford, that was around 9:30. And then that one fizzled as it got into Riley County. And then we did that again. Then we had the big tornado confirmed, or that was reported around Salina. That's why this went orange and red here. That's what those warnings were, considerable and observed. That means a big tornado that was confirmed on the ground. And then it was confirmed close to Solomon and Abilene. That's 10:36. I'm rolling it forward. And again, you'll see this area of radar. Let me roll it back and forth here. And you can see where the storms are kind of in the same area. Just hour after hour, you're not seeing that batch of rain advance very far to the south and east. So if we go to a town like Emmett here, you go back several hours, it's just the rain never quite gets to Emmett. Or Manhattan. Manhattan right there, you've had several outflow boundaries kind of come through and give you a shot of cool air, but the rain never gets to Manhattan. Ogden, kind of the same thing. So Fort Riley, folks that are there at Fort Riley, you've been watching it, lightning in the sky to the west and north for since 9 p.m., 4 hours. Yeah, Fort Riley's been within 20 miles of storms for 4 hours. So you've been listening to thunder there for hours and just never quite gets to town. It will. It's just kind of hanging on just to your northwest, but just amazing to see that. And there were some isolated storms to the southeast, and this is something the computer model showed pretty well, was we'd have these isolated storms to the south as well. And these didn't get out of control like I was afraid they might. But these isolated cells just south of Emporia over to Burlington, we had the possibility of hail the size of quarters and wind gusts to 60 there, but nothing that was high end, thankfully. So, and tonight we're still kind of waiting for this to eventually and slowly make its way to the east and south. All right, so that is the latest warning that was issued. No, it's not. That's not the latest one. Let's see what the latest one was there. Potawatomi Marshall was continued a little while ago, so it wasn't new, it was just continued. All right, they're continuing the flash flood warning for Gary, Clay, and Riley. And that was just mentioned. And they're saying that 5 to 6 inches of rain have already fallen. Goodness gracious. Okay, so that's more than an average month of rain. And that's the Gary and Clay version right there. Gary, Clay, and Riley. You see the area flashing there. That's what they're updating the flash flood warning with. So that bullseye of red and orange is anywhere from 5 to 6 inches of rain already, and they're saying an additional inch of rain is possible. So extremely high rainfall totals, and still raining heavily in that area. Now to the south, if we look there at Salina, and just south of Salina, I'm going to check and see on the radar composite in the last 6 hours if that's the farthest the rain has been. Just see if we're making any progress at all here. And amazingly it is. It's not a big difference, but it's a difference. I know Solomon had storms earlier, so that's not new. And we had storms get just barely almost to Abilene earlier, so the position of the rain now is not farther east there. Okay, this activity getting almost into the town of McPherson now. That is much farther. So we are finally getting an advance here of this area of precipitation. If I go back in time, there's 1220, and if we keep going back, you'll see it has not rained in that area yet. So that's real estate that's being won by the advance of this cold front finally pushing this to the east. It's just taking a very, very long time. All right, so there's the latest in this tornado warning that is in Reno County. It goes until 1 a.m., so just a couple more minutes around the town of Arlington and Loda, Kansas. I have never heard of that one. So that is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Again, that's in Reno County. And it is the only tornado warning in Kansas at this point, and the only tornado warning in the entire nation, as a matter of fact. And up here, we've just seen round after round of heavy rain, but in the same areas. So I have no doubt there are folks going to bed in Topeka tonight, or that went to bed in Topeka. They're saying, "Where's the storms? He said we're coming." They're coming. Just hang on. They'll wake you up. So it's just going to take a long time for it to get into town. All right, so there is this batch of wind making its way across Pottawatomie County, and that warning has 60-mile-per-hour winds as a possibility with it, and hail to 0.8 inches in diameter. If you go out and measure hail to hundredths of an inch of diameter, I'll be very impressed. Don't try it. Just say it's the size of a nickel, about the size of a dime, about the size of a nickel. If it's the size of a quarter, it's 1 inch diameter. You don't have to go out and measure it with a ruler. But each time I see 0.88, I just laugh, thinking if there's anybody out there actually measuring 0.086 and sending that data in. Because there's no reason they're going to call it nickel size. That's what's going to happen. And if you're actually measuring it that accurately, then good on you, but the data is not going to matter, I promise. All right, so that batch of wind is probably going to be over in Onega shortly, and I'm not sure if they'll extend that warning over into Onega or not, Onega and Corning and Soldier or not. It does not look to be extremely strong from what I see, but it could be just a position that is the radar. And if you look at the velocity mode there, certainly the stuff that's farther east looks more intimidating to me as far as the velocity goes. But that warning ends at 1 a.m. and goes from almost Vermilion to the Westmoreland area. All right, so very heavy rain, just a couple miles northwest of Manhattan, as it has been for hours. And while this wave that's coming through is getting close to Manhattan, it really kind of jumps back away once you get down to the Chapman part of the storm. So it still could be several hours before at least an hour before Manhattan gets more rain. Chapman severe storm. This goes till 1 o'clock in the morning. Abilene Enterprise. Need to find out what that chirping noise was just now.
Atchison and Donovan.
Is gone?
No, it's a new one.
New one, okay. Oh, okay. It came out of the other Weather Service office. I got you. All right, new warning way over here for Atchison, Donovan County till 1:45 a.m. This is 0.75 inch hail. So it's the difference between a dime and a nickel. 0.88 nickel, 0.75 dime or penny. So that is for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it says radar indicated. Oh, and it goes over to Missouri. I got you. Okay. This is the area of the 70. Okay, so this area a little farther to the east is 70-mile-per-hour winds in Missouri. This is 60-mile-per-hour winds on the edge of Donovan and Atchison. All right, so several areas of severe thunderstorm warning still in place. The most dangerous thing right now is probably the flash flooding, really. And they have expired, the Pottawatomie and Marshall event. So that's going to be this right here. That warning is going to go bye-bye in just a moment. They will let it go till 1 a.m. and then it will actually it's 1 a.m. now, so that'll disappear in just a moment from your screen. Then this storm for Dickinson, Ottawa County, we'll see if they extend this or not. It also goes for about 1 more minute. I'll check in on Manhattan again and see if the rain's getting any closer to town. Hey, there's some raindrops on the camera. So it's making progress, just really, really slow. All right, so right now we have the warning that's in the edge of Donovan and Atchison counties going over to Missouri. We have no other severe storm warnings in northeast Kansas at this moment. And we have the tornado watch going until 7 a.m. south of I-70 and the severe storm watch north of I-70 for the next couple of hours. And then down to the south, this storm still has a tornado warning with it until 1:15 near Arlington, Kansas. And that could produce a tornado or strong straight line winds. So that's one that's close to Wichita. Pardon me. All right, so checking out the radar again, looking up to the north. Manhattan finally seeing some sprinkles in town from what I could see there on the tower camera. But in the last 6 hours that we've been watching storms, this is the farthest east that we've seen this precipitation get into Riley County. So on the camera there, this is located there at the Stormont Vale Manhattan campus. And that is the closest that we've seen the heavy rain get to the camera in a town. And give you kind of an idea where this is if you don't know. Right there, that feature in the middle of the shot, that is Bill Snyder Family Stadium, and we are looking almost straight west. So this is a great camera. We just got this one in a few months ago. I guess it was storm season last year. But just a great view across Manhattan and helps us to see what's going on there. And I can see for several miles in each direction. So you can see all the way over to Tuttle Creek Lake. And you can really see, you can't see into Fort Riley, but you can see right above Fort Riley. It's just an amazing view there in Manhattan. And on the radar, that's the closest the rain has gotten to Manhattan, really. Even though we've had several rounds of storms close, it's just the first one that's actually gotten some water on the camera. It just hasn't happened yet until now. All right, so these storms that are close to Wichita, you can see which direction that's moving. It is heading to the northeast, east-northeast. So we will have to deal with that. So pretty much every storm along this line has gone a little farther to the north than what I'd anticipated. Still, if you project this dude out, let's do a distance so I can make a straight line here from it. I can't imagine that storm wouldn't make it to Council Grove, just kind of that direction at least. So they're starting to go a little farther south and just give a little more ground to the east each time. It'll still be 2 hours before it gets to Council Grove, but it looks like that one would have a pretty good chance of getting that far to the south and east. And again, that storm has a tornado warning with it, and we have the tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock in the morning for areas that are south of I-70. So Council Grove, Emporia, Osage City, Burlington, Ottawa, still in this tornado watch that goes all the way really to sunrise. Did you see there was a high risk issued? Well, heck, what? Of course you didn't. It was just issued last 3 minutes. There's a high risk for today now. The new day one.
Is that high or moderate?
It's high.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
It's centered on my mama.
No, I actually didn't see that.
It just came out. Like I just happened to look at it, like when it was launched, and look at you like, did you see this yet? You know, like no good when it just came out. How would I? All right, so. For those of you at home that wonder what I'm rambling about, the Storm Prediction Center has just put out the new Day 1 Severe Weather Outlook, and I will drop it in here now. And what I noticed was I went to the SPC, I was going to look at the text of this tornado watch that we have out right now, and I saw this purple writing across the top of the screen, which grabbed my eye, and then I saw that it said high risk. I did not expect to see high risk. It doesn't surprise me greatly, but that's not something you see every year even. So let's see. Day 1. This banner doesn't match. It kind of matches. Okay, so here's what I'm rambling about with the Day 1 Outlook. I assume it will ingest in this computer by now. There we go. There you go. High risk. Definitely the first high risk of the year. Mm-hmm. And my mom is, where's Mama? There she is. My mom's in Dexter. So mom's in the high risk of tornadoes and severe weather. Not in the center, but I prefer for my mother not to be in a high risk of severe weather. Like everybody would. So, but the headline on this said a major severe weather event expected today. What does that say? A major severe weather outbreak is forecast today and or tonight. Thanks. That's not what I was even there for. All right, so the tornado watch we have goes until 7 a.m. They mentioned a couple of intense tornadoes possible. 2.5-inch diameter hail likely, and scattered damaging winds with gusts to 80 miles per hour possible. So if you wonder why I'm still here at 1 o'clock in the morning and why I expect to watch the morning show alongside Doug and try to cause him as little trouble as possible, if they're saying intense tornadoes is possible, you know, then we've got to all be here. 80 mile per hour winds would be enough by itself to cause major problems, but still a significant risk of severe weather tonight through tomorrow morning. Again, the tornado watch goes till 7 a.m., and so that's rare. Seeing a high risk for severe weather like we have for tomorrow now for southeast Missouri down to Memphis. A high risk at all is rare. There are many years we don't see a high risk anywhere in the nation. It's not here, but it's just rare to see it anywhere. They just don't issue, they don't go with high risk of severe weather very often. So you have to check a lot of boxes, meet a lot of parameters for them to go with that. There's a high risk tomorrow in southeast Missouri. Nuts. All right, so there's the live view from the Capitol Federal Skycam in Manhattan. And the rain is getting closer, but it is, it's not, you know, aggressively moving across. Fax machine spitting out computer model data. And I can tell you it's way better today, way better today than it's been any time in the last 30 years at least. But tonight, the HRRR model is losing to the IBM graph model. And that knowledge will not buy you a can of Coke. But it's interesting. All right, so there's how the HRRR looks. And I'll show you right here at 3 a.m. And then by about 4 or 5 a.m., now you're in Topeka. And that's what's going to wake up a lot of people, lots and lots of people. And I am far more convinced that that's how this would time out. So tonight, we're still going to see severe storms on and off all night long. We still have a tornado watch going until 7 a.m. for everybody in this map that's in yellow. So that is most of us. The severe storm watch goes down to I-70. But a severe storm watch or tornado watch is not a storm fence. It is not, the clouds do not care where our advisories are. So if you are that close to a tornado watch, you can consider yourself to be in a tornado risk. So Topeka, for example, is right on the line between tornado watch or severe storm watch. I'm telling you, the tornadoes and storms are not worried about our warnings. We are here to tell you what we see, but the difference in where you draw that line is it can be pretty pretty small. So please don't expect to, even the severe storm watches will say tornadoes are possible in the watch. Many times they have that text included. So again, that's looking across Manhattan, and I'm just kind of watching the lowerings in some of those clouds there. Not that any of that is spinning or making me lean forward thinking we're about to have a tornado warning issue. I'm just kind of watching the base of those clouds. And as of right now, the clouds are behaving a little better. We're just seeing still these downpours of heavy rain in areas that already have flash flood warnings in place. That is the biggest problem that's ongoing right now. But the concern I have is going to be when this stuff that's down here, just almost to Wichita, and we're kind of ragged through here. If these storms have got kind of breaks in between them, if that stuff does not become a nice organized congealed line before it kind of gets over to here, we may be waking people up with rotating storms getting into Lyon County or Shawnee County, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. That's still a real possibility. And the more these storms over here stay broken up like they are, the more likely they are to cause trouble. So if they form into one line where you don't have these breaks of light precipitation, no precipitation, like this stuff up here, this is all lined up from Seneca to Westmoreland. It's one nice, neat line. It's downpours. But that area is less likely to see a tornado than this, where you have breaks in between the cells. If you get something out like this, even though it doesn't have a lot of space between the storms, it still has a higher chance of rotating. And most likely, the strongest of the jet stream winds is not quite here yet. I don't want to oversell this, that it's going to be some high-end thing, but we still have a risk of tornadoes, a real risk of that tonight. And the mention of 80-mile-per-hour winds being possible storms is certainly that's as strong as a lower end tornado. But the 80-mile-per-hour winds tend to cover a larger area than the small tornado. So, you know, the 80-mile-per-hour winds in many cases is going to cause more troubles than a small tornado would or could. It just doesn't have the same mythic, legend that the tornadoes come with. Even the small tornadoes sometimes don't do a lot, but seriously, 80-mile-per-hour winds, they tend to be over bigger areas than the tornadoes are, and that's a serious problem. All right, so going with the radar back and forth here, kind of looping it. There are no severe storm warnings in the WIBW viewing area right now. The Donovan, Atchison counties are technically not our DMA. I think they're St. Joseph or Kansas City, or maybe a mix of both. And the tornado warning that was in place for Reno County has expired now as of 1/15. There was a mention from the Weather Service that that thing could intensify again. Which would not be a surprise. And again, this tornado watch still going until 7 a.m. That includes these areas that are out ahead of that line. Topeka is officially in a severe storm watch, but as I mentioned, it's not a fence. The storms, they're not worried about our boundaries. I'm going to check this watch. So the severe storm watch says it expires at 3. That's what I'm seeing. Now, I saw that on the NWS chat earlier. We're clarifying that too. I'm going to see if any of the counties say something different.
It should have extended to 7 on all of them.
I don't think they did. They still could. But the severe storm watch, I think, goes till 3. Okay, I think the confusion is NWS bot in the stream shows both watches till 7. Okay, so it was not extended, but it just looked like it on the stream. That's from some guy named Miller. All right. All right, so again, this computer model looks like it's handling the timing of the storms probably better than the first version. So as we get to about really 4 or 5 a.m. is when this brings it through the capital city and Oskaloosa. Emporia could be close to 3 or 4. Manhattan, certainly within the next hour, should be getting into these downpours. But as of right now, we don't have any severe storm warnings or tornado warnings in northeast Kansas. Now, that certainly can change. I'm going to read the text on our watch here. Increasing low-level moisture and strong low-level wind fields will support a threat for tornadoes within this line. The tornado watch area approximately 75 miles, yada, yada. Conditions favorable. Okay. Looking to see if it mentioned anything about the jet streak or the shape of the jet stream or any of that stuff. I don't see any mentions of more data there, or more of an explanation. somebody giving me trouble about our website. I will mention this. Whatever ads you are seeing on your WIBW.com pages are most likely something that's based on the history of the person using the computer. If you have not figured this out yet, you may be noticing the same ads on different websites. For example, I see a lot of ads for things like weather radios, and since I'm over 50 now, I see a lot of ads for people over 50. But, you know, if you're looking at silly things online and you're seeing silly ads, the ads you're getting are not the same ads everybody else is getting. So.
And the amount of ads too, that has nothing to do with us. We can't control ads, so.
Although as cute this person said we're filling it up with clickbait and foo-foo, I'd be curious to see what your ads look like. Because, I mean, like, just not to disrespect anybody too much, I'm just telling you that the ads you see on your browser are not the same ones that Doug is seeing, and the ones Doug is seeing are not the same ones I'm seeing. But I look at weather radios a lot and have lots of emails about them. What a surprise. Google thinks I want to buy a weather radio. So whatever your hobby is or the things you're looking at, good, bad, or weird, or not weird, if you're seeing stuff on there that looks like, you know, it's not us. I didn't do it. Sorry that I'm putting foo-foo ads on your website. I will do my best to clean it up. Oh wait, there's nothing I can do. All right, so right now, again, the most exciting thing we have is this.
Well, and the flooding.
And the flooding. Because the rain has hardly moved for 6 hours. It's raining over the same areas. You're exactly right. Okay, so we've got the area where 5-6 inches of rain have already fallen, and it's still coming down. This is the 6-hour Doppler radar estimate, showing many spots there with 4 to 6 inches of rain that's now extended into the northwest part of Pottawatomie County, all the way through Riley, Clay, down to parts of Ottawa County as well. And that is 5 to 6 inches of rain that have fallen in that area, whereas just outside of that, hardly any rain's fallen at all. All right, new warnings coming in. McPherson, Harvey, Reno, Butler. 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail the size of a quarter. So let's go check that out. So Marion is in this one, and the Weather Service does have that a more of a closer to an east trajectory than anything else has been lately. So that gets it much closer to Council Grove and Emporia than anything else for several hours. Now, we'll have to see if this thing stays that far south or if it pulls farthest to the north, but it's still in that area of storms that concerns me, because these guys on this end of the line are not solidified in with the rest of the stuff. So if we were to see something produce a tornado, it's going to be something like that. These storms that are kind of isolated out on their own. They're not connected to the rest of the line in nice, neat form. They are behaving differently. So if something was going to produce a tornado warning or a tornado, it would be that stuff. Yeah, somebody got dropped out of the Severe Storm Watch, I believe. So let's see if it looks different. All right, Ellsworth and Lincoln County were removed from the Severe Storm Watch. Hear ye, hear ye. All right, so there's the live look from Manhattan, And this is absolutely the first time that I've seen the parking lot there at the Stormont Vale Manhattan campus actually wet. I know this doesn't sound like an extreme thing, and it's not. It's just that it's taken 6 hours for that rain to advance the line 20 miles and get over some new territory. So that's amazing as that is. It's been hours. It's taken hours for that batch of rain to advance off the line it was on. You check it out again, and go back 6 hours here, and you can see that this is it's truly amazing how long it's taken for this line of storms to get off the same line. This is 7:25 p.m. So that's 6 hours ago. I'll roll it forward to where the rain finally gets past Manhattan, kind of right there. There you go. That's 10 p.m. Now, if I roll it forward the last few hours, it just really never gets into town. Kind of waves through, and now it's finally there. So the heavy rain near Fort Riley, that should flow toward Manhattan, but the overall line is it's really been the same area for hour after hour after hour, and that's why we have flash flood warnings in some spots, while 20 miles away it has hardly rained. Wamego, St. Mary's, Maple Hill, you've probably been hearing thunder for hours and not seeing any rain, at least not any measurable rainfall, but it's getting there. It'll just take a little time. Whereas Manhattan is finally getting into the precipitation. So this severe storm warning down here is till 2 a.m. for Harvey, Marion, McPherson, Reno counties, and that thing is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see what the motion says here. It is, trained weather spotters reported this, okay, and we have it moving east at 65 miles per hour. So if we continue moving east at 65, not sure I'm sold on east, but at least northeast. So how far away is the storm from Council Grove? If it goes east-northeast at 65 miles per hour, it'll be in Council Grove by 2:30. So let's see if it gets there. The other concern is, does that thing start to spin again? Which is possible. Hopefully not. I'd like to just sit in here and watch the morning show with Doug and do nothing. That would be great. I'll cause Jared and Raina some trouble, of course. But we'll see. But
Yeah, this hasn't really been too surprising from what we were looking at with the computer models throughout the day today. So it's been slow to move through the southeastern portion of the viewing area. We had that very low probability that some isolated storms could impact areas along I-335, I-35 from south central Kansas for the evening hours. That didn't really materialize. So the biggest concern was going to be the storms in north central Kansas that would be eventually pushing through all night long. And it was going to take a while to get into the eastern half of our viewing area. So for those that are still wondering when Topeka, when Emporia, when Osage City, when Oskaloosa, when Lawrence is going to get anything, this was expected. This was going to be a very, very, very late night event. This should not have been a surprise if you were paying close enough attention to the forecast.
It is late.
I mean, for us three here in weather, we have to deal with 17 counties. For those that are listening in on WIBW Live, you only have to worry about one county. That's it, and one point in that county.
Yes, yes. All right, so the shot from Manhattan is still very cool. I've got the lightning there, the rain still falling. It's not a severe storm in Manhattan right now. That's looking to the west from Stormont Vale Manhattan campus. So we have a good eye on that. Areas like Concordia are now out of the severe storm watch. And I've got to get an eye now. I've got to start thinking about areas that are farther east. So this will be the Maple Hill camera. I'll get that into the mix here, just so it's ready to fly whenever I need it, which at some point here we will. And Council Grove, I was mentioning earlier, is if the storm continues going east at 65, which is its current motion, then it would get to Council Grove in about an hour. So I'm going to add that one to my rundown here. And I'm doing things a little weird tonight versus what I normally would, because the computer is running as though someone took cold molasses and poured it into the circuits or something. It is not peppy.
Mm-hmm.
I can make it work, but it's not doing what I typically expect. And then Emporia is going to be a while before they have storms there, so I'll hold off on that one. But I have Maple Hill, Council Grove, and we're not that far from Wamego either. But yeah, Concordia is now out of the watch. All right, so what do we got here? We have no severe storm warnings in northeast Kansas right now. The closest thing we have is in Marion County, and it's part of our area. I say it's not our coverage area technically, but it's right up to Morris County. So the reason I say that is just because we have it ingrained in our heads that our coverage area is the 17 counties we're designated. That said, we have a storm coming across Dickinson County with a tornado, or coming across Chase County with a tornado. It's coming toward Lyon or Morris. We're probably going to break in on TV with those things. In a situation like this, it's a severe storm warning up into Marion County, and it's not really leading into the edge of the county close to Morris County yet. So it's still got a ways to get there. No, there's as soon as I said, now we have a severe storm warning that's in the WIBW area. There we go. So now we have Gary County, Morris, and Riley with the wind speed less than 50 miles per hour and hail the size quarters. Why don't you just leave the wind speed off? Too fast. Okay. So there we go. We've got a new severe storm warning there. And I'm most curious to see what the forward speed on this dude's going to be. So let's check that out. Are we advancing eastward more quickly now? So hail, the size of a quarter, it's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we are now putting high velocity movements on these. I'm not sure how a storm moving 55 miles per hour can produce wind speeds that are less than 50. I guess that happens. But the concern in this one is hail. So check out the hail on this and where it's located. And that is the spot right there. So near New Bern, almost to Hope and Carlton, getting close to Enterprise. That is where we have what could be hail the size of quarters. And that is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that storm warning, that severe storm warning, does include Junction City. That means a whole lot of people in Junction City, thousands of you. Weather radios are going off around Ogden, so Fort Riley. A lot of the folks in Fort Riley, your weather radios are going off as well. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. And no doubt some people that went to sleep worried about big old tornadoes are waking up now to and that's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado. The risk of tornadoes is still there. The tornado watch is still there. that storm is not a tornado. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, it does say radar indicated, whereas the storm to the south, this one, says 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail the size of quarters, and it says observed, meaning that a storm spotter most likely reported that they saw winds that were 60 miles per hour with that, or hailstones the size of quarters. All right. All right, so Junction City's finally getting into heavy rain. And Manhattan looks like the rain is intensifying in town as well. I'm going to check out the camera there again. And for some reason, I cannot import CanDrive into this thing like I normally do. So we will scurry on without it for the night and figure it out when all the techno people are here during the day. We have quite a few cameras, but I don't think anybody here has ever heard me say that I have enough weather cameras. I'm always saying I want more. So, you know, tonight we're just going to have to do it without all the eyeballs that I would normally, or the cameras I'd like to have everywhere. That's fine. So Dickinson, Gary, Morris, Riley, Marion, McPherson all have severe storm warnings right now. And all of those are for winds that are 60 miles per hour or less, and hail the size of quarters or less. Nothing is leaning forward toward tornado threat right now. There's absolutely nothing out there right now that we're looking at and thinking, oh my gosh, this is about to be it. So there's nothing of that of this sort. The area I was concerned about that could get to that is the storms that kind of hang back from Abilene to the south, and it's because they are ragged. It's not because they are rotating, it's just because they are in a position and a shape where if anything was going to do it, it would be something like this, where we've got a kind of a bottom on a storm like this, where this is kind of hanging down. That has a chance to rotate. Doesn't mean it's going to, just means that it can. Kind of the same thing right here, and this one down getting into the Halstead area. So if those get linked up and start looking more like stuff up to the north, then the chance is much lower. All right, what is that one now? 1:22 a.m. or 1:32 a.m., that's an old update. .132 there. That's Topeka. All right, 1:37 a.m. We have a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in McPherson County near Mound Ridge. So that's what that dinging was this time. The dinging goes on all night. So near Mound Ridge in McPherson County. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gust report just a few minutes ago here. So let's see if it shows up here. I don't see it. But it's going to be there in McPherson County just a few minutes ago. We've already had all these reports of funnel clouds earlier, at least one tornado just southwest of Salina. We've had some hail reports, a couple of decent wind gust reports across the area. Overall, so far, the flash flooding is probably the worst thing we've seen happen. And I do hope that people are being safe around it, not driving through it. Just be as smart as you can. Flash flooding is extremely dangerous. But the flash flood warnings continue across Pottawatomie, Riley, Clay County, and northern Dickinson, and Ottawa until after 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's because 4 to 6 inches of rain have fallen there, and it continues. We're still seeing rainfall in those same areas. So the active warnings now go till 2 o'clock in the morning for Dickinson, Gary, Morris, and Riley. And the National Weather Service says this thing could be producing hail the size of a quarter and hail or winds that are less than 60 miles per hour. So it's not a concern with this one on wind, it's concerned with hail. So that white dot you see there a couple of miles south of New Bern, that's where the hail core would be with this. So that's moving to the north or east-northeast at 55 miles per hour. This thing farther to the south that is in Marion McPherson County, the report on that is it was moving 65 miles per hour. So we go back in time here. We'll see how much progress is actually made. So right there, it's definitely humming. So from this spot to about right there, yeah, it's moving that fast. It's moving 65 miles per hour. Amazing. Wow. Okay, so we have a really fast moving storm, which means almost for sure that it's riding the stronger jet stream now. So that means that thing could be in Council Grove within the next 30 minutes, Emporia in the next hour maybe. That might storm in Topeka before 3 a.m., maybe. That southern storm one that's moving really like 60 miles per hour. It's outpacing everything else. But everything else has been moving more northeast, and it's got more of an east trajectory than anything else has. For now. So I need to put the Emporia camera into my show as well. Because now that I have a storm that's moving highway speed and going that direction, I want to make sure that I have it up and ready. And that is looking to the southwest. Yes. Yeah, southwest. All right, so I'm going to turn my camera that's at Maple Hill as well. I'm going to turn it so I'm looking to the west with it. Let's see, I need to access controls for it first, so let's go to that. All right, so now we're going to go to the Maple Hill camera, and now we're out in rural Wabaunsee County, and that is looking kind of northwest, and I want to look more west. And that's pretty close to west right there. Okay, so I've got it set up the way I want it. And Council Grove, I'm going to look toward town. The camera in Council Grove is located just east of town. TCT Broadband put this camera up. The city of Council Grove is kind of there on the left. That's downtown. And we've already, now Manhattan's really getting some rain. Look at this. You see the downpour and the city, the parking lot lights there at the Manhattan Stormont campus. Of course, just west of Manhattan, it's been raining for hours. But now in town, it's starting to come down. Hayes, Hill City, Goodland, all behind the cold front at this point. Concordia is still not behind the cold front yet. And we still have this kind of widespread rain in areas where it's already been raining for hours and hours. And there's more dinging. What is that one? All right. Why the dinging? All right, so we've got 143 report of wind damage in Harvey County. And continuing the tornado watch. They canceled the tornado watch for Rice and Saline counties. So that's more of the announcement, is that they canceled some counties from it. It wasn't that they're continuing as much as they're dropping a couple of counties from it. So Saline County and Rice County are out of the tornado watch. Excuse me. So for the rest of us, we're still in it. All right, so let's see the text on this and see if it gives us any nuggets of information. And no. It just let me know that the some of the counties were canceled. So I'm going to look and see if there's a meso discussion or anything with some new data. No. Nothing. All right, fine. So, as I mentioned for tomorrow, if you didn't catch this earlier, the Storm Prediction Center, part of the National Weather Service, has issued a convective day one outlook, and in rare form, they have put out a high risk. This is not normal. They don't do this very often. A high risk, you know, we don't see this every year. I mean, in the United States. I don't mean just like us. I mean, like, you don't see a high risk every year. Not even one. I think we went 2 or 3 years without one at one point. But the high risk for southeast Missouri to Kentucky, down to Memphis, Jonesboro, Arkansas. Our partner stations are in that area: KAIT TV in Jonesboro, Channel 5 in Memphis is a partner as well, and KFVS 12 out of Cape Girardeau. I grew up right there. I mean, I'm still growing up. It's just taking a long time. But we watched KFVS 12 out of Cape Girardeau, and they're still a great station. And Jonesboro, like I mentioned, KAIT TV there. They're a small market, but they do amazing things there. And Memphis, Channel 5, as I mentioned. So if you want to watch tornado coverage tomorrow, they have trained seasoned meteorologists in those areas that will, you know, it's interesting to watch. I watch coverage from all over the nation, just all the time, really, just learning ideas from other folks and how they do things as well, just getting ideas. All right, so there's the rain in Manhattan still. It is not a severe storm by any means, but it's very heavy rain. The highest potential of seeing severe weather we have right now is the stuff that's coming out of Marion County and heading toward Morris County in the next hour, and then probably heading toward Emporia as well within the next maybe 90 minutes. But this activity is making a lot more ground than it was earlier. So we've got Morris, Dickinson, Riley, Gary all in this warning, going until 2. And that's the one that had hail the size of quarters. Okay, so what are they doing here? Tornado watch, they're continuing it.
Marshall and Clay are out of it. Marshall County and Clay County out of the severe thunderstorm watch.
Okay. All right, so they are dropping some counties and keeping some counties. So they are continuing the tornado watch for pretty much everybody, and they don't really give a comment. They just cancel some, and they send out a whole list of the ones that are keeping. So it looks like something's happening, but it's usually comes with very little information.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so, but as Doug was mentioning, they're dropping some of the counties to the north from the severe storm watch. Saline County and Rice got dropped in the tornado watch a few minutes ago. Now we got Marshall and Clay that are out of the severe storm watch. The risk for seeing severe weather and tornadoes still continues for areas that are in the watch areas. And the computer model is still showing this as taking some time getting in. But that area to the south across Morris County doesn't even show up on the IBM graph, which was pleasing me so much earlier, and now it's let me down. Look at that, it's just not even there. So the storm I'm talking about right now heading for Council Grove, what I'm mentioning here is that computer model, this is the IBM graph, rolling up to 2 a.m., does not show a storm there at all. So that model, which looked like it was timing this out so great a little while ago, now looks like it's not catching the southern part of the storm. It'll update in a few minutes here, probably with a 2 a.m. update, and lure me back in again, but we'll see. All right, so again, those storms are not showing up in this computer model at all. But right there, you've got Gary County, Morris, Dickinson, Riley, all in this severe storm warning. And when I say Riley, what I mean is this little bitty sliver of Riley there that just really includes Ogden. So if you're in Riley County and your weather radio is screeching all the way up to Randolph and Leonardville, you know, this is a frustrating thing. You can fix that with storm call, and only get a call if you're actually in the polygon. The weather radios and everything else will screech for you in the entire county. But that severe storm warning has been moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, so it's making a lot of ground now after everything was moving so slow earlier. And then this one that's racing across racing across Marion County, it's actually going 65 miles per hour. And that dude should be knocking on Council Grove within 30 minutes if it continues on that pace. All right, new updates here. 1:50 a.m. There's expired Gary, Dickinson, Morris, Riley. Okay. The storm is no longer severe. So that is this one. And this storm is the one that they mentioned quarter-size hail and winds of less than 50 miles per hour, which is an unusual characteristic of a severe storm to point out that it has winds of less than 50. I didn't understand that it was moving almost, it's moving that same speed. I don't know how it was only capable of producing winds that level. There's another update coming in there for the Marion County storm, I believe, too. So let's see what this one says. All right, they're expiring Marion, McPherson, Harvey, Butler. So we're going to drop that one too. So we will once again have no warnings in the area. Now the surest way to create dangerous thunderstorms will be for me to go home. So I'm not going anywhere. It's a safety issue. If I just leave the building, then this thing will start rotating as it approaches Lyon County. All right, so we've got
And if this was a evening event, I would probably not be going home either.
Yeah, right.
To go to bed. Obviously, this is pretty much now my shift.
I gave up on the Overbrook storm. I fell asleep about 4 o'clock in the morning when I was at home and watching it. I was like, okay, this is over. You know, and then I got my kids up for school at 7 and realized the tornado already hit. You know, so I can never go home early in the morning again. But I did. I was home watching it on radar, and sure enough, it ramped up as soon as I went to sleep. I'm guessing it probably has nothing to do with me going to sleep that made it actually go tornadic, but that would be the ultimate narcissism to believe.
Right.
my slumber caused it. No. Perhaps my hot air caused it. I don't know. What's that?
No, I was just going to say, if we knew exactly what was going to happen, we would be getting paid a lot more, and we would be able to give exact amounts, but we can't, so we're sitting here.
We would have been kidnapped. We would have been kidnapped by the military long ago.
It's basically a 12-hour event from what you guys are dealing with this evening for the 4, 5, 6, and then what we're dealing with to sunrise this morning. I mean, 14-hour event, we have no clue what's going to happen other than what's possible, and we just have to watch it. That's what weather is. We unfortunately can't give specific details. We just have to watch it.
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen any significant hail reports, more than 2 inches that was expected. I mean, it's still possible over the next couple of hours,
right.
but I mean, that was the main threat. That was what we were going to be dealing with for the bulk of the severe weather, but that just hasn't played out either.
It's gonna be like Wimbledon around here with tennis balls falling everywhere. Mm-hmm. Nope. That has not happened. Which is good. All right.
Oh, there's my backup alarm.
Oh, to wake you up,
Even though
just in case. Yeah.
Yeah.
I set like 6 alarms.
That's about 20 minutes after my first alarm goes off, just in
Yeah,
case.
Well, the strongest jet stream winds really get here at 12Z.
Yeah, by that time the storms will be out of the area, at least for the most part,
Yeah.
which is 12Z is 7 a.m.
Yeah. It's just increasing from now all the way to 12Z. Whereas the
Yeah.
250 goes from like 100 knots to 150.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason why I think that we could potentially get some more dangerous storms than what we have right now. I mean,
Yeah.
probably still have until closer to 3, 4, 5 o'clock before we could start to get into the major activity. If we're going to get anything at all,
Yeah.
it would probably be between 3 and 5 o'clock. So, can we get something within the next hour? Yes, but I think this next hour may still be another boring hour before things start ramping up as we get close to 3.
Oh, man. Excuse me. Oh, are you asleep yet? You want to go for a while?
All right, well, Jeremy is going to be taking a little bit of a break here, handing it off to me. Entering the 7th hour here of coverage of this severe event. Still probably at least another 3 hours at the very least until the morning show, I think, is when we'll be going. Possibly a little bit further than that if any of these storms manage to sort of develop here any further. Fortunately, as Jeremy was mentioning earlier, those storms that were further to the south and west, which were a little bit disjointed and giving us some cause for concern regarding development of spinning and possible supercell formation or even tornado development. Those storms have since joined more together in a bit of a line. So it does look like we are going to reduce that risk here of tornadoes a bit for the next couple of hours. Still have some time for that to change, but it looks like we are seeing mostly positive trends here with this system. So now all the way there from just immediately north of Wichita all the way up towards the border, or the sort of tri-point of where Nebraska, Missouri, and Kansas meet. We have a pretty solid line of storms, really, without any sort of notable disjointed spots and areas that would really make us concerned for tornado development. So that is still pretty good here on our end. Things are not looking too bad all across the area. You've got not really too many warnings in place, at least not, well, yeah, not really directly within the area for the moment. So I do expect we will see some of those issued here again within the next couple of hours. And it does seem that we are going to have probably at least a handful of more severe warnings as the hours go by. All of them do seem to be on the lower end, though. Not really anything that's jumping out at a 70, 80 mile per hour winds, hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter is not really being seen for the moment. So that is also good news. We got that storm finally moving through Manhattan. It seems to be about halfway through now, according to those radar signatures. And other populated areas will start to see this soon enough. Topeka, probably another 2 hours at minimum. Maybe a little sooner, maybe an hour and 30 minutes, but it's definitely going to be closer to when we're waking up. And I think those of us that are still awake watching this and have to get up for work in the morning, it would probably be best to just try and get some rest now, because these storms will likely wake you up if you're a light sleeper. Even if you aren't, they could be strengthening and they could be loud enough to wake a lot of people up. So it does seem like we are going to have an interesting start to the day here. And those of us a little bit on the further eastern fringes of our area, if you're out towards like Lawrence or Ottawa, or even a little closer to the Kansas City area, you'll probably be seeing the worst of these storms as you're heading out the door in the morning, which may give us a bit of a break from the severity at that point. I think it's looking increasingly unlikely that the Kansas City area is going to see significantly strong storms out of this. The potential will still be there, but just based on the way things are moving, I do think a lot of the worst weather is contained out here to northeast Kansas and pretty much west of Lawrence. So these are going to still develop here with a little bit of time left, but all in all, in terms of dangers and threats to the area, I do think we are seeing sort of a best case scenario. Flooding obviously is now one of the more primary concerns, but those areas that we're seeing the heaviest of the rains are now looking relatively clear. Still have some moderate rain going over Clay County, which has been the hardest hit. We're seeing the strongest amounts of rainfall rates across the area, but it does seem like we are again on the up and up there, and most of the rain will be falling over areas that have been dry for quite some time, going back a good week or so, maybe if not longer, for many areas that have not seen too much out of the system since, or just out of any system really, since well into March. Not really any sort of comparable severe events that we've seen so far. We've been pretty lucky in avoiding a lot of anything so far this season. This is really the first sort of big event that we've had here in quite some time. So that is a interesting start to the severe season, to just have this combination of just storms that are really just moving at a crawl in terms of their forward speed, or at least the ground they're covering, and it being a very late night event. As Jeremy had said earlier in this live stream, things are, or most of our severe warnings and other things occur during the daytime. We've only had a few nighttime tornado warnings in our recent history. Last year in Overbrook, just in the southern parts of Shawnee and northern sections there of Osage County, is really where we've had those recent examples of any sort of very late night, early morning tornadic activity. But before that, you got to go back probably a good 10 years or so, and that doesn't really even include northeast Kansas. That's more so for the state as a whole, which is not used to seeing this sort of timing with storms. Of course, the training of these storms moving as slowly as they are without covering much ground is also a very notable sort of distinction from past events. Not many times in recent history have we had storms like this at their strength moving as slowly as they are. It's not really all that common. You see training storms with storms that are at this sort of intensity, or at least forecast to reach a certain intensity, but here we are, and it's in one of the more rare timings and time frames that we've really ever seen in northeast Kansas for these very very late overnight systems. But we will manage to see this continue to push through, and we'll still have the possibility of seeing some severe warnings by daylight tomorrow, probably along or just towards the east of the Kansas Turnpike as it starts to move towards the Kansas City area, where even more severe weather awaits further towards the east in the Mississippi River valleys and the Ohio River valleys. We'll bring up the convective outlook there just to show you what it is for, well, technically today now, that it is so late in the night. We've gone into the morning hours, but that marginal risk is about to the east of the Kansas City area. Slight risk up towards around St. Louis, and then the high, that pink color, which in of itself is a pretty rare instance to see, is where there could be quite a bit of tornadoes tomorrow. We had one of those issued last year here in northeast, or no, I don't believe it was in northeast Kansas last year. I believe it was near the Wichita area, and we were in a moderate risk, and a few of us an enhanced. But seeing those anywhere in the country is usually a once a year, if not once every 2 or 3 years sort of ordeal. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out tomorrow. I mean, this certainly has been a very persistent system at the very least, even if we haven't seen the craziest of severe hazards in regards to winds or hail or even tornadoes. Flooding seems to be an especially large concern, especially for tomorrow down near Arkansas and western Tennessee and the Memphis area. Some spots could be getting up to around 10 to 15 inches, and I think it's very likely that ends up verifying just based on how slowly these storms have been moving and how much rain we've seen in areas like ours, where flooding again was really not a main concern in our region. We were not focused on that. That was out of the 4 hazards we see out of severe thunderstorms: strong winds, hail, tornadoes, and flooding. Flooding was easily at the bottom of the list there, but I think by morning tomorrow we will see that flash flooding is going to be probably the most lasting impact here. Still time for that to change. We could see tornadoes form still if these storms become a little bit disjointed again, or even if they don't, we could still see a few of those weaker spin-up tornadoes and warnings issued alongside that line. We'll change over to velocity now real quick, just to get a glimpse here. And things are still looking pretty good. We're not really seeing any areas of rotation along this line. Seems to be straight line winds, which aren't too strong either. Again, around 60 miles per hour has still been that strongest recorded wind gust here since this began earlier this evening at, I believe it was Fort Riley. And a few of the sworn storms have had text in their info, possibly alluding to 80 mile per hour winds, but any of those have since expired or never quite really verified across the region for the parts of our viewing area. So it does seem we're going to still have a couple hours though. I think we're watching Council Grove now, about to be getting the next of these storms. Strong winds, maybe some hail up to around pea size, ping pong ball possibly at the strongest, but without any current severe warnings here, it doesn't really seem like we're going to get that in the area. So a lot of us that are still up here, if you're basically just waiting, say in Alma, Alta Vista, Council Grove, Cottonwood Falls, or even a little bit further towards the east, I think as of right now you can go to bed and get some rest here ahead of the morning, as it's only going to become more difficult to fall asleep as these storms come through. But fortunately it looks like a lot of these storms for the moment aren't going to be containing anything extremely hazardous. Right now they're all below severe criteria. The chances of a tornado forming in a non-severe storm are pretty close to zero. Certainly not something I've ever seen, and you'd be hard-pressed to find many examples of that in history, or at least as long as we've been using the current guidelines for what is a severe storm. Again, winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour and containing larger hail and faster movements and heavier rain bands, but that is not seeming to quite be the extreme case that it could be right now. So things will continue to progress over the next couple of hours. The environment itself could still support that, but again, just looking at radar signatures, which really do tell quite a bit, it's not something that we are especially concerned with right now for the more shorter term. Again, still a few more hours here, probably at least another 3 before this is out of the area, more likely closer to 4 or 5. I think 7 a.m. will probably be that limit here in the area. But things are definitely looking like we are going to see that move out by later on in the night. Running through a few of the graphics right now. Looks like we are seeing generally a bit of some stronger storms to move through near the Kansas City area. Again, this is the model Jeremy was referring to. That doesn't seem to really be that accurate right now. By 5 a.m. it has it over the western edges of the Kansas City metro, which is a pretty liberal estimate. I don't think it's going to pick up forward speed that much here. It's definitely improving from where it was, but it doesn't seem like we're going to have any sort of very extreme progression of these storms towards that spot, which again at this point we would expect some sort of possible bowing or really fast forward movement of these storms. We've certainly had our fair share of those examples in our area over the past couple of years, where we've had the forward speeds closer to 60, even 70 miles per hour. The winds inside of those storms even containing winds stronger than that, and certainly causing quite a bit of damage along the way. But this is not one of those systems, not by any means, and it seems like 40 to 50 miles per hour is going to be that maximum forward speed here, unless something really gets going within the next couple of hours to change that structure. But again, it doesn't seem like it's taking advantage of all the sort of tools and disposals at its environment here. We'll go back to the active weather watches pages just to take a little bit of a look there on any sort of severe watches. It's seems to be out for Clay, Marshall, and Ottawa. Tornado watch still in effect for most of the originally issued counties, aside from Saline and down towards the McPherson area. But all of our viewing area, the tornado watch that has been issued is still present in all of those counties. Severe thunderstorms have expired for up towards the border with Nebraska and looking out west towards Cloud County and Clay as well. Probably within the next half hour or so, we'll see that expire for Riley, for Dickinson, probably for Geary as well. Pottawatomie and Wabaunsee, I would still say at least an hour, and then Topeka, Shawnee County, I think we will see that air through at least 4:30 a.m., another 2 hours, if not a little bit longer. Still have those severe watches up towards the north and east as well, into parts of Missouri, though they haven't really seen any sort of severe issuances so far. We had a few earlier tonight out towards in the Omaha area and other parts of rural Nebraska. No tornado concern there. We just had some stronger winds and a little bit of hail out of those, but elements were not there for any sort of tornado development like they were here in Kansas or initially forecast in Oklahoma, which we'll take a look down there, and they really have not gotten anything out of this tonight. Maybe a bit something that they see in the mid-morning hours, possibly, but I think it looks like they're going to get out of this situation tonight without really seeing much at all, which is certainly a nice thing they deserve. Oklahoma is certainly the capital of Tornado Alley, if there was to be one. And they've already had their share of some tornadoes this year, and even over the winter months. You know, theirs gets extended even further than ours does. We don't really, or they don't really see the winter weather that we end up seeing here, especially not this year, with all those blizzards and colds we had, and cold stretches we had. But hopefully the severe season does not continue the trends of the historic winter we had. This certainly is a historic start to the severe season, with all of these rare factors combining: training thunderstorms at severe strength or just below it, as well as the nighttime time frame, which is really, really uncommon for this part of the plains. So we'll see if that is a historical trend that keeps on going for the next couple of months or weeks as we.
Hey Daniel, what I
still
want to
another 2
do
months
is
of peak here. Yep.
I want to stop the stream because I want to close out these computers because they are, even this one is running slow and we haven't really been. I want to make sure that we're ready to go. If something by chance happens in the 3 to 5 o'clock hour before the newscast starts, I at least want to have a 45-minute, just a break from these computers, being on and using these graphics to just reset themselves and give that a break so we can be good to go if anything does happen. Of course, if anything happens before 3 o'clock, we'll come back on. But as of right now, I think we're going to shut it down for now and give it at least 45 minutes to have these systems closed. Because I understand that there are some audio issues too, and that could be because Facebook and our YouTube stream has been up for about 6 hours too. That could also be a factor in why some people are responding to audio glitches on the live stream, because I don't hear it. We don't, and it's not through us. It's our microphones are fine, so it might be just through the live stream. So I think we've gone quite a bit, on the long side that we need to give our systems a break. So we're gonna shut things down. Obviously, we'll continue to keep you updated if anything happens on the bug and crawl on TV, breaking in if we need to, and if it looks like we might be looking at something more significant, we will certainly we'll start the live stream again as we head into the 3:30, 4:30 hour before the 5 o'clock show. So I think that's what we'll do.
All right, sounds good. Seems like an appropriate time to end, as no current severe warnings are in place, but again, those of you viewing still up, I would take this as a sign to try and catch some rest here for the next couple of hours, as we are in a bit of a lull here in terms of the most severe hazards. So still a ways to go, but for now we are going to sign off, and if we see anything really concerning, we'll come back here on the air or possibly cut into the show. If not, we'll have all those updates with Doug Myers here during the morning show at 5 a.m. in just under 3 hours.